Okay.
Oh, finally, there you are.
Lois, introduce yourself. So, here we go.
Okay, yeah.
My name is Lewis, and I am awesome.
Okay, yeah. We'll be.
I haven't made one for him, but I found this.
Okay, then we'll be
Yes,
ready for him when he
indeed.
gets here.
The owl of the night. What groovy music he makes.
Disco, please see us all. Chicken dinner. Jack Ox. Chicken dinner! Oh, this is insane. Okay. That's weird. Okay.
I'm so sleepy I can't seem to keep awake.
And now it's time for night owling with that fuzzy-faced friendly giant. And Shoma.
Oh! Yeah! Oh my god, this is gonna be weird. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the show that time forgot, or I should say, the show... Oh my god, a dinosaur has entered the room. Hello, dinosaur.
Okay, so I guess we weren't muted during our pre-show panicking that we usually do.
Oh, don't worry. We didn't say anything incriminating.
Yeah, but worry for the future not to do that again.
Okay, but people love it when we're just going weird. Friendly Giant, have you hear his evil laughter? Says Kaiju Commander, and Goji Shay was us. He says, I guess they're being shy. They want us to hear the song first before the yakking. Okay, no, we're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show that time forgot, or I should say the show that YouTube forgot, because I took a little bit of time off, and apparently YouTube doesn't advertise me anymore. I guess I've lost that precious twonky money.
How much time? You didn't take any time off compared to your usual time off.
Oh, I know, but what is it? Our last live stream was earlier this month, and then I took maybe...
What a hiatus!
Yeah. According to YouTube, it is. Yeah, if you're not posting something at least once a week or twice a week, they easily forget you, because usually I get a lot of good views, but we'll see what happens. Another thing, though, is I do have...
doing the shotgun blame game again, I see.
I blame the internet. I actually made a logo making fun of YouTube, but I don't know if I'll be able to bring that up tonight. So
I blame President Taft.
Yeah, it's his fault I'm deporting people to Tijuana.
It's a party town, I hear.
Timely. So, but anyways, welcome to another episode of Night Owling. We're doing 2 this month, but only because originally we were supposed to have Luis earlier in the month, and then something happened. I forgot what it was. Oh, I think Luis...
Your internet broke.
Yes, that's right. Thank you, Brayton. That's why you're my co-host. You should be the co-host. You have a lot more...
I'm not, I don't want any part of this parentage.
Oh, no. So, yeah. But no, yeah.
This is your Frankenstein monster. You live with it.
Yeah. No, I can actually, no, there was a very good reason what happened. I was all stoked. We were all ready to do an art sharing show. Luis was going to join us since he's usually free on Wednesdays. No, on Mondays. They all have the same days in them. But then there was massive winds in Los Angeles early this month that literally ripped down the internet wire. And at that point I was like, screw it. I'm just going to watch a DVD and let everyone know I'm alive but not active. So, but now we're here. We're full of beer.
What did any of that mean, audience? You tell me. Yeah, I'm not the co-host. I am the bored night guard at the mental institute. Who doesn't have a family to go home to.
Right. So you gotta I'm going to the La Brea tar pits on my wheelchair. Get back here, Rafael Gonzalez. Never make me zoom.
Yeah, but never fear. I do have 50 more incriminating and far more disgusting portraits of Miss Blue to share tonight that won't cause us any problems.
No. You leave Miss Blue alone. We got notes from YouTube, and yeah, we got notes.
Okay, what about this new, totally unrelated character, Miss Ooze?
Sure. Whatever you want.
Okay, before I show you the picture, guess what's oozing?
I'm not showing it, Brayton.
Damn. See, this is my dreams are dashed. But this is where the night guard leaves and starts his own mental institute.
Right.
because he
And
needs to break
it just
away
turns
from
out
everything.
like it's a very unattractive, nerdy slime girl with a runny nose. It's like, oh, okay, well.
It's just Mr. What's his fucking face? Ivan Ooze's sister, Ida Ooze. That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah, that would actually be a funny character to make. But then again, it would just kind of ruin the mystique of Ivan Ooze if you gave him an extended family. So it's like I like Rita Revoto, but the fact that Rita Repulsa has an extended family kind of undermines her menace, if there were any, to begin with.
Well, everyone's got a family.
Yeah.
Well, that's not true.
Oh yeah, so there's some people there who never had a family to begin with.
Isn't that right, Bruce?
Leave me alone. I'm gonna cry in my butler's arms. Oh wait, was that Alfred actually making fun of Master Bruce?
I don't know. I didn't fully commit to a Joker.
Okay.
I could have been a Batman villain on
Which
the
one?
60s television show. My own villain. Conor Branson could have been a villain.
It's
Or
the
something of that
Caucasian from the Orient.
Yeah.
Boy.
It's false cock. That's me. I just have a bunch of false roosters around.
Okay. I was gonna, because I was gonna say it's like you have like a weird cockadoo. What are those like parrots? They're like parrots, but they're white and with the gigantic head crests.
Cockatoos, don't bring them up again. I unloaded all of my trauma on a previous episode of Night Owling revolving.
Oh,
cockatoos.
that's right. Okay, yeah, but
I was pursued.
yeah,
I was hunted like an animal in the jungle.
Bum bum bum. Okay, but yeah, we're going to be doing some artwork tonight, or at least I'll be doing some artwork. Brayton's working on some artwork, but we'll share it later.
I am doing artwork, but I don't have a screen. I don't have control here.
Okay.
Which is why I'm not a co-host, because I can't control.
Yes, but no, here's the new Rafael Gonzalez made screen for Night Owling. Although it's based on Brayton's things.
Back the truck up. No. This is Brayton Connor's. Okay, let's break down what happened here, okay?
Wait,
drew this fucking owl.
Before you begin, no,
you're gonna let me
stop.
talk. You ramble and babble like a madman on every fucking stream.
Stop.
It's my turn, big guy. Okay, let's back the truck
No,
up.
let me make it clear.
Let the artist speak, if you will.
Okay, but I did give you credit.
I
did give you credit.
You after yours and in a smaller font. Let's put that out there. Brayton Connor drew the owl you see before you. Raph and Shoma, in his kind graciousness, digitally inked and colored the owl. One would assume that would mean shared credit. Moving forward now. Raph provided me different elements that I combined to create this new shiny Night Owling screen that you see before you. So, at the least, it's a Brayton Raph co-production.
You do see that I'm using a slightly edited art screen version of it.
Raph, you put a fucking white rectangle in the center of my image.
Yeah, but also you see his little branches crashing into the screen.
Wow. How many seconds did that take you?
It took me. I think it took me like roughly 10 minutes at most, 5 minutes at less.
God, the relationship is breaking down.
You're a lot nicer to me when we're not on camera.
That's not true.
That's right. He took me to the carnival yesterday in Rio. Wait,
Trying to lose him on the teacups.
Yeah. Just pay that really shady guy dressed up as Tigger to take me away. So fuck that guy.
No, Minnie. The shady guy dressed as Minnie. Have you seen those photos? I don't think it's from actual Disneyland or World or any Disney parks, but of like the short, stubby Mexican guy with the big mustache smoking a cigarette inside the Minnie Mouse costume. There's several videos and photos of him floating around on the interwebs.
Was this like one of like Walt Disney's failed 1930s Hollywood?
No, this is recent. This is like this year. But people are saying it's from the Disney park, but I do not believe that. But people in the audience may know what I'm speaking about.
Yeah, well, I'm old and I'm not up to date with a lot of things.
So Minnie Mouse was a character basically created to complement Mickey Mouse, who was a famous rat that doesn't sell pizza.
Yeah. No, I know who Minnie Mouse is. I wasn't aware that there's like a creepy photo of like a little Mexican man. So,
Yes, there's many photos of those.
Anyways,
yeah.
Let me read the comments quickly. Kaiju Commander says, "Say what you will about Rito Revoto, but he was the best comic relief baddie Power Rangers ever had. Absolutely hilarious in his antics, but still powerful enough to justify his presence with the other bad guys."
Can I start being called Rita Revolto?
Sure.
I like that name for me.
Okay. So yeah, and the next one comes from Shay, and I'm going to read it for you, Rito Revoto.
Domo arigato.
Oh, no, he just says the 60s. Oh, knowing my luck.
The 60s when Raph was in his 40s.
Not everything is about Nam, Goji Shay.
Raph was alive when the Dead Sea was only sick.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
It's like what's that movie, The Day the World Froze? It's like, hey, Dead Sea, leave me alone. Oh, wait, hey, Sick Sea, leave me alone, I'm sick. Thump, dead, splash.
Let me die.
Right, but no, he also says, knowing my luck, I'd probably be the Bookworm if I was a 60s Batman villain. Oh, the Bookworm's cool. We like the Bookworm. Well, I like the Bookworm. I wanted to do a Roddy McDowell night, but Brayton put a kibosh on that, so...
Because I deserve an entire month.
Because he did a couple movies that are worthy of being 100% weird. There was Lord Loves a Duck, the movie that kind of introduced...
I think he did more than a few movies worthy of being on 100%.
Well, I can only think of three. There's Lord Loves a Duck, Fright Night, the first one. We can skip the sequel at all costs. And It, a.k.a. Norman Bates with a golem. So
missing a big one.
You're going to have to remind
me.
Coming soon. 2 streams everywhere.
Yeah.
Great trailer, terrible movie. But he's barely in it. Okay, it has to be a movie where he's an actual major character and he doesn't disappear like in the first
Laser
half.
Blast. Oh yeah, he does get exploded pretty good.
Yeah, same thing with the class in 1999. He, his whole subplot of fall in love with Angela Lansbury and Bedknobs and Broomsticks.
The Black Hole.
Yeah. Oh! Fudge! You're right. Okay, we got 4 movies there. So we got 2 nights of... Oh, wait, no. You wanted to pair up The Black Hole with another space movie or something, didn't you?
Yeah, I forget.
F it. Yeah.
Fuck it. But let's go back to the more interesting topic. Okay,
Raph, the art stealer.
Okay, we'll circle around. But what show do you think I would be best as being a villain on, aside from your live streams? Power Rangers, where I am just a nasally gay panicky man who hates all of it, or Batman the 60s show, where the same applies, but I like the show.
I think, well, definitely Batman, because there are some villains from Power Rangers I think would definitely fit your style, or you would be a good little villain, but then Power Rangers isn't that well done.
Yeah, well, and you're the Power Ranger villain because the Crimson Weirdo is plucked straight from that cast.
Oh yeah, I can imagine the Crimson Weirdo like pulling out a Lord Zed grenade and growing giant size, and it's just the Crimson Weirdo with like a silver face going like, "Fight me, Power Rangers!" Whoa.
Well, yeah, and you have a spaceship. You can put that head on a big robot body and fight a Zord.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, but no, I think you'd be a great Batman 66 villain. But at the same time, I think like a show like Lost in Space, you could be like one of those weird magic aliens they meet in the old series.
That would be good too. Zord Love a Duck.
Picture that, Brian. Yeah, have you ever seen Lord Love a Duck?
No.
Okay, basically, it's Roddy McDowell plays the best friend to like sort of a high school wasp, a very popular girl who is losing her popularity. So he goes on a educated murder plot to kind of get her back on top. So.
Oh, you get college credit that way if it's educational.
Yeah.
I love ducks.
Who doesn't? So, but yeah. Oh, by the way, we may end up doing... Oh, that's right. Thank you, Shay. We totally forgot. I just thought that was just a real-life monkey playing his role. Yeah, Roddy McDowell was in all those Planet of the Apes movies.
Yeah, pretty much. I think, yeah, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, of the original ones, yeah, he was in each and every one of them. Well, wait,
Yeah,
no,
that's what
he
I mean. That's what I
wasn't.
mean. But wasn't he like even in the final one? Wasn't he in that?
Yes, he was in the
No,
final.
wait a minute. No, he wasn't in the second one.
Yeah,
when
I
he
was
did
about to
Planet
say
of the
they
Apes.
recasted him, but that was such a minor
Yeah.
role that it was just a cameo. But other
Right.
than that, yeah, he's in all the other ones as a major character. So yeah, if
Yeah.
we did honestly do a Roddy McDowall month, it would have to be one Planet of the Apes movie followed by another movie.
Yeah, I don't know, because I feel like I don't know. That's a guy who a brilliant actor who really got saddled with that series. Not hating on the series itself. Some of them are, some of those sequels are interesting, but he's always viewed as a monkey, I feel like. And there's those sad sci-fi like interstitials he did where he's like locked in a monkey cage talking about each of the movies. He did for the sci-fi. Yeah. Help me. They're not feeding or paying me well here at the Sci-Fi Network.
Oh my god, you got to send me a link to one of those and maybe we'll play it throughout the night or something. That'd be hilarious.
I was a child and how green was my valley. Now the paychecks aren't very green. I don't know. See, he even runs out of steam because he's locked in a cage at Sci-Fi.
Yeah, but that also sounds like one of the ad libs he would do. So, oh yeah, Shay, thank you for mentioning this. He did a comedy western for Disney called the Adventures of Bullwhip Griffin, where he's like the titular character. So everyone keeps recommending that movie to me, but not easy to find. So, How Green Is My Valley? Is that 100% weird worthy?
No.
I don't know.
No, it's a sad story about a little mining town. It's that one famous as a John Ford film, and famously that one Best Picture that year, the same year that Citizen Kane came out.
Oh my goodness! I bet that really pissed off Orson Welles.
Well, no, he idolized John Ford. That's when Orson Welles talked about how he learned to make a movie. His answer was basically, the arrogance of youth, and he watched Stagecoach about 100 times to just understand the language of filmmaking. So I don't think he was upset. I think only snooty film freaks are upset about that.
Okay.
Still.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Grow
yeah.
up. It was 80 years ago.
And yet we all know Citizen Kane. We've all referenced Citizen Kane, and How Green Is My Valley is not as well known today.
Yeah, well, but I mean, I kind of think How Green Was My Valley is better than Citizen Kane if I'm to pick a stance in the argument. But
yes. Yeah. Well, you've seen more movies than I have. I've only seen like 3 movies. I've seen Citizen Kane, Care Bears 2, The New Generation, Star Trek Insurrection, and let's say the 4th. No, that's 3 movies there. Okay, never mind.
and you kept your eyes shut during the 70 episodes of the movie Graveyard Shift.
Yes, exactly. So.
You just bullshit your way through the conversation.
What's going on? I don't know.
That's why you keep asking me what's going on during the movies. Because your chair is turned backwards.
I know. Oh, that's right. Roddy McDowall was in that darn cat, but wasn't he in the side role? It's Goji Shea and Kaiju Commander are just going crazy with Roddy McDowall recommendations.
Let him have him.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, and of course... And of course, he had a really great 2-part appearance on the Batman show as the Bookworm. I think he's actually really good in that. So,
and he's the voice of the
Mad Hatter.
Oh God, that's it. Yeah.
Yes, and oddly enough, apparently his final role was voicing a scientist in an episode of Godzilla the Animated Series.
Oh.
So Godzilla killed him.
Poor guy.
Yeah, it was also the episode with Nessie, so it's like one of the few episodes people actually remember. So.
Tree fitty, tree fitty, tree fitty, tree fitty.
You're not far off from the plot. He wants to kidnap Nessie's baby for money purposes, and then the Godzilla and Nessie have to team up to get him back.
That sounds like the plot of a billion direct-to-video family crappy movies.
Roddy McDowall
but usually it's
scientist.
Bigfoot put in those situations where they capture a baby Bigfoot.
Yeah. So wasn't there a movie called Baby Bigfoot or Little Bigfoot?
Little Bigfoot. I don't know if that's yes. I don't know if that's the one that they did on Red Letter Media quite a while back, but it feels like there's 50 movies where there always has to be a baby Sasquatch. Legend of Boggy Creek 2, same deal with the big chunky guy in the overalls who's kidnapped a baby Sasquatch.
Let's get to a clip. It's just me running. It's just me fighting like a monkey doll. It's like
I'll put you in a cage.
Oh my goodness.
You my little prisoner, little foot. Yeah. And all of this is like in a giant, extreme, close, wide-angle lens up your nose.
Now I have a reason to buy a
Like a
watch.
scene out of Matilda or something.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm the McCruption, and I run the school with an iron fist and a glove, and a velvet glove.
Yeah. Oh, and we put prosthetics on your face to exaggerate his features, and just a giant wart right on your nose.
Yeah, unfortunately, we got Julie Taymor to do the makeup effects. So I'm just wearing like a giant raft paper mache face.
Right, yes, and unfortunately, we got Uma Thurman to play you, which is all wrong. But
I don't want to find Dirty McCruption sexy.
yeah, Uma Thurman's not a Matilda.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You said Uma Thurman, unless you got some.
No, I know. I know. I tried to pick someone who would not be right for the role.
Who would be a terrible pick for the Crimson Weirdo?
Oh gosh.
Seth Rogen?
No. It's got to be more left field. Helen Mirren.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Crimson Weirdo.
Yes.
Whoa!
Yeah, it's a weirdy.
We return to the Crimson Weirdo's Midnight Spook Fest in a moment. So, wait, no, Midnight Creepathon. There we go. That's a better one. So, yeah. Let me check out the comments since we have only two.
What? I have more than a few bums.
Yes. Yeah, he's okay. Kaiju Commander says Roddy is also in The Legend of Hell House and The Poseidon Adventure, although I'm guessing he doesn't make it out halfway in The Poseidon Adventure.
I'm trying to remember him in The Poseidon Adventure.
Yeah, and in The Legend of Hell House, wasn't that a...
Are you thinking of... Is Roddy McDowell in The Poseidon Adventure? I remember Red Buttons is in The Poseidon Adventure.
Yeah, well, it's first off, it's an Irwin Island disaster movie. They're all in there.
Yeah, but no, I've seen it many, many times, and I don't remember fucking Roddy McDowell.
Yeah, okay. Kaiju Commander, while you're still awake with us and we're still paying attention to the comments, can you please elaborate on Roddy McDowell in the Poseidon Adventure?
Huh. Oh, yeah, he is.
Oh, wow.
I don't recall. I do not remember him.
Yeah, well, I think I have a clip of him. Let's go. It's just hundreds of people falling off from the tables and on the ceiling.
Yeah. We will be watching that soon. You know, Gene Hackman and Shelley Winters has one of the greatest swimming scenes of all time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we were going to pair that up with Poseidon Adventure, and there was another movie you wanted to do with that one.
The Irwin Allen Time Tunnel Titanic episode.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because we decided long movies should go up with a single episode of a TV show. So, or if we don't feel like doing two movies, we just do that instead. So...
You can just do the one movie. The one frickin' movie.
Maybe. Yeah, I know I want to revisit The Great Race soon, so yeah, I may end up doing that. But I am planning to...
What is The Great Race, Raph?
The space race.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They literally just tied balloons to joggers and saw what happened. Good job, comrade. We will be waiting for you when you get back. He's not coming back. It is family.
I saw a really disturbing post on Instagram about a cat that the French people shot into space and survived space, and then they killed it when it got back. They opened up its brain.
Oh no! It is the cat from space. Kill it.
I don't understand the purpose of what we do sometimes as science-loving people.
I don't. Yeah, it's like, for crying out loud. That first off, give that cat at least a celebration party. Just don't kill it the minute he comes back.
Yeah, but knowing you, that's how you would have wanted that SNL sketch to end.
Which one?
Sick. The one with the monkey.
No, well, I don't. No, I was surprised. No, okay. There's a sketch Brayton introduced.
It's toothless. They didn't kill the monkey.
Okay.
In old Saturday Night Live days, they would have had John Belushi in blackface slice him in half with a
Okay, I never even
sword.
said that. I don't know where the blackface thing came from. Apologies to everybody listening in the future. But no, okay, so Brayton introduced me to this recent sketch done by John Mulaney, which features a monkey in outer space, and it's like very epically done. It's very well made. But no, there's a scene where you think the monkey has exploded, and of course they make everything better, and he's back. And in retrospect, I'm glad he's okay. But no, it's like old time Saturday Night Live before it became like bizarrely too not politically correct. I don't want to use that terminology. Fascist, corporatized. They would have killed the monkey. So yeah, it was a little bit toothless, at least on the first impression. But then Brayton, like me and Brayton were talking about it later, and he probably forgot this. But it's like we agreed the fact that the monkey still survived at the end kind of adds the absurdity of the entire sketch. And I'd be happy to play that sketch. Unfortunately, it's YouTube, so that's not going to happen.
Yeah. So hail the pre-fascist SNL days when they would have had Chris Kattan and a horribly gay stereotype kill the monkey with a laser gun.
I totally forgot Chris Kattan was a thing. I take back everything I said.
Yeah.
But no, it's,
Mango.
Yeah, no. The only reason I mentioned that is because SNL is like a weird show where it was like, it doesn't really do hard-hitting humor like it used to. It's like the fact that they actually allow some of history's greatest monsters to come on the channel and, be hosts says a lot. And some of those monsters get reelected or end up taking over the Social Security programs. Ay. Oh, wait, we're supposed to be...
It's always been that way. Get over it. What are you drawing here, Raph? Where is Win?
Yeah, no, we'll get to Win in a moment. But no, I just got really excited because this is another Pachi Shoma I'm just adding to the filler gallery. And he might be the last Pachimon I ever make, because after this, I got nothing else and I'm pretty much done with him. But yeah, this... Okay, his name is
fucking Lincoln Logs. It never ends. God.
Yeah, no. It's there's been a little bit of delay with the book, so I've decided I'll just do one more illustration for the hell of it. But this is this will be the last Pachimon picture because I got nothing else lined up for a while.
You and George R.R. Martin should have a race.
No, oh hell no! I'll win. Okay, but no, this is basically Zeton reimagined as J. June, a giant J. June bug.
J. June, Joan make it Jad, Jake a Jad Jong, and Jake it Jedder. See, it sounds like I was doing a bad stereotype accent, but really I was just replacing every first part of a lyric in Hey Jude.
I wish I was more familiar with that song so I could have joined you in the jam there.
You don't know Hey Jude?
No, I know Hey June. I just haven't listened to it in ages.
I
remember that part, but that comes like way at the end of the song. But yeah, it's basically a giant beetle monster. It is female.
Judy. Okay.
Yeah, because I need to get away from all the female monsters in the book looking, cute. So I got to throw in at least one ugly diva in there.
You were going for cute?
No. It's just I noticed I have way too many monster girls in the book, so I might as well put in one female kaiju who isn't, anthropomorphized or has a bust.
I like them round.
Okay, Brayton.
I like them juicy.
No. Stop it. I like them thick. Okay, but yeah, this is basically.
I like hornitos. So this is Mothman Junior Ben 10.
Kind of. It is supposed to be a giant stag beetle monster. So right now the working name is J. June because I can't think of anything else. But yeah, this sketch has been around for way too long. The Zeton thing is ready to go. So yeah, this will be a very easy one to do. But I will be doing one of Brayton's sketches and I will be putting a big old note saying such. So don't worry, Brayton. I will not
put my watermark across it.
Brayton was here. Goji Shea says the start of SNL's downfall for me was when they ended the TV Funhouse segments. Yeah, okay. No, Kevin Smith as a Crimson Weirdo would be worse. I like the guy, but yeah, I don't think he probably would pull it off very well. Man, Raph, you've only seen the worst Star Trek movie? Yes.
Kevin Smith would be bad, but I am of the opinion that you and Mark could be like the Glues, Jay and Silent Bob in terms of, just showing up in random places,
Right? Would we be ourselves, or
failing to die.
or would we be ourselves, or would we be the Crimson Weirdo and the Dolphin?
You would be the Crimson Weirdo and the I mean, it's not that big of a stretch, but yes, the Crimson Weirdo and the Crimson Roommate, and so that way we could have a Mark and Weirdo get old.
Oh, ladies and
The world needs it.
Yes. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. We have a special guest tonight.
Mark.
Okay. No, not Mark. Somebody else. But yeah, hold on. Give me a moment. Oh, wait a minute. No, I think
President William Taft.
Yeah. Yes, William Taft is here, and he's going to answer for all his crimes. But yeah, let's go ahead and bring him into
Ghost
the
of
studio.
Pope Francis.
But
Ghost Francis.
Let's also play his introduction music. Can you hear us?
All right.
Are you there, boy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, let's go.
I'm here.
My name is Lewis, and I am awesome. Everybody loves me because I am awesome. My name is Lewis, and I'm really, really awesome. If you don't believe me, just listen to what my backup singers have to say about the subject. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's really awesome, yeah. My name is Lewis, and I am awesome. Oh, yes, my name is Lewis, and I'm awesome. Back me up, backup singers. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
10 seconds.
He's really awesome, yeah. My name's
Someone
Lewis.
named
and I'm
Lewis wrote
awesome.
that.
Welcome, Lewis, the coolest guy in the world. Yeah, Lewis is dying on us, unfortunately.
My name is Lewis, and I'm seconds from death.
Backup
We have
singers.
background singers, and they're stabbing him.
Yeah, but no, this is Lewis's third time, and Lewis, you're a hit. Everybody really loves you. Yeah, or at least the two guys in the chat section right now.
Well, I appreciate those two.
Okay. Hey,
You put in hard work. I love it.
Okay, so, but no, we were talking about the downfall of Saturday Night Live, and Brayton is angry at me because a puppet monkey didn't die in space.
No, I'm angry at you because you suggested it when it's an otherwise brilliant sketch.
Right, yeah.
Don't rewrite history. That's American history, Raph. That's a real story.
Yeah,
Wait,
so-
there
have
was
not
a
heard.
sketch with an exploding monkey?
No, the monkey didn't explode.
okay,
No.
Brayton will explain it better than I can. So while I
Okay.
work on this giant
I'm not
beetle.
explaining that. I'm not answering for the other people's comic genius. Okay, there was a sketch that was on SNL that had a monkey in space, and they were joking about how we're gonna have to kill this fucking monkey, and they don't kill the monkey by the end of the sketch, and he comes back down to earth and he kisses a man's wife, and it's a brilliant happy ending to an otherwise, a darkly comic sketch. Raph wanted them to go the full way and actually kill the monkey, and I say if you killed the monkey, you don't get the audience back from that. You don't get their trust back.
I mean, yeah, that is true.
Yeah, but
And
Toonson did it all the time.
yeah, but Toots's was like intentionally dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Where this looks like it was built like, I guess, to subvert expectation, only to reverse Uno that shit in a way. You know what I mean? Like Toots's, Toots's is like not a good comparison again because Toots's was so absurd.
Right.
You know, like
You know what
anything.
this sounds like to me, Raph? It sounds like to me you're losing this argument. I don't know. Maybe
Well, okay. Can I ask, like, what season or what year did this sketch take place in? Is this recently?
yeah, about like 6 months ago.
Oh, okay. So it's like very recent then. Okay.
Yes, and I was just applauding it because it's a recent SNL sketch that obviously a lot of work went into, a lot of production design went into. And thought and comic timing and all the firing on all cylinders, like the best of comedy. And Raph just wanted to plunge a knife in the heart of all their good intentions and goodwill.
Well, I mean, when you see enough Planet of the Apes movies, I don't think you want to take like any chance with any ape going into space, be it wholesome or not. So
Why didn't we send Roddy McDowell to space?
No, we did send him in the space.
Missed
but
opportunity if there ever was
He
one.
ended up in a zoo on Mars, and he wasn't happy for a good couple of years. Remember?
Yeah.
is this like an actual film he was in?
No, it was an
That's
episode of the
Twilight
Twilight Zone.
Zone.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we could put that. We were talking about 100% Weird Rap. We could put that as our intermission for that night that we do.
Okay, yeah. So no, we're thinking of doing a Roddy McDowell night. So
I mean, there's some pretty good ones to pick.
yeah. So by the way, the name of the sketch we're mentioning is called Beppo. I've shared the link in the chat section. Now we're not gonna play it on screen for obvious reasons.
Yeah, you don't want to get this.
Yeah, and I don't think the audio would help either. But I'd rather talk with Lewis. But if you want, Brayton, we can play it for him.
Bippo sad, ref.
Is it a real monkey too?
No, it's a puppet monkey.
No, it's a very. I think it's convincing for SNL's budget of a monkey puppet.
Yeah. Well, they've always been kind of good with monster effects, or it's like the
land shark was a landmark in television production. Yeah.
No, I was thinking more like their the snake with the snake on the plane who's like, when you hold your lover, you hold me. It's just a stupid puppet that just shows up at the end of the sketch. So
I like that they got like good puppet monkey money now. I think that SNL movie must have generated something where like, well, we got enough where we can make a solid like uncanny valley like monkey for the sketch.
It's crazy. They are bigger than ever.
Yeah, but no, I was gonna say if you want, Brayton, we can we're not gonna air it on screen for obvious reasons, but we can play it for Lewis, get his reaction live, and then discuss the sketch. And everyone else can join us. But it's a 5-minute sketch, though. So what do you want to do?
Well, yeah, let's not do that because we don't want to have 5 minutes of just blank air.
Yeah. And plus, Lewis is here. Fun. There's plenty of weird stuff.
Right,
we can talk
celebrate
about.
the awesome one.
Yeah.
Maybe after, I could probably watch it on my downtime. Do a follow-up.
That's right. Exactly right. Every live stream is a sequel to the previous one. Right? It's a continuing continuity. So we'll return to the discussion.
Exactly. So last time we all went to the jungle where we had an adventure with the fourth.
And we died, baby. Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome to the jungle. Yeah, that's why don't we bring on a giant puppet Muppet Axl Rose to be our fourth man on the show.
Axl. Oh wait, Axl Rose wasn't. No, I'm mistaking him for the weird guy behind.
We don't have good SNL money yet for that.
Yeah. Now you can get a 7-foot-tall Axl Rose marionette piloted by everybody at Circus Dole.
Well, speaking of SNL, has anyone seen what is it on Peacock or is it on Hulu? I think it's on Peacock, right? Or Paramount. One of them has the 50th anniversary special on there. Has anyone seen that?
Oh, I saw one because it was like a 3-night event or something.
Yeah, it was like 3 parts or 3-night event. They split.
Yeah, I missed the concert, which I guess was the best part of the thing. But
is that the Jack Black one?
Was I don't know if he was there or not. I missed it. I know Cher was there.
Have you seen the Jack Black? I think it's like him playing Orson Welles.
Oh, that's like I've seen the Drunken History thing where he plays Orson Welles.
So it was either that I saw, or it was SNL where he's like he's doing something as like Orson Welles, but it's like him going like full on. Like reciting something, dude. And it was just like, what the fuck? You forget it's Jack Black for a second.
I'd like to. I love the man, but I'd like to forget Jack Black a little bit, just because of the avalanche of Minecraft white noise that has assaulted me this last year.
Chicken jockey.
Oh God, they're throwing stuff at me. What the hell?
I swear all the memes from that, Raph, make me think that you wrote the movie because they seem like something that you would just shoot out for a Glue parody or something.
Yeah, well, actually, it's from the guy who did Napoleon Dynamite, so at least he got a win.
Didn't he do Nacho Libre too? That's why he picked Jack Black.
He did School of Rock. He did Nacho Libre.
God.
What? Yeah, like Napoleon Dynamite.
They're a winning duo.
Yeah, they went on to do some pretty crazy things, but yeah, it disappears for a bit because I really don't know what he did after Napoleon. It might have. I don't know if he spearheaded the cartoon.
Yeah.
For a brief bit on Fox. I don't know if he had any involvement with that. It's funny too because I remember when that came out, I was like, this is too fucking late to exist as anything. Mm-hmm. You did somehow worse than Clerks, but I I was convinced by a friend you really should watch it. I'm like, are you serious? He's like, yes. Like you are, if you love Napoleon Dynamite, you should absolutely watch the cartoon. It definitely fits their universe, and I'm like, are you sure? And so I sat down and watched it, and I gotta say, it's really good. And I'm not surprised when I look at like the credits. Mike Scully worked on it, so it was destined to be really good and not last very long.
Who is
Like
Mike Scully?
Like Mike Scully, like worked on The Critic. He worked on the Napoleon Dynamite cartoon. He helped make The Pits. I don't know if you guys remember that show. That was like edgier, more psychotic Malcolm in the Middle for either like CBS or NBC.
Oh my god!
And it was the first television program presented in Smell-O-Vision. The Pits. Thank you.
But yes, there was The Pits. I mean, Scully worked on The Simpsons. Like when people think of like the weirdest like episodes, it's usually Mike Scully's. Like okay, like I'm pretty sure everybody can remember the episode where Homer went to the Navy. That's a Mike Scully episode.
Right.
Like where it's just Homer, like it's like where even the ending makes little to no sense. That's how you know Mike Scully probably had an involvement in it.
That episode is great because it has one of my all-time favorite just random gags ever, where it's Kent Brockman talking about the submarine being taken over by Homer Simpson. Says, here's a picture of Homer Simpson, and he's doing a Russian dance, and just cuts to Lisa saying, "I told Dad that picture would come back and haunt him."
Yes, that's pretty much Mike Scully's like vibe as far as like writing episodes go. Like, but you know what I like about like you know how like Bill Oakley and Josh Weinstein like get like a lot of like praise and credit for their involvement with The Simpsons, and rightfully so. Like it's they're really good at what they did, and a lot of it's like you know they give a lot of credit to their whole. They can be funny. They're very good with Slice of Life because you know with Mission Hill and then Simpsons. So it's like, okay, but I feel like Mike Scully is really one that like is beyond ignored when I think of like for example, Mike Scully is the one that's spearheaded the whole episode of like pretty much making like Nelson fall in love with Lisa, having that whole relationship be a thing. That was Mike Scully's like involvement with that. I think that episode's called like Lisa's date with like Density or something. You get some really good jokes out of there. You get the Apu with the donut explaining like what's not a sprinkle. And then you get like I said, you get those like slice of life kind of romancy, dramatic moments. Mike Scully's really like that's why again like it doesn't surprise me that he worked on that episode because I mean look at The Critic, like he was amazing at that. And then you have people like Judd Apatow and like so many other writers that were working on The Critic at the time. It's like it was like the right of like you want the right people, like you had the most perfect people for that show,
right?
Like people that understood like what it was. I guess like to be like a middling adult, whether you're divorced or not divorced or whatever, and then like whatever crappy romance you have and all of that with your career. Like I don't know, like Mike Scully's just really good at that.
All right, I guess we're all going to be watching the Napoleon Dynamite cartoon today.
But I mean to bring it back to Jack Black though, it's like yeah, I don't know what happened to him. Like he was teetering on fun and he kind of like fell way too hard into it where it's like this. I mean, it's fun. To a standard for sure, but it's like this isn't the kind of fun that I personally like. But it's like I mean, it is fun by its you know dying definition, I guess.
Yeah, well, I guess
I haven't seen the Minecraft movie, so I can't really say. But as far as like him being involved in things, it's like yeah, it's a bit much now.
Yeah, but you also have to remember Jack Black, despite his reputation and how much we like to make fun of him or love him, or both. He is, as far as the regular public is concerned, a superstar. So I'm not surprised that something like the Minecraft movie and even the Mario movie with its Peaches song, could gain so much, recognition. Or when Kyle Grass basically said "kill the president," that was like major headlines. While more, yeah.
So do you think Hollywood's like, all right, man, your buddy said this, you're gonna bite the shit, you're in this Minecraft movie now? So, damn it! Fine.
I'm in the Minecraft movie. No.
I mean, it would kind of make sense because it's just like, why are you here? Is this some sort of like Epstonian like blood ritual that you must? Like it's like atone for your sin.
They had a picture of Jack Black dancing as a Russian. It's like, oh, that came back to haunt him.
Kyle Gass is like, I told Jack that picture would fall. Would catch up to
It's Kyle Grass in his bathtub from no, it's Kyle Grass in his bed reading a book, watching TV from the cable guy. Oh.
Oh man. But
All right. Oh, and quick question. This is a question Kaiju Commander asked way earlier. Yes, this giant beetle. Well, I've already answered. Yeah, this giant beetle is a part of the art book, so he's probably the last Pachi Shoma I'll be creating ever. So.
Notice how he said probably.
yeah.
There's more to come. Nothing's ever really over.
Mm-hmm.
It's just in hiatus.
Nothing ever really ends.
King of the Hill is coming back to Hulu this
So
summer.
crazy that's coming back.
Yeah,
Are you are you excited for that?
You know,
I'm a big fan, and they have Mike Judge and everybody, the writing team coming back. The guy who played is it Daryl?
Yeah, Daryl.
His friend on the show. Yeah, that guy passed away, but fortunately, whatever way you look at it, he recorded lines for it. They released like the episode. Yeah, it's going to be like 20 episodes, so a full season. They released the titles of the episode, but we don't have a date still.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's been in pre-development or whatever for years. They're bringing it back. I hope they maintain the old art style and still have it, because that's what I don't like about shows that get rebooted and are digitally animated now instead of cell shaded animation or whatever.
Yeah.
I miss the old sort of wonky expressions and the jankiness, and especially with King of the Hill, the rough around the edges look to it is the show's identity. So I don't know what it's going to look like, but hoping for the best.
That jankiness that you talk about, like it's what I've realized is it's hard to encapsulate, because one, that jankiness comes from like not really like overseeing. Well, it's not so much the oversight, it's really like the Korean studio just shitting it out and not understanding your notes, right? So it's like, but now because technology is so much better, it's like in order to make that jankiness, like you have to almost understand what made it janky in the first place. And most artists in that field like don't look at things like that, and it drives me insane because I know what you're talking about, right? But if you were to explain it to them, they would look at you like, so you want me to? It's almost like the equivalent of asking a chef to ruin your hamburger,
right?
To them,
yeah.
But
reminds me of a similar thing with during the making of this, but just what you're talking about, the making of Ed Wood during the big title sequence of that movie is like a big flyover a model city and everything,
right?
And Tim Burton wanted them to make it like crappier to reflect Ed Wood's special effects.
Sure.
And they said, well, we have a certain standard as professionals, so we're not going to do that.
Right.
I guess that I can see that and how that would collide. But Bobby is shaped a specific way. He is a lovely little pear, and you have to capture that.
I agree with you 100%. Like, that's why I'm always like an adoration of like Instagram artists or Twitter artists that purposely make art look like it was like, oh, here I freeze framed it and took a picture of it on my Polaroid, kind of like screenshot of art, because they're talking about Brayton's talking about that point of like, you want to encapsulate it. That itself is part of the show. It's part of an organ that makes the show that vibrant. I agree with you. Digital Simpsons is like, just Simpsons as an example. Digital Simpsons are gross looking. But there's nothing I can do about it. That's what the technology dictates now.
Let's get to a clip, and it's just the 3D Homer from the Halloween special, and we're just all screaming at the same time. It's like, oh my God, no!
But you know what's crazier is like, The Simpsons is the only show that still does layouts for like as a cartoon. No cartoon does a layout. Cartoons don't do layouts anymore, to my knowledge.
Right.
Simpsons is the only one that does it, and that's why, like in recent years, Simpsons has taken advantage of still having layout by making them more fluid. That's why, like, sometimes you'll see scenes where like they'll just fucking move their arms like not for no reason, but it just feels unnecessary because it's been so many decades that you haven't seen them move like that. To see them move fluid again like human beings is almost eerie, because that was like season 1, season 2 tier types of like experimental animation, just trying to like dip your toes into like, well, what are we gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is the show? Like, as far like, to get artsy about it, it's like, what is the visual identity of this show? Like, man, like visual identity for Family Guy, for example, would be like the way they do the Marty McFly pose. Like, that pose that Marty has, like, and I'm convinced that like Seth pretty much swiped this pose from like Back to the Future. There's a pose that's like near identical to Peter's, like when he falls down and he has his arm like behind his back.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Marty McFly's in that identical pose, like I think like in the beginning of the movie when he's like waking up, and I'm like, huh. Like that's like, and I always like, I would love to ask, like, is that like intentional? Like, do you just love Back to the Future that much?
He is a fanboy. He did sneak and he snuck Doc Brown himself into his first live action movie.
I always think of that. I'm like, there has to be some anecdote out there. He's like, you know what? I want Peter to look like this, and they go to a Back to the Future clip, and it's like, I want that. I want to do that. Just do that.
Just to remind everybody, well, mostly Brayton and Luis, before the night's over, speaking of having our arms twisted behind our back under unfortunate circumstances, we got to talk about the rainstorm.
But the what?
The time we drove in the rain not too long ago.
Oh man.
Yeah, but go
How
on.
you describe it sounds like the most uninteresting conversation ever. Remember the time we drove in the rain?
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, if it was just that, I would agree. But it was like a ride.
Yes, Raph told me a fragment of the story off air, and it sounds like a scene from Plane, Trains, and Automobiles or something.
It was just
Okay.
it was just chaos. Like
Okay, so let me do the scene. Let me set it up for you with my word sandwiches.
Here, let me set it up. You're in the jungle, baby. You're gonna. I'll do that again.
I'm only happy when it rains.
Well, you and I were not happy when it rained that day.
Right. Okay. So yeah, let me save this quickly, and then I'll focus all our attention on the rain. Okay.
In Spain.
So yeah. So about 2 months ago, I think, Mark, our good friend Mark Rivers, wanted me to, I think, house sit his house while him and Cammy left for the weekend. And usually what I do is, because it's a lot safer, I just ask Luis to basically drive me to his house, and I pay him some money in return. And that's pretty much it. Nothing to think about. And it's worked out incredibly well. It saves Mark from having to pick me up all the way up, because he lives like really far. We're not going to give his exact address, but it's basically an hour
Quite
long.
far.
Yeah, it is quite
Lives
far.
on top of a mountain guarded by a dragon underneath the moon.
He is at the foot of a mountain. You're not wrong.
Oh my god.
Yeah, unfortunately,
you have to defeat several bosses on the way to his castle.
Oh yeah, there's like a blind guy with a flying guillotine, and then there's just a guy with a gun, but the gun talks. So.
Dude, the guy with the gun is secretly Calibos.
Oh my! I'll get you, Pegasus.
He just accidentally steals you. He's like, damn.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and we got to fight Calibos's vulture. Remember, it's a 2-for-1 deal. So,
But careful, not to drop his blood, because it turns into scorpions.
no, that was.
I want to
Medusa.
design like a Candyland board with all of this on it for my own amusement.
Okay.
And then we have to cross Fudge Mountain, and then.
Oh man.
Okay, but yeah, it is quite a trip through Los Angeles and all the way into the mountains. But it just works out better when I use Luis, because there is a bus route I can take, but that's going to be like, what, a 4-hour adventure, and I don't feel comfortable carrying all that stuff with me on a bus. So
It's a lot of stuff, dude.
yeah.
Didn't you ride the bus dressed as the Crimson Weirdo in your full attire?
No. I
Did you?
yeah. Well, no, I wasn't dressed as a Crimson Weirdo. I had
You're
his.
just dressed as yourself.
I.
Put the goggles on top of my head.
I'm
That's
secretly
not making
me.
the Crimson Weirdo.
No, I had the Crimson Weirdo and some extra props in a carry-on luggage case, the kind you like the big ones you take to the airport. But I couldn't fit the staff, so yeah, I was just normal me walking around with airport
Holy
luggage in one
shit.
hand and the Crimson Weirdo skull staff on the other hand.
So you're telling, because I know those Crimson Weirdo videos, because those are, well, yeah, Yeah, because you did them at Mark's.
Yes.
Wow, so you had to take all that stuff on a bus?
Yes, I did. So
Holy
Local
crap.
wizard Raffin Shoma.
Yeah.
He's spotted. You're a legend in your parts.
yeah, I think somebody did. I think a mother and his child did ask me. It's like, what's with the staff, and I just to avoid explaining everything and just
You're like, I'm on my way to a Screaming Jay Hawkins fan event. You know who Screaming Jay Hawkins is? I bet you don't. And then they turn around and
you in your mind.
You start putting a bone through your nose, and what's he doing, Mom?
like, it just starts belting out tune after tune.
Yeah.
Raph, if you only worked harder, you could become a cryptid in your own time.
I
Why don't
know.
you put forth the efforts?
I know. So yeah, but no. I basically told him I'm just like I just randomly told him I was a party magician. And it's like, oh, can you come to our party and stuff? It's like, I'm sorry, I'll be honest with you. This is for a stupid comedy sketch online. Oh, and then they stopped talking to me. So
It's like, oh, he's one of them.
yeah, but no, okay, so yeah, so because of situations like that, and because Mark now lives a lot further away than he used to, I just basically have Lewis drive me up there, and it's fun. We get to listen to music, we get to joke about stuff.
I was just about to say we have to get hot dogs next time. Or chili dogs. I forget what they were, but they looked very delicious.
Oh, that's right. Near his house, there was like a really cool. Okay,
There's
we'll talk about that in a moment. Okay,
off air.
So what
The
happened?
story has become the chili dog story.
Yes. So what happened was that about roughly 3 months ago, Mark wanted me to house sit for Cammy and for him and Cammy. Cammy is his wife. He's a really cool gal. She's also a friend, and she shoots lasers from her ears. Okay, no, one of those things aren't true, so she's not my friend.
We'll let you decide.
Yes,
She's not my friend ever since she stole Mark away.
yeah. We joked about that. That has been a joke. But no, there was a major storm coming into Los Angeles, and they said that it was going to be like an extreme storm, almost dangerous. So I had the idea that
Well, what the hell? Why not go anyway, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so it started on Wednesday and was supposed to last all weekend. So I figured, okay, what I'll do is maybe there's going to be a break in the weather, according to Amber Lee on KCAL News, my favorite weather girl. Never listen to her again.
You have a favorite weather girl?
Yeah, Amber Lee.
All right.
Well,
How
she's
many
cute.
photos of her do you have on your wall?
No, shut up. Anyways,
Betrayal.
yeah. Anyways,
Betrayal.
yeah. So she's the only one I watch. Anyways,
Oh,
great. You just made this
From your
awkward.
window?
Thanks for nothing, Brayton.
you don't have photos of her on your wall. You have like a whole planetarium experience of her around your house.
So, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, Jesus.
I don't know why I imagine that, and then in the corner there's just like a picture of Dr. Insane. It's like, why is this here?
You'll never know. I jump out the window to my death. Ah.
You may not like what you find.
You maniacs! Anyways, for crying out, the audience knows I had a bunch of crushes on Sailor Moon villains. I'm
On
okay.
Dr. Zayas.
Who
But not
wants-
just
who
not
wants to
not
kiss
well,
me.
actually no, not Dr. Zayas, but what was what was the name of what's his face's character in MST3K?
Oh, Dr. Bobo?
Bobo.
Dr.
Bobo.
Bobo. It's not
Yeah.
Dr. Zayas. It's for Dr. Bobo.
But I am Dr. Bobo, and Brayton is Observer.
Oh no.
I am brain guy. Yeah, that's
Mhm.
how that works. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I be Mike Nelson? I don't want to be
Oh, Mike Nelson is
Yeah.
the best. Yeah.
yeah.
So.
Okay, cool. I felt like that was always something like you were never allowed to say.
Well, Brayton has thoughts about that, but let's finish the Rain story first.
Mike Nelson is the best in show. Well,
Right?
in real life,
And he's like
the best.
the
I'll
handsomest
say that.
one.
Yeah.
Anyways, Amber Lee is hot, and I foolishly
Oh,
listened to
God.
her.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. I don't know.
What?
I don't know. I'm kind of partial to
Mike Nelson.
Mike Nelson.
Mike Nelson's weatherman reports. He doesn't wear a shirt when he does the news. When he does the weather in front of the green screen, he has the seats set up and everything. That's how I like to.
I'm a floating head. Ah.
It's Mike Nelson and oh man, his name escapes me right now. The guy that screams all the time.
Anywho,
Sam
okay.
Kinison.
Yes.
Yes, Sam Kid. No, besides no. The
Okay.
handsome Sam Kinison. What's his name? Your Hunter from the Future.
Oh, Rhett Brown?
There you go, Red Brown.
Yes. Okay. Anyways, okay. So,
Sorry.
according to the weather woman who remained nameless, there was there'd be a break in the weather on Thursday morning, which works out great. So, I had the brilliant idea, inspired by this deceitful siren of a woman, that
Go drive in the rain.
me and Lewis would like kind of beat the rain and just go ahead and drive to Mark's house early in the morning, roughly in the morning, like around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. And it was sprinkling a little bit outside. It was not sprinkling; it was kind of heavy rains, but it's like it's okay. We're gonna be out there. And like Lewis says, around that time, there's no traffic on Los Angeles, so the possibility of a truck hitting us is unlikely.
Yeah, we wanted a really good time. Like, no, you know what I've noticed though? Every time we go to Mark's, something weird has to happen. Always. Like, remember last time it was like the cat disappeared, except that it didn't.
Oh yeah. No.
Remember?
It's like Fluffy went outside for a little while, and I like to lock her up in the house while we're gone, so she doesn't get her ass beaten by all the other cats. Long story.
Remember there was that whole ordeal too. I forget what the other thing happened before that. But there's always been something like
Well, we were
unusual.
dating those two sisters in Vancouver, and one of them became a werewolf, and it just became complicated. So
I wish it was only that cool. It's always it's always borderline either like life threatening or monotonous. It's like, oh, okay, where's that cucumber that I bought at the grocery store? I need to eat that thing for dinner. It's like, where's my cucumber? The cat's missing. Oh, look, this like severe rain that's like coming out of left field now. Oh, let's go into some rocks.
yeah. So, anyways, we went on the highway, and for like the first half an hour, everything seemed okay. But then the rain started coming really heavily. And I like, this is something I always do whenever we go on a long trip. I always forget one major thing at the last minute. I forgot to get Mark's address. And Lewis, wonderful man he was like, don't worry, Raph, I have his address on my phone. There we go. Yeah. We know where we're going. Onwards to adventure and glory.
So I thought.
Yes, or that's what we thought. Okay, so... And, of course, we're listening to the Glue playlist, the never-ending Glue playlist that Brayton hates.
We're getting pretty close to, like, finishing it.
Well, what, the Glue playlist?
Yeah, because since we got lost, we took longer to get there.
Oh, yeah, but... Okay, so,
okay,
yeah, we were driving.
Real quick.
We were enjoying ourselves.
Do you remember when the car flipped?
Oh, I don't remember the car flipping. Oh, wait, no, that was another time we were on the highway.
Every time we go to Mark's, something weird happens. Because I've never seen a car flip. And it only was the time that we were going on the way there.
Yeah,
you and I were just like stunned because it looked like a film.
Yeah, exactly.
It was a car. It flipped. It flipped like it was going to transform into like magical princess or something. It took a twirl. I was like, wow.
Do you guys have to make a detour through the Universal Backlot stunt tour on the way to Mark's house?
I don't know what happens if like the ghost of Doug Adams is like just writing our lives for like 5 seconds here and there. But it just the weirdest thing. Because I'm telling you, it's like RNG. It's like, oh, okay, today's campaign, find a cat. Tomorrow's campaign is going to be nightmarish weather and rocks.
Okay, so
maybe a hot dog place that you might enjoy next time.
Okay, so and here's the funny thing: before we left on our fateful rain trip, separate from the car flipping trip, well, separate from the werewolf sisters, I had this weird gut feeling. I wanted to film footage of our trip and do it as content for YouTube.
Oh.
But then I was like, Raph, nobody gives a shit about your YouTube content. You don't need to film a journey with Lewis. You'll be okay. But then it was like a gut feeling saying...
What if you died, though? Then no one would know what happened.
Yeah. Exactly. But no, there was like...
I know, but I'd be a ghost.
Yeah, we'd both be ghosts. But no, there was like a little...
I think we even, I think we were even talking about how ghosts get tails that day too. Like, how does that work? We were talking about like, how does that work? Like, how do you?
Well, when the soul escapes its body like like smoke, so of course it's like when you stretch Play-Doh through a small hole, it's going to be like a weird tail.
Or
at the
like
end.
you squeeze toothpaste really hard and it's just a big glob at the front. But
Yeah,
then-
that too.
Because even Casper like has that dilemma where like they'll animate him like with a tail,
Mhm.
or they'll just give him those like like those like little Max Fleischer like feet. They're just like puffs.
See, my mom always told me I was born with a tail. As it turns out, they come after death.
Oh, darn.
Yeah. Didn't your parents ever tell you that? Like, just to freak you out when you were a kid, you had a monkey tail when you were born? And we had
Oh
to-
no, they told me that human beings used to have tails, but then they were lost, and that when I got older, we'll watch a movie called When Women Had Tails. So it was
My parents,
Really?
my parents also told me, wait here at the fire station. We'll be back in 5 minutes. And you see how that turned out.
thankfully got
No.
adopted by an identical set of otherwise strangers.
No,
Yeah, I don't remember a thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just being South American, but like ours were more like this like monster will get you kind of thing. Like the hairy hand will get you.
Oh.
Like the Spanish boogeyman, which is El Cucuy, that thing will get you.
Oh, Raph, show Lewis the video of you with your hand in the water, in the fake water. That'll scare the pants off of him.
Yeah, I'll do that before he leaves. So, but anyway, okay, yeah,
Okay, but back to your nightmare.
yes, our nightmare, our
Nightmare,
shared
This
nightmare.
show.
Okay, so,
Yes, man.
so it was like the opening of the.
Well, yeah,
Twilight-
there's no Mike Nelson here. Of course, it's a nightmare.
Who will coddle me in my dreams? Without Mike, I'm no one.
Yeah, no,
Orgo.
it was like the opening of the Twilight Zone movie. We're just enjoying tunes. We're driving through the weather.
God, don't say that. People died making that movie.
I know.
Wait, did you say movie or an episode?
The opening of the Twilight Zone movie, not the Twilight Zone movie itself. You know,
Okay.
the one where Dan Aykroyd eats up, oh god, the guy who co-produced The Simpsons. No, wait, wrong person. I'm mistaken. Anyways, tangent aside, so yeah, we're enjoying the tunes. We're just, just enjoying the music of Jack Hoxton and other disco beats. And then it's like the rain gets even heavier and more heavier to the point where now the highways are starting to not flooding, but starting to have puddles, and cars are like going back and forth and all that.
Yeah,
And it's like, and then Lewis is like, I guess we got to take this path to get into Mark's house. And it's like, okay, I guess we're trying a new path then. Yeah, don't worry, Raph. I think this has to related to the fact that I did door dashes, so we'll just take a little shortcut around his house or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So I thought.
bum bum bum. Okay, so we're in a suburban neighborhood, and it's a weird time of day where no one is there. I guess everyone is stuck in a cubicle or something. So it was like an abandoned neighborhood out of Last Man on Planet Earth, or whatever that Bill Hader show was. Not Bill Hader. What's his name? The other, MacGruber guy.
Oh, you know that guy has a fetish for pregnant women?
I feel a lot better about Amber Lee now.
True story. What is it? Will Forte.
Will Forte,
So,
yeah.
well, yeah. When I worked at Costco, I had a coworker who had a friend that dated Will Forte while she was pregnant, and that's how I found it. It's like, yeah, he really has a thing for pregnant women. I'm like, really, Will Forte? It's like, and when you think about it, like, did it like in Last Man or whatever that it was on Fox, right? Like.
Yeah.
I think Kristen Shaw like played a pregnant person in that show.
No, she was, from what I remember.
Or was she
Some
not-
call it a fetish. He calls it his forte.
Oh.
Oh god, I don't have the pun button on me. Damn it.
All right.
Okay.
And that was Albert Brooks in Twilight Zone, the movie.
Yes, thank you, Albert Brooks. Yeah, that's who I was thinking about. So he was also in
He's
real life.
amazing. I forgot he was in that.
Yeah, a lot of
I just
people-
remember Dan Aykroyd, because Dan Aykroyd, well, I guess the presumption is that he kills him at the start of the movie, and then he shows up as the ambulance driver at the end.
lame-o ending.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
cop out kind of.
Yeah. They should have blew
Dude,
up
that really terrified me as a kid. I was like, why am I watching this?
Yeah, exactly. So, anyways, so yeah, we're in the neighborhood.
So then a helicopter crashed and lawsuits.
Then I really enjoyed. No, just kidding.
Okay, so Lewis is like, I guess we kind of have the okay, I guess we'll just try to wink it and go out of the neighborhood. It's like, okay. Let me try to contact Mark since I know he's working at his house today. He works from home on certain days, and that was one of the reasons we saw leave and visit him.
Dude, tell him how you saw Christopher Lee in the gutter.
I don't remember that part. Yeah, you're gonna have to elaborate.
It was a slump in his career, okay?
No, it wasn't him in the gutter. What was it that like? I'm pretty sure neither one of you seen this movie, and it's totally fine. But that scene from The Stupids, where like I think it's like Christopher Lee's like the devil or something.
Oh
He's just
right, there's this lesser known movie called The Stupids where they think
with
this
Tom
elaborate
Arnold.
this elaborate conspiracy is all based on a Mr. Return to Sender or something.
Yeah,
And
I love
they
those. I love The Stupids. When it was announced it was a movie, I'm like, why? Who the fuck asked for this? Whatever, but yeah, that Christopher Lee scene kind of saves it.
yeah,
Carries
exactly.
a lot of it, if anything.
Yeah, no, I don't know where that came into the conversation, but yeah, that's another thing. I think we were just talking about like random tangents like we always do, and then we got lost. And before I know it, we're like in the middle of what looks like. I really don't want to say
like
this.
we're on the set of Meet the Applegates. Like those houses were so dude, bug people lived in those houses. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
That house was like too perfect. Either somebody was cooking meth
Mm-hmm.
or a bug person.
Yeah, no, it was like creepy, abandoned suburbia. So
It looked like a set of like those Ultraman shows you showed me recently. It looked like that. It looked like we were on the set, like we were just privileged enough to walk in on a set of that.
right.
Because it looked that abandoned.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't help that the minute we got out of the neighborhood, we went into like a really long
A
stretch.
nuclear explosion went off behind you, and that neighborhood vanished before your eyes.
Yeah.
And that's how Brother Voodoo came to be the man you know now.
I
Which
used
is a
an
real-
atomic bomb. And then dead.
Which is a real Marvel character.
Oh,
And I'm
okay. I thought we were talking.
And I'm upset that like Brother Voodoo gets like no, like, you know what I mean? Like we could be getting a Brother Voodoo movie right now. Like what gives?
I don't know.
Brother Voodoo is what I call Screaming Jay Hawkins during his latter years. That's
Right.
what I thought
Brother
was going
Voodoo.
on.
Okay, so anyways, we took a
His
really
esoteric phase.
yeah, we took a really long road out of the neighborhood, and then all of a sudden we were like in grassy knolls, grassy hills, following a bunch of other cars, and the rain was getting even worse. And-
Yeah,
and
it
then-
was.
yeah, and then we were.
It
and
really
then-
was.
And then it's like, I think we're close. Do you recognize any of these places? I think I recognize the buildings behind the hills over there. Okay. And then, I don't know, I think we got distracted again, as we always do, talking about the music.
Yeah,
And, how much you love Jack Hodgson, which is, you're the only one.
which is a lot.
Yeah, there's also me, but, I created the bastard, so. And then it's like, Lewis, yeah, Raph, where the hell are we? And it looks like, okay, Brayton, this is probably the best example I can do. Do you know all those like abandoned construction sites that they blew up cars in for Warrior of the Lost World from Mystery Science Theater?
I know them well.
Yeah, it looked like that, but even bigger and as far as the eye could see. And it just got worse and worse until it almost, I swear, we got to one point where it looked like you and me were driving through a gigantic ant maze.
At some point, like Tom Noonan's gonna come out dressed up as something to scare us.
Yeah, exactly. But it just, and it was not only that, but we're like, there was like.
So at what point during this trip did you guys lose your map? When did you?
Oh no, it was worse. We were like using cell phones for the wrong address. We'll get to that in a moment. But it's like, and then from like regular traffic cars, we were suddenly surrounded by like giant construction trucks and trucks holding multiple car beds.
That's when we were on the set of Total Recall at that point. So I was just like, gee, what is this becoming?
I know, and the
like...
rain was getting even worse and worse and worse. And then we were behind this like SUV, this black SUV that just was running so fast before us that was tailgating a truck before it, and it was splashing in the water so hard that pebbles and mud water hit our windshield.
I think at some point, to calm you, because you were like, Raph was not having it. He was like, I don't like. Well, I mean, like,
yeah, go ahead, tell them.
I would look if I was a passenger. I don't, if I was a passenger, witnessing all of that, I would not be having a good time either.
Mm-hmm.
So I think to cheer you up, I was like, any minute now, John Goodman's gonna come out of that ground because that's how wet and muddy it was.
Yeah, and it wasn't. Was it thundering?
It cheered
was
you
it just
up. It
heavy
distracted you a
rains?
little bit.
Yeah.
So that helped.
Okay. I really started to get more panicky later on, but yeah, I was starting to freak out a bit, especially.
Yeah, you were not. Yeah, you. I felt so bad.
Yeah. No, go ahead, tell them how bad I got, but.
Yeah, you got really. Again, I had to pull a Raising Arizona joke out of my ass to save you.
Yeah, no, and then and then we start going under like huge train bridges and tunnels beneath them.
Oh my god, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and there were like and so much abandoned construction sites too, including tons of vans and motorhomes where somebody's sleeping in there.
Yeah.
Probably a contractor or something who will never see his family again until the rain stops.
It's like it was like a Cormanian dream. Like you can film like 8 movies where we were at basically. There was like so many the equivalent of sets basically. Like it just everything was different every 5 seconds.
Yeah,
it was really weird.
Yeah, no, it was like a real post-apocalyptic wasteland. It's like I didn't even know California had places this bleak and horrible. I know that like outside city limits it gets a little weird, but it still looks like gardens and towns.
It's like not to reveal because I don't want to reveal too much of like where we live and where we are, but like it just imagine it's not so much desolate, but it's like California has unusual pockets of areas where you're just like, this isn't necessarily like ghost town here or anything like that, but it does look pretty like what's the word, out of place. There's just so many out of place locations in California the further you go like away from city. Anywhere that you're near a mountain, you're gonna find like unusual activity or an unusual neighborhood, just not by placement.
Yeah,
like by unusual placement. Like, why is there a neighborhood next to this ungodly thing? You know what I mean? Like, why are you next to a pit? Like, why are you next to a cliff or something like that? It's just very weird.
Yeah, but no, it was we were like in post-apocalyptic rainland. And at some point we kept going under multiple train bridges, wooden bridges, where we were saved from the rain, but then you had huge waterfalls of leaking water.
If we were like somewhere like safer, like if we were in a van, it would be much cooler, and if we were allowed to take our time to take it all in.
No, we were like a little fish in a sea of like trucks, crazy people, and rain.
And the type of traffic like that you get like going to Marks is like crazy, like compared to like, again, like city traffic, because city traffic doesn't move, it just stays in one place. But like going away from city traffic is like a whole nother universe.
Yeah,
whole nother universe, dude. It's
exactly.
Like it's fun.
Like at some
when
point,
it's not raining.
Yeah, it was like at some point, I swear we were like in the middle of like an 8-level highway of just trucks and mud.
Yeah, we're in the universe where Judge Doom pretty much got his way, killed everybody. He's like, well, here's my freeways.
As far as the eyes can see. Oh my God, it's beautiful. And it's like every time we went under a bridge and we're getting hit by these waterfalls of just water, I started making jokes. It's like, welcome to Construction World at Walt Disney. There's the $1 billion Mike Starr animatronic. It's like, I make bullshit.
It's a Yul Brynner with a yellow construction hat with a rock pick. He's a construction guy, but he has a rock pick for some reason.
Exactly. He's only designed to help build things, not to kill people. Yet he's going to kill us.
He's the equivalent of a robot master from Mega Man. He's just going completely rogue.
Construction Man, but which is Guts Man, but whatever. Little known fact: Guts Man is supposed to be a construction robot. But yeah, okay. So we kept going through all these insane places, and then we had to pull. I think we pulled to the side.
We did, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, what the hell is going on? Where are we? It's at some point it's like I even said, oh my God, we ended up in a parallel universe where mankind has mined everything to oblivion.
I get outside and check in on Raph, and Raph is like, and knitting and knitting and knitting.
Okay, so Lewis looks at his phone and it's like, oh shit, I think I know what the problem is. What is it, Professor Lewis? Illuminate us.
if my coconut is correct. Holy crap, dude! It's
oh my
so
God.
bad.
Yeah, so Lewis says, dude, so usually when I drop you off, I do a couple of door dashes around Mark's place. I totally got one of the wrong address. So
Yeah,
we
like
were
a
in
dumbass. I'm like, I thought I was confident
Mm-hmm.
in that I had the right address.
Yeah,
Turns
and I
out
was
didn't.
confident that you had the right address.
So yeah, I did until I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, so now it was time to call Mark and get the correct address.
This lesbian bar doesn't have a fire escape.
Yeah.
Enjoy your death trap, ladies.
I know. I don't remember Mark living in the middle of a pit.
Why is there a Sarlacc here?
Oh my God, why is Cammy riding that bulldozer? Die, Raph, die. He's mine.
Look, I've driven all over like LA. I've never seen that portion of LA ever.
Yeah, I know.
And nice to know that it exists, but
I don't,
yeah.
I don't drive, but I've piggybacked with a lot of other people on cars.
Yeah, you've definitely seen a lot of locations too, but like, yeah, no.
Yeah,
I've never seen that though.
Yeah, no, I'm guessing this is where they're gonna make like the secret buildings when Los Angeles explodes, and this is where all the rich people go into the giant underground super domes outside the city.
All rich people over here, V lizard people over here.
Yes, exactly. The crazy robot who freezes people, you stay guard.
Don Rumsfeld's like, oh, wrong line.
Yeah. Okay, so we're calling Mark, but it's like really heavy rains, and Mark, God bless Mark, but he's like, hey dude, where are you? Are you gonna be here soon? It's like, I gotta open the window for the door for you, and it's like, oh dude, we're lost. What do you mean you're lost? It's like, well, how bad is it? We're in post-apocalyptic B movie land. Is it like Mad
you're
Max?
just on the second level of no one escapes Mark's alive.
Like Fred Williamson might as well be waving at us somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. So after like 5 minutes of like trying to explain the situation to Mark, it's like, dude, it's like, that's weird. Or is there like leather-bound Australian guys around?
Like, seriously, like it was just so bad, dude. But
I know.
eventually we did get there though, which was really good.
Yeah, but no. Here's another. Yeah, here's another. What is it, Brayton?
What? I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay,
I'm riveted.
Okay, but yeah, so we got onto we got back into civilization on this really long road, but at that point, all the water was starting to make like running rivers at the side of the gutters, and it's like I just
that was actually really pretty because
Yeah.
like there was a point where we got into like a neighborhood. Because well, I don't know how close. Well, maybe, but long story short, like a lot of that area, like near it, either looks like or is, because again, I don't necessarily. It could be the area where they filmed ET. Because I know we were near that area because when I used to do Uber, I used to do that type of like tour. You pay me a couple bucks, I pull up like locations on my phone, and then I'll I'll lock them all together. Like, if we're gonna, so like point like D would be probably like to get back to the hotel, right? So then I would put in like the Terminator underpass, like where they're playing their chicken fight like down there.
Yeah.
And that kind of like what is storm drain, whatever you call that thing. And then we'll go to the Sherman Oaks Mall where they filmed like chopping mall and like everything under the sun.
Yeah.
Right. Like I even think Wonder Woman 84 like recorded a portion there, I think too. So I'll go there. We'll go we'll go to the 76 in Jurassic World. I'll even take you there. I'll take you to Randy's Donuts for Iron Man. So it's like I would usually do that for like tourists and stuff, but either it was that or we were near it. I couldn't really tell you anymore because but it was very reminiscent of that. It was a very gorgeous neighborhood.
Yes, but yeah,
it was the kind of neighborhood I like.
Yeah, but no, we were finally back in civilization. We're going hopefully the right road down the Marks. And it's like I was like at this point I was like more calmed down because we're outside of War of the Lost World land. with the Mike Star and the Yul Brenner robots no longer trying to kill us.
We outrun them.
Yeah. So, but no, it's like it's
We're
like
in
at
future
this,
world now.
yeah, but no, this was a sweet moment because this was like Lewis was still a little panicky, but he was also concerned for me. I was like pointing at the river water next to the car. It's like, look, there's river water. Should we be a concern? And you were like, dude, it's okay. We're out of the nightmare.
Well, yeah, man, because that thing was brutal, dude. You were just not having fun. So
I
was like,
know,
all right,
I know.
We gotta get out of there.
Yeah, that's why I had to make jokes about actor Mike Starr just to kind of keep my sanity. I mean,
Yeah,
bullshit.
that's when we eventually found that hot dog place. I was like, oh, I'd never seen this before.
Yeah. So on the way to Mark's house, there's like a small hot dog place, and yeah, we may end up seeing that later in May because I'm supposed to be house sitting them. No, I'm going to be seeing them for Monster Palooza again. But yeah,
okay, cool.
no, it looks like a really cool hot dog place. So yeah, thank you, Lewis. You remind me we're gonna go there, and that's like
we definitely have to we have to leave a little bit earlier just to like eat and just. I want to take it all in. I don't want to like just eat in the car.
No, yeah, definitely, yeah. So no, we have a little bit of a hot dog date in the future. Thank you, Lewis. But yeah, we finally get.
Anytime I can eat a hot dog, I'll make whatever I have. Do whatever I have to do. So.
Yes, but the story's almost over. So we finally get to Mark's house. It is pouring. It's still pouring dogs and cats, and it's like, okay, Mark, we've decided that we're in the back of the car. Can you just open the garage so we can just come and see you? It's like, oh, I'll come and see you. What? I guess there's static on his phone. Yeah. So, hey, man. Anyways.
Mark was transforming on the inside.
He was cocooning.
Mark Rivers woke up to find himself a giant dolphin.
Like the Thing, the special effects, his head splits open. I'm okay. I promise. I'm not gonna hurt anybody.
I'm definitely not gonna turn into a dog eventually.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we're there waiting for him at the garage, but he, in like this elaborate like see-through anime umbrella, is in the front yard, and he has to he walks all around his huge apartment complex, his condominium, I should say, to realize that we were not in the front yard because we wanted to avoid getting him wet. But he decided to take the long way around. It's like, oh, dude, there you are. It's raining bad, isn't it? So he opens the garage. We go in the garage. We offload stuff. Lewis takes a little break. We all kind of, we're finally here. Everything's gonna be okay. It's like, Lewis, you want to wait until the rain dies down? It's like, yeah, I think that might be a good idea. And then 2 minutes later, like a joke out of an episode of The Simpsons.
Oh yeah,
the rain stops. The clouds magically part, and it's literally orange sunlight pierces through in the late afternoon.
Like, no joke, it really did turn into like that satire Simpson-y trope or that trope of like all the misery's over. All right, pull out the clouds and the rainbow.
You survived my greatest test.
But seriously, dude, I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah, I don't think I screamed it, but in my head, I was like, and forgive me for what I'm about to do, it's like, you screw me! What the hell?
Like, seriously, I was like, you put us through all that. I'm like, well, all right, fine.
I know, and then it's like all the weather reports online. It's like, guess what? The storm went small.
It was, you know what's funny? It was like that. Did it rain here this week for you guys? Like for you, Ralph?
It rained on Saturday. Yeah, for me, I'm in my neighborhood.
Yeah, like it wasn't supposed to rain. It wasn't supposed to rain, but then it rained anyway, and then it rained really hard, and then it just like stopped out of nowhere. It was just one of those. It was just like, what the hell, like. But yeah, no, I mean that's I never want to deal with that again. That was not. It was fun to experience once. Man, it never happened again.
I know, but yeah,
I'll take a car flip any other day. Car flips at least like, I mean, hopefully that person was alive, but I mean,
yeah, we'll get to the car flipping story. That's much shorter, but yeah. There I was thinking I was a genius, making my brilliant plans with my secret lover Amber Lee, Weather Girl, and it just yes, I said it. Get that image in your head. A little champagne, yeah. But no, but yeah, and then all of a sudden it's literally like that episode of The Simpsons with the plow cane, where it's like, together, Barney, we can, no, not even God will stop us. And
Oh
he's got
yeah,
the-
it's like,
oh yeah.
and he just like melts everything.
I know, and it was just perfect, beautiful sunny weather for the rest of the day, and I was like mentally and spiritually kicking myself in the back, going like, ah.
But did you have a good house sitting at least?
Yes, of course I had a good house sitting. It was a wonderful experience. I'm sad we never recorded these unseen monstrous lands of Los Angeles.
You know what? The video wouldn't do it any justice. Let the people have their own Prometheus tier take of what it may have looked like.
Yeah.
Let them have their own interpretation. You interpret this however you'd like. There's no wrong answers here.
Yeah, so yeah, and Lewis is like, you know, I drive into the sunset, and that was the last I saw of you. So, but
Brayton,
yeah,
have you seen Prometheus, Brayton?
No, but I think we have a new board game for Hasbro, the Hasbro company, right here. I think we need to.
what is it called? Two dopes in the ring.
No, you'll never make it to Mark's Alive, and you have a bunch of little plastic pieces that you can set up. You have a little plastic piece for you and him. It's like the Life game, you know how they have like little people you can put in the cars.
Yeah,
and it's like a little you and Lewis right there, and you pick up hitchhikers along the way. And then Mark's house is just this giant like fun house with his face.
You know what I'm actually dying to try? There's a Super Mario version of the Game of Life.
Oh.
I'm curious to see what's supposed to be.
Well, with all the pizza that Italian bastard eats, it's probably a pretty short play.
But, you know, like, because if I remember correctly, like Game of Life has like divorce, babies, and all that other stuff. So it's like, how does that work with the Super Mario characters? Are you just grabbing toads? Like,
I know Will Forte will get really horny about it.
he's like, oh look, Super Mario Brothers, Game of Life.
I live in a closet. I'm Will Forte. No, he literally did a sketch where he was like this bizarre little goblin creature who lives in the closet and like helps
Did he
people
really?
organizes things.
Oh, you know what you reminded me? Like, after watching SNL 50 and like just looking at reviews and stuff and retrospectives, because like I think I brought this up last time, but like I was watching I don't know if they put out new stuff recently, unless like YouTube's like rethrottled like everything I subscribe to.
Yeah.
But I was watching an SNL retrospective channel, and they pretty much go through like every season.
Right.
But
oh yeah, that's a really. I know which channel you're talking about. That's a really good one.
You know, my takeaway from that channel is, though they don't say it, is that like everybody really hates SNL. Like if there's it seems like a majority of people like just find like everyone has a season to just outright hate. Like on a crazy level. It's like, and if it's not the audience that hates it, it's like the critics just really hate that season.
Yeah.
They just have like, these people are never gonna go anywhere. They're dumb or whatever. It seems to be for everybody on SNL. It's like it's almost like a cruel irony, because like so many people find it to be prestigious to be on SNL. But it seems like everyone around it just has like a hard time has just a hard time enjoying it.
I know it's like Doctor Who fans. They really hate the people when they're on, unless it's David Tennant, then they all cream their jeans, literally and figuratively. But the minute David Tennant is incredibly beautiful. But no, the minute they leave, they the minute they leave, all of a sudden everyone cries foul. It's like, we miss them so much. And it's like, even the current cast, there's really nobody of note there.
You're right. Doctor Who does this too. Holy shit, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, the minute they leave, everyone's going to be all sad about them going. So
I don't get it. Like, I really don't get it. But you know, it's just taste. It's taste, but it's like, I mean, I think you guys understand this too. Like, there's pop culture that's like, okay, yeah, sometimes it doesn't land, but then there's like certain pieces of pop culture that people just like venomously like just hate, and I'm just, and it's like, even when I do get it, I'm like, I don't do that, but it's like, I get why you're this like psychotic over it, I guess.
I know. It's like the weird thing with Katy Perry right now. It's like people, it's just like America has like weird love-hate relationship with her. I'm indifferent. But it's like, she went to outer space, didn't behave as
She didn't
badly
go
as
to
Jack.
outer space. She touched she didn't make full penetration, Raph. They didn't. It's lame. It's only a tease. You know, they didn't even break the very hymen of the atmosphere.
And the worst part is, I didn't even get a blowjob. Like, I don't know if you guys watch Big Mouth, but there's like a scene in Big Mouth. One of the characters is like, and I didn't even get a blowjob. He's like,
That's what Shatner was saying when he got back and was, no green women at all up there.
They lied to me. All I got was this weird looking cat girl.
Oh, speaking of Star Trek, that's another one too. People have like a venomous relationship too with the films.
I know. Well, it's
The
not
films are ones that are just like people really love them or people just really hate them, and I'm just like, I don't get it. That's one I do get, but then I'm like, I don't really want to participate in this one either. Like because I get that like Star Trek as a film becomes a bit colder, I guess. If cold's like a right word. Because it does get a bit more serious, but it's like, I don't know, maybe because like I started watching the films before I ever started watching the show.
right.
So maybe because of that, I have a heavier bias to like not really jump on the bandwagon of hatred. Because it's like, to me, what you guys hate about the films, because I've heard many people complain about that. It's like, the films feel kind of sterile. They feel like Star Trek as an episode, but like with all extra bells and whistles. And I'm like, I mean, yeah, that's what it is. But it's like, I don't see why you would hate that though. But I guess if you're nostalgic for just whimsical, philosophical, like fascist Kirk or whatever, like, yeah, I get that, like, those films don't address any of that. Maybe like Wrath of Khan kind of dances with that concept, but you could see how much it deviates from the episode. They're tonally different.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They're like, but one's a follow-up, to a very, I guess, I mean, I wouldn't call it silly, but I would think it's pretty exciting. Like, I find that episode to be exciting. Like, just like Batman 66. People claim that that's silly, but like, I find them to be exciting. But again, that's why I understand like their hatred for this, because it's like, okay, I understand Batman 66 because that's what I first watched before films or anything else. And then you jump into Tim Burton, and you're like, okay, this is something extremely different, but I'm still lucky enough to be a kid where it's like I can't form a venomous opinion yet. You know what I mean? I don't have that cynicism in me yet. So it's like, to me, like, these are two things I can play with still. Right.
Yeah.
But I guess when you're an adult, like these, but I think that's why Doctor Who gets it too then. And I guess to a weirder extent, SNL, but I don't know. It's just funny because like to always think about how much people hate, like, I hate this season. It's like, and I look back at it, I'm like, it seems like everybody's hated every season. Like everyone's just like, this Adam Sandler guy's not going to make it. Chris Farley's not, like, they always have something awful to say about
Brayton at this
like,
point
everyone.
would say something like Chris Farley didn't make it.
Well, well, no, because like I forgot. I think it was Adam Sandler that said it.
Oh God, could you imagine like a '90s version of the Minecraft movie with Chris Farley instead of Jack Black? And
oh my God!
If the movie was made back then, that's who it would have been. Obviously.
Oh God!
Can you imagine that? Like
the square pig from
Chicken Jackie,
dude, and it's like Chris Farley going like Chicken Jockey, like just screaming. Oh my God! And he's just like falling on like animals and
oh my God!
And then they're all like terrifying puppets, like the square pig from Space Truckers.
Holy shit! And instead of
This
Jason
is the greatest
Momoa,
film ever made.
it would have been Matthew Perry.
Yeah.
It pretty much would have been Almost Heroes, but Minecraft.
Oh my God.
It would have been. I mean,
To the
I can't
interdimensional
see
time
Mike
machine.
Myers being that.
Right.
No, if not, well, actually, no. Would it have been David Spade? Or would have they been ballsier and gotten Dana Carvey instead? Because he's a bigger ticket.
Yeah, or Phil Hartman could have played like the real estate agent that the the lady is playing in the movie.
Oh,
I don't know what this land is all about, but it's filled with square things.
This is why I advocate so much for AI at this point. It's like we could just do this. We just make these things.
Right. So
I'm
but-
just saying, like, I know the Tesseract's a very dangerous thing in the wrong hands, but in the right hands, you can make cool stuff. I'm just saying.
No, AI is. I fully support it existing for the purpose of shit posting and things.
right.
Well, you know what? You know what? I'll say this though. AI is getting to a point now where, in the circle of animation, you can in between with it now. And though though my circle of art friends are a bit negative Nancy's, like my theory is that, God willing, like a studio says, you know what, we will bring back the layout process, and we'll just have time to focus on like other more artsy. In a way, this is kind of what would have benefited John Kay if he didn't go the way that he did, because
Oh boy, yeah.
I'm just saying, like,
Not just production wise, but other reasons.
well, I'm pretty sure the audience and you guys already know that path that he chose to be in, but not just him, but so many, like, imagine Richard Williams. Okay, let's not use let's not use John Kay. I'll use Richard Williams. He hasn't done anything that we know about, but Richard Williams
Other than being anal retentive.
But can you imagine how Thief and the Cobbler would have came out if he was alive? Like, and who's to say that somebody doesn't do something with it now? What if we get it? What if we get an updated version of the Cobbler cut with AI now? I mean, there's so many things even with like, we can, who knows what you can do now with feeding AI Vincent Price voice. Like, there's just so many things we can do with this now. It, again, in the right hands.
Yeah, in the right hands.
In the right hands,
I did an AI Vincent Price voice for an introduction for one of our movie graveyard shift things, if you recall, Raph, one of our Halloween things, and it is fun. But I always just go back to, my problem isn't the people who use a Studio Ghibli filter to do a cute picture of their dog. That's harmless. That's harmless. That's whatever. They're not making money off it. It makes them feel good, and that's for their own amusement. And that's fine.
Sure, yeah.
My problems are the corporations and the tech bros who are.
Oh yeah, they're
weaponizing
gonna ruin it for
than-
sure. No, I mean, well, yeah, they don't have any creativity. Of course, they're gonna ruin it.
Yeah,
Like,
it's just all about the use, all about the people using it.
yeah,
and-
that's like, if anything, like, again, this is maybe my hopeful theory, but I'm pretty sure Hollywood right now is like not happy with it.
Yeah.
Because now you're letting the people be creative. What purpose do you have now?
Yeah,
I don't have.
I'm a
you.
little more. Yeah, I'm just going to quickly
Do
say
whatever
this.
I want now.
Yeah, I'm going to quickly say this just to put my stance out there. I'm a little more salty towards AI than you guys are, but I do agree with you that as an assist tool to independent creators, it can be beautifully done. But yeah, the whole tech bro thing really is annoying, and we just got off all the insanity with NFTs. Now we got to deal with this. It's like great. So
yeah, that really was our digital. That was like this era's like pet rock. It was a popular thing.
Oh, don't disgrace the name of Pet Rocks with that.
But it just came and went. If it has any purpose or will serve any value, it's definitely not right now. I can tell you that much. Like what is it? Web 3.0? Like it's there, but it's not appetizing to anybody. Not on a massive scale. That's why you get like the joke. That's why you get those like Zuckerberg memes where it's like like you're in the VR but you have no legs and stuff like that. Like we're not even remotely close like to having something like on a
Ready Player One.
We're not Ready Player One yet. You know what I mean? We're getting there. Fortnite scarily gets us there every day with like, we're licensing this now and this now. I'm like, we pretty much are Ready Player One at this point. Like, we will take your pick. You can go to you could be a Blade Runner, you could be a Ready Player One. That's how they'll say it too. They'll just monotonize the term of like, you could be Blade Runner. Like, what does that even mean?
You can go
like
ice
noodles in
skating
the
with
rain,
LeVar Burton. And Batman.
You know that LeVar Burton has he didn't land the Jeopardy gig, but so he has like a competing game show, Trivial Pursuit. They made that into a game show that he hosts now. Yeah.
What a shame to not get LeVar Burton. Like,
I
he's
know.
a personality.
Well, I mean, that just for anything. If when in doubt, get LeVar Burton. I say.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Yeah.
I don't know what the problem was. They selected a guy who was a producer or something.
Well, there's your answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I was killing that guy. Was a
yeah, he had the knives in from the start, but I just don't understand their whole that whole weird auditioning process then that they had for a while.
I think because it's one of those things where it's like, see, this is what I mean by like, you have a power now to do whatever you want creatively, and the studio has to sit there like just eating it, because what you just brought up right now, like, why would you have an audition process if you knew a producer was going to get it? And the answer is because you weren't supposed to know that, but because entertainment has the loosest lips in the world, it's like, okay, well, it's out and we're just going to be shameless about it. Like, what are you going to, in other words, though they're not saying it, they're indirectly saying, well, what are you going to do about it? What's LeVar Burton going to do about it? Fuck him. Like, we didn't get him. Yeah.
What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah. What do you want? But yeah, it's LeVar Burton then taking Trivial Pursuit instead, which thankfully, all right, cool. He's got a paycheck. He's gonna eat. He's gonna be alive, and then hopefully somebody's gonna like.
He got the eye replacement surgery at the end of.
He's fully functional, but like
he brought back Data, his best friend. I mean, Data. I'm sorry.
Data, you son of a. Oh.
The doctor told me to say it that way.
You son of a lore.
But who's to say we don't Quentin Tarantino it up out in the real world with AI and all sorts of things, and say, you know what? Maybe I work a couple extra shifts. Maybe I just do this, get a cameo. I don't know if LeVar Burton does cameo, but it's like, what if I just do some voice lines for my project? That's if you're small. If you're big, yeah, you should get him. He's a name. He's a great name too.
Oh my god!
And he's very, he's got chops.
Yeah, if I do more internet videos, maybe I should open a Cameo.
I remember seeing that for numerous videos that I watched, especially with poor Kevin Conroy, R.I.P. They whenever there would be like a comic book channel or something, and I would pop on a video. A lot of the times, it would be a very clearly done cameo that he recorded for somebody saying, "Watch Spunky Pants McGuire channel."
Yeah, no, I used to watch Bienfuso for all his like Batman stuff. And...
That's who I think it was.
That's exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, the guy with the very abrasive is like New York's or what is sort of the northeastern accent in a lot of his videos.
Yeah, it might have been Bienfuso.
This channel's not for fucking kids. So let me talk about Batman the animated series.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was pretty much Bienfuso.
Yeah.
Like it's
if you're a kid, fuck off.
Never talking about Spider-Man friends.
Oh man, I don't. You know what? I'm just gonna say it. That reminds me of Jamie Deluxe's channel.
Who is Jamie Deluxe? Because
Jamie Deluxe sounds like another person you were obsessed with, Raph, if you don't mind me saying. Amberly and Jamie Deluxe.
No, Jamie Deluxe is like if you're into like conspiracies and like Hollywood blind bag stuff. Like that's Jamie. Okay. I don't go for the conspiracy stuff. I definitely love his Hollywood stuff though. Oh, dude, I again, this is a bit darker of a channel, but I do like it if you like historical dark Hollywood stuff.
Baby murder.
Raph couldn't even handle me telling him that Danny Thomas liked to have women shit on his table. I don't think he's gonna handle any darker.
Yeah, and was it Desi Arnaz, Danny Kaye?
Well, no, not Danny Kaye. Danny Thomas. Danny Kaye was an innocent. There was somebody.
No. Was it the rumor about Danny Kaye too? Because he was so innocent.
I don't think so. That always happens with the innocent one. I mean,
I love
like your own medicine, Brayton.
No. Brayton, I also love I think we've had a conversation about Danny Kaye last time on the podcast.
Danny Kaye is a sweet.
No, he's a sweetheart. No, I would never. That would be like Mr. Rogers having that kind of.
There was somebody. I don't think it was
the tattoos though.
There was somebody. I don't think it was Desi Arnaz, but it was someone of that era and of the TV fame who used to like you would cover him in butter and have people like throw meat at him.
Yeah,
I recall that being a thing.
Well, but
everybody has their thing.
No, but Hollyweird. So this other channel, Hollyweird Babylon, it did a video recently on the tragedy of the like the young adult heartthrob. So James Dean, like how the death of James Dean just spiraled like so many other deaths, and just like negative consequences, like for Elvis, for example, like. Because of James Dean dying and Elvis doing like 2 films, people would trash the shit out of him. They're like, "Oh, like Elvis is coming for like Dean's corpse. Like, who's this hick? Who's this hick that thinks he's gonna be the next James Dean?" And poor fucking Elvis, like he's just like, "What the fuck? I'm not trying to take anybody's fucking place. What the fuck are you talking about?" In an interview, he's just like, It's like I'm not trying to take over anybody. I admire James Dean. Like he's the whole reason. Like I want. He's part of the reason why I wanted to have a career. And so it's just like it's just basically like this guy's basically like deconstructing like how shitty just like the rags were back then, and like just how they would just force this like, okay, James Dean's like just died right now. Who owns the rights to the name? Because this is a guy who's an orphan. Like who like does Warner Brothers like own it? Like who owns this guy's like identity now?
Yeah, James
so it just
Dean. Yeah, no, it sounds like James Dean was one of the studio lot orphans.
Well, and with the lovely help of AI, he'll be starring in another movie soon.
Right? Well, I'm sure he was in Space Jam 2, like shoehorned in somewhere.
Yeah, he's just some.
You're tearing me apart, Lola.
Yeah, he's like one of the creepy extras in the background, just like yay, ha ha, ho ho. I'm sad. Ha, ha, ho ho, yay.
It's funny too. Like I didn't know that James Dean started out as like a Bible actor, like a biblical actor person, like for those like Dove films and stuff for their time. So I forget for what. I think it was for like the Resurrection of Christ. Like I think he plays John the Apostle. He plays somebody pivotal. And he built such a fan club, like that he would actually go visit these people in his like Christian fan club. he was just like he was a wholesome dude. Like as far as we know, he wasn't beating anyone or like like putting wine bottles in people or whatever. Like what I mean, like
or making weird cartoons about heads and buckets.
Who was that?
John Kay.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, ass.
Yeah, no. See, I deviated from that whole reason, and you wanted to go right back in.
Weirdos. Anyways, Weather Girl Amber Lee. Own it, Raph.
Why is there a picture of Dan Aykroyd here?
Oh no!
And it's specifically the one from My Stepmom's an Alien.
Oh my goodness! So, and I jump out the window again.
It's like, my stepmom's an alien? Las Pink Chiquitas? Does he want to tell me something? Is there a pizza cooking that I don't know about? It is Saturday night after all.
Yeah, but by the way, just to read, like, we're probably past everyone's bedtime right now, but I just want to read a couple of comments here quickly. Goji Shea says Sailor Moon women, Eldrad, the rock woman from Doctor Who, Madam Woe. That's just some of Raph's crushes that I know. And then Kaiju Commander replies, "Yeah, I have my concerns as well." Okay, so
I would like to point out too of the classic era that Errol Flynn was an unsavory character. If there
was he really?
Yeah, notoriously there were things of him tormenting people on set. He was a horrible drunk. He broke up Abbott and Costello, supposedly.
No.
Yes, because he invited. This was after they broke up one time, got the band back together, and this is right before Lou died. He invited everyone over to a party at his house. Lou brought his wife there with him. I think Abbott was the one who passed on the invitation for him to come, and Laurence Olivier got hammered, shit-faced, and showed nothing but hardcore stag films with Lou Costello, him and his wife there, and that tore them apart. He stole John Barrymore's corpse.
No,
as a prank.
What?
Yes.
How has nobody made a movie about Errol Flynn's life?
Well, it's called The Rocketeer. At the end, he dies.
Exactly right. That's what I was going to say. I choose to say that was fact.
Yes. So yeah. I bet like in hell, Harold Flynn is like, "Oh, what's this Rocketeer movie we're watching today?" Oh my god!
Holy shit! That's really disappointing to hear. Holy shit!
Please
I did not know that.
Yeah, Errol Flynn died in obscurity, or he had like a really horrible stroke or something.
Wow.
I think it was just a basic heart attack.
Oh.
I mean, because when you think of Errol Flynn, that's like the last thing I would ever think about. I think of him as like a wholesome guy.
Oh no! He was
apparently
he was a very violent person on set and would abuse his actresses that he was playing against. I think even Olivia de Havilland, who was the sweetest old lady ever, had like horror stories of him on Robin Hood, just showing up plastered and spiking people's like drinks and catering and things. Just not a pleasant.
Good lord, dude! That's just how you know, like, evil never really dies. The comic books are right.
Oh, that's
They
how
were
Harold-
right the whole time.
Yeah, Harold Flynn died that way. The studio was everyone on the studio lot was chasing him. Evil dies tonight. And he's like, oh shit.
And then Errol Flynn's like, quick, help me, monster from Angry Red Planet. Okay, here I come. Leave my drunk friend alone. Step 9. Step 9.
Harold Flynn. So. Oh my god. So I'm gonna quickly read this. Earlier, Kaiju Commander says, Raph, I got some name suggestions for your last Pachishoma, quotation marks. Jagged Jade, Big Bad Beetle Brat, and Green Stagson. Okay.
I like those.
Okay.
That was
Yeah.
very well thought out.
Yeah, I kind of like Jagged Jade myself, but Big Bad Beetle Brat is obviously funny. So
Yeah.
if you're stupid. Anyways, let's talk about Harold. Let's dish on rag on Hollywood actors being creepy.
Well, that Mickey Rooney, you know.
All they want to do is talk about this.
The Errol Flynn fan club.
Yes.
Ordered again.
They did it, those sons of bitches. I knew it. Okay, apparently we're reconnected. So, yeah.
All right.
So, Brayton, you want to tell Lewis the sad story of...
See, you bring these things up and then you turn it over for me to relay the message.
You tell stories better. It took me 8 hours.
It's a very cut and dry.
Go on. Oh, God. Is he gone? Am I alone? Hello?
Mark Zickery, who was trying to probe him about, like, oh, these shows are important. You know, they want to hear what you have to say. No, they don't want to hear anything from me. No, the kids, the younger generations, they buy these discs and they don't. Do you think they're watching this? Oh, they care about our sexy things. A direct quote from his. He sounds like the saltiest pirate on earth.
I don't blame him for saying shit like that because that's pure projection from Mickey's.
This is Santa Claus.
Yeah, but he was notorious for like fucking everything that walked, dude. Like,
yeah.
So that's why it doesn't surprise me that he would say some shit like that. That man just like lived to breed. That was it. He was just half man, half pocket fox, and that was it.
Do you think that's why he was so sad later in life? Because, he couldn't breed anymore.
I'm pretty sure.
Can we use the title "Live to Breed" as one of our short stories, Raph, we were talking about for Themes from Humanity?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh my god, I want to feed AI pictures of Mickey Rooney just like running,
breeding people. Oh, okay.
No, running like a tasteful image of Mickey Rooney just lustfully running. We don't see anything sexual. It's just
like
him lustfully running.
A Baywatch-esque running on the beach.
But then I want to feed it I want to feed it a Paul Stanley AI version of like Live to Win, but it says Live to Breed.
Did you see Paul Stanley's head caught fire recently?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, we got footage of it.
He was like, "Well, it worked for Michael's career. Let me take a whack at it."
I do have footage if you want it, Raph.
I don't think we'll get in trouble if we just play a little bit of it. So yeah, go and send it to me.
As someone whose hair has caught fire.
MST3K demonetized. Paul Stanley near death. Well, then we could perhaps take a look around.
Let me see here.
We're sick individuals here.
Thank you. Thank you, YouTube partner program. You're welcome. And you just hear, it's like, wow, he lit up very fast.
It is quite the impressive fireball that ignites, and the theory is that he doesn't react in the video. A lot of people, come around. So he's a professional, but also it's obviously a wig, and he sort of loaded up his wig with a lot of product, one would imagine. And so that's what ignited. And again, speaking as someone whose hair has caught fire in the past, I can tell you that it's a scary thing because at first you don't notice because it is just hair.
Right.
And if it's long, there's the danger of it getting in your face, and then you'll fucking notice. But this is very, very recently. What is the date on that video, Raph?
It is, hold on, 6 years ago.
What?
Yeah, Paul Stanley on fire, Kiss. Oh wait,
all right. Well, I'm only seeing this now.
It's just him ripping. It's just him like ripping really cool shreds on the guitar. It's like that man really is on fire.
Yeah, he's like the
flaming.
drummers from Spinal Tap. He just dies because he's so awesome.
Okay, well, I'm only hearing about it now, so luckily he's recovered.
Okay, I'll set up in a moment. Let me just go ahead and save work.
But
on
if
big-
this isn't a sign from God to just fucking call it a day.
Well, it's funny too because like I don't know if you knew about Paul Stanley's like ear deformity.
Oh no, him and Stephen Colbert, same thing going on. No, I did not know about that.
Yeah, like so he's very self-conscious about his ear deformity. I think he even puts a little earring on it just to kind of like say, hey, it's there or whatever.
Oh.
I think he had surgery recently for it, but you can also I think like with everything that's kind of happened near his head, like just like with the pyrotechnics and everything, I think at the like you say, he's a showman at this point. It's like, whatever. Like this was bound to happen, kind of thing. And who knows if like Gene and him didn't like purposely burn like a wig or something on their heads. Like let's
I
just
want to
see
see
how
Gene
how
Simmons'
severe it would
tongue
be.
catch fire. I want to see that.
I think a lot of people wouldn't mind seeing that. Oh my god.
But
Rob,
you
are
have,
you showing-
but
are
you
you showing
have
the
to
video?
you have to pay him like $1,000 to see it.
Ah.
You know what?
What?
Like just speaking of Kiss, like no joke, their audio
Speaking of Kiss, you wanna?
at
Set
the
up
Kiss show.
Set up the webcams, guys. I'm gonna get so many views.
I just tongue.
Get those super chats in now. I want to hear noises.
Right. So yeah, you two make out. I will grab the cardboard effigy I made of some Madam Woe. Will be okay.
Rav just starts dancing like like Scatman Carruthers in the corner.
Okay, so oh yeah,
This is
that's right.
best
You
George
guys have to see
Takei.
this too. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'll readjust everything then.
All right.
Okay, just give me a moment.
But-
Speaking as someone with an ear deformity as well. No, it's not that.
My ear's not that bad.
My ear. I have one pointed ear. My left ear is an elf ear.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it from what I
Yeah, at least
I
you
never
have
noticed
an
that.
ear.
No, it was really bad when I was like, there are baby photos of me where it is Vulcan-esque, but it's rounded out a little over time. I showed you a picture of it, Raph, and I notice it, but you in your politeness said that it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I think you brought it up too. I didn't even notice it until you brought it up. So
I mean, it's the same thing with Stephen Colbert, though. You really never know until they draw attention to it, and then it's all you can ever look at.
yeah, and I hate to say it, he has a way worse ear than you. It's like you remember that joke Joel and the bots were doing on Manos: The Hand of Fate, where they were like coming up with like really crappy monster ideas, and it's like, oh, Mike, no cat. Anyways,
Cat, Raph, cat,
no, I'm not gonna play the fart
cat,
noise.
Raph. There's
No.
a cat.
No,
Come on, it's tradition.
no,
now. Raph, just once.
no. Okay, but
Just
I'm gonna stop it
once.
before the fart.
No, Shay likes the fart. The fart is part of the presentation.
Yeah, the fart
Jesus.
is part of the presentation.
I'm already struggling with Starman here. Wait, no,
Fart.
what was he?
Fart.
Catman?
Give us the fart.
Do it. You got it. Come on.
This is a story of my life. Peer pressure while I'm trying to be the director on the show. Now I know how Moltar felt when the Care Bears took over.
Come on, Moltar, let her
Wait.
rip.
Wait, were we on a podcast together?
Wait, hold on. I'm playing it right now.
Okay,
I'm not
okay.
hearing it. You're not hearing it.
Yeah, well, you're not going to hear it anyway.
Get the fuck up!
Okay.
Did the audience hear it at least?
Yeah, the audience can hear it.
I heard some of it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, let me just continue the stupid kiss thing here. Okay.
You're welcome for that, Raph.
No.
See, I try to jazz up your show, and you act in just in
And you're so
defiance to
ungrateful.
me. Ungratefulness, really. I bring you these gifts from. I followed a star and bring you these gifts, and that's how you repay me.
I bring you stag pillows. I bring you airplane being a bag of shit.
I asked for
Yeah.
frankincense. You gave me a Frankenstein plushie. Okay.
Don't look a dead man in the mouth. Raph.
Okay, I will. Okay, I'm gonna risk it by playing Gene Simmons here. I'm gonna lower the volume a little bit. Wait, who is this again? Who is Catching on Fire?
Paul Stanley.
Paul Stanley. Okay, what is he famous for? Is he the Catman?
Is he
Kiss.
My, is he my congressman? Congressman Paul Stanley. He'll use his love gun to cut those taxes.
You kids ain't gonna see any free lunches anymore. Yeah.
Paul Stanley is the star child, Raph.
He starts singing about no free lunches. It's like, oh wait, Gene wrote this one.
Okay. Can you hear that?
Yeah, well, I can hear it.
Okay. All right. I'll turn it up just a
little.
little.
Again?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
It's not too loud, but it's not too low.
Okay. Yeah, because we want to hear your reaction to it. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and play this and transfer the screen too. So, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So is he the cat guy?
The star child, Raph.
Okay, because I was confused. I thought there was a second star child, but no, that's just a giant him on the screen. Okay. When is he supposed to be on fire?
Give it a minute, you impatient dolt.
Whatever you say, fart man.
When are we getting to the burn factory?
Okay. Well, we have to talk through it to keep the copyrights down, so...
Oh, that's right.
I don't want to muffle out his
back here.
crazy old
Wait a
man
minute, now
yelling.
my head's gonna catch on fire.
There's Robot Boy, whoever his deal is. There's really
I will say
expensive
this
Jewish
Paul
dude.
Stanley's audiobook, amazing.
Yeah.
Auga!
How old are these guys again?
They have to be
3006.
Oh,
they have
okay,
to be
that sounds
very
about
old
right.
at this point.
What, are you kidding me? That's it?
Oh, it really was a video that just said Paul Stanley on fire in a metaphorical sense.
You are not allowed to do anything ever again.
Hold on, I'll send you a Facebook link.
Oh,
'cause I
that
have
was
it
so
saved there.
great.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
He was,
just
he was
couldn't
really
go
on
on.
fire.
Boy, howdy.
We're gonna lose so. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Okay, here we go. Here we go, Raph. Take two.
This is like that Conan sketch where they're doing like Jerry's Kids, but the money goes down. Consider yourself at home.
Okay. Okay. No. Okay.
Going backwards.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me prepare this damn thing now. No offense. This is.
That was
God.
awesome.
Yeah.
No,
No offense, but this is very much like something that always happens. You guys send me a link, play it, clown, and then it's the wrong link, or it says HD, and the pixelation is so terrible. It's like, what are you, blind?
Raph, I'm not gonna take a talking down for someone who has a literal 3-minute song about his technical difficulties. Okay, thank you very much.
Wait, you made that, and I love it.
And there's a lot more on the cutting room floor. Go ahead. Let the game begin.
Okay. Wait, hold on. It's muted. We want the full effect.
I want to see this AARP president on fire.
Okay, so yeah, let's try this again. Okay, here we go. Take 2 of Brayton's wacky jump. No, just that one.
Oh,
Oh my God, his head is on fire.
Dude, guy. Yeah, get a jacket.
No, yeah.
Get
He just knows already. It's like, dude, if you don't take this, you'll put this out. I'm gonna kill you.
At least he's still rocking out.
He doesn't miss a beat.
You know,
Yeah.
he's got to have something that like probably prevents his hair from like.
Okay, one more for the replay.
It didn't you know, go out.
No.
Yeah.
Like
The one
You know
guy
what I
here
mean?
tries to save the day, but then, oh, help.
Yeah, this is why you should wear a cape so you can use it. Well, you'll probably get caught on fire too if you wear a cape. Never mind. I love how they had the powder ready to stop the fire.
Well, because they've dealt with so much pyrotechnics. Like these guys are like half human, half
Famous
magician.
for that.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm pretty sure Paul Stanley has something in his hair that's like they've just figured out like something through like, you know, like through magicians or something. Like, look, if you ever catch on fire, make sure you have this on.
Mhm.
Make sure you put this in your hair because you never know. Like it has to be something along those lines because again, and you have to be like calm in that too, because even if you do have something that's like retardant or like a repellent of some sort, like it still has to freak you out, you know, like especially if it's like a wig, because like if it's like a nylon wig or whatever it is that they use for the hair, it's got to be worse than human hair.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Because that
yeah.
stuff can melt to your skin.
Yeah. So do you think he was fully aware this was happening, or do you think he had that much trust in his roadies that they would save his life before he died?
No, I'm pretty sure it's the trust, dude. Because like for what those dudes have to be getting paid for,
Mm-hmm.
because even the insurance that these guys have to pay for on that, like they have to have a solid team. This isn't like those scenarios where it's
You
like,
gotta feed and burp Gene Simmons every 3 hours.
yeah, you gotta make sure like he doesn't disappear into like somebody's hotel room.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
that's wild.
Okay.
That.
Yeah, we're still going. All right, everything's all right. Yeah, just double checking.
Did you? I don't know if you guys are fans of Homestar Runner at all, but they just had an anniversary recently, and they did a new Flash cartoon. And legitimately, through Flash, the people at Newgrounds, with the help of the Homestar Runner crew, have figured out a way to not only keep the old Flash files alive on their respective websites,
Mm-hmm.
but this new, I don't know if it's an engine or what would you call it, but whatever this thing that they made is pretty much now you can now make Flash cartoons again with this application now.
Oh, a lot of perverts online are gonna love that.
Oh, I'm sure there's gonna the hentai games shall commence. Blow the whistle, boys!
My commissions return.
Everybody puts on their construction hands. They're all sticky. Put on your stickiest boots, boys. We're going in.
Reactivate the Mike Star and Yul Brenner robots.
The Yul Brenner robot's like, no, no, no. It turns into the George C. Scott robot. Turn it off.
Turn it off. Turn it off.
Turn it off.
You've seen that one, right, Brayton?
Yes, hardcore.
The Peter Boyle robot's like right behind him.
Peter Boyle's a dick in that movie.
Yeah, well, he played a lot of bad guys back then, and then he became.
He was
the Boyle on the bum of humanity for a good 20 years in motion pictures. Yes.
Rumor has
How would you like to have the last name Boyle? I'm just gonna say he overcame a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Rumor has it that Peter Boyle was the inspiration for the MGM Lion. He's like yelling at someone. He's like, that. I don't know. So they say. I don't know how true that is.
Let's just make up shit for the next 2 minutes. Mel Brooks was a helicopter that accidentally got hit by a witch's ray.
And turned into a sassy human being.
I know. That's why he's always saying, ring that bell, because he's imagining the wonderful sounds of high up there.
He's secretly a Sid Crop character. He's related to the magic flute.
Hi, Billy, it's me, the magic flute.
Don't be a smarty. Join the Nazi party.
We ain't doing shit.
Raph, do you know if we get MeTV in our area?
Yes, we do got me. We not only have MeTV, we have the secondary version of MeTV that mostly plays westerns, and we have Me Cartoons.
We do get that?
Yeah, yeah. So
I'm getting a digital antenna now.
Okay, yeah, because I know it's on our cable service and it's like channel 51 or something. But yeah, it's fantastic. But yeah,
do you know what MeTV is, Brayton?
Oh, I never miss it. It's on constant rotation here. It's
nice. Okay.
We cut the cable cord.
Mm-hmm.
So, but we do have MeTV. We have like the weird local Turner Classic Movies style channels, like Cinevault is what we have here,
Nice.
and Grit TV, which is the Western channel.
Mm-hmm.
But no, MeTV, absolutely. I used to think that was just a Midwestern thing, but I guess it spans all across the great nation of ours. So that's good.
Oh yeah.
Well,
it's
we
becoming
originally
more
had.
popular, so.
Because before MeTV, we used to have this. Oh my god, I loved this. This was so. I mean, I'm pretty sure this and MeTV are nothing. They're pretty much the same. Like, do they still run like a bunch of Vincent Price movies on Saturdays on MeTV?
Yes.
Okay, then nothing has changed then.
Well, whatever happened to TV Land?
Oh, it's dead.
Oh yeah, what did happen to that? You know what TV Land became? I'll tell you what TV Land became. No, TV Land. Well, okay, yeah, that too. But TV Land became Pluto. Because everything on Pluto is owned by Paramount or Warner Brothers.
Yeah, you're right.
Because everything on because I believe Paramount owns Pluto, where like Disney owns not Hulu, what's it called? Tubi.
Mm-hmm.
And then I forget who owns Quibi or the other one that's like lesser. There's like a even lesser known streaming. Well, I don't like. I guess Samsung owns Samsung TV, but I know there's another one that's like that I'm skipping right now. But apparently Samsung TV has some pretty neat stuff too. I need to check that out now. I think it was like I forgot what was on there that was recommended, but I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to check this out. But I think I think it was like Metabots is on Samsung TV, and I was like, really? So like really obscure like animes on there? I'm like, okay, I'll have to
Is
really
that the
check.
one, the little beetle-looking orange robot with like, I'm a robot, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very bizarre show. It's really weird, dude. It's like Pokemon with robots, but it's like a light. You know what it is? It's like a lighthearted Digimon. Like characters don't necessarily die in that show.
Mm-hmm.
They explode because they're robots, but it's very like tongue in cheek though.
Yeah, from what I understand, the show was always a comedy originally, hence some of the character designs. But because Pokemon made it big, everybody and their mother was trying to, find something to fill the spot, and Metabots.
It's like Samurai Pizza Cats and like Pokemon combined.
Mm-hmm.
It's very goofy. It's just a very silly show. It's a very silly show where like again instead of Pokemon you pretty much have robots, but then it's kind of Sailor Moony because like one of the characters is like the tuxedo, like he's a tuxedo mask type without the girlfriend portion or without the female love interest.
Was he
Instead
a bad
of
guy, or was he like a hero?
He's like if I remember correctly, Tuxedo Mask is like their Punisher. It's not like kind of like their anti-hero. Like he does things a little too rough for the other characters' liking. If I remember correctly.
Okay.
For a shoujo standard.
Yeah.
He's a little too rough, right? So it's like I guess he's what you would call the anti-hero. He's the Han Solo. Like I don't know.
How
he's
rough
that.
is he?
Well, yeah, like ladies, you tell me. You know what I mean? Like but
dudes.
Like, so Metabots has that too, but it's more like, you know what? It's like Speed Racer, where it's like it's Racer X, except like Racer X's identity is a store clerk in the Metabots universe, but there's no brother, familial, anything. It's just this older kid that looks over the younger one because he sold them said Metabot. That's it. Again, that's why I was like, really? Samsung TV has that? I wonder what else they have. So it's like I've been meaning to check that one out too.
Right.
But yeah, to answer to what happened to TV Land, it became Pluto. And what's even funnier is like it became Pluto and it became a movie. It became a movie channel at the same time because, well, you know how Pluto works, Raph. You have Doctor Who on there. You can get Tokusatsu on there.
Yeah. They basically got a lot of programming
anime on there. So, you can get brain rot like children's like if you want to watch Shaquille O'Neal with a bunch of cars, it's on there. You know what I mean? Like like Shaq's Garage. There you go. That you have that. If you want to watch the entirety of the Drew Carey show forever, it's on there. They'll replay that.
It's Cleveland rocks,
dude. My favorite's the one where he sings with the hot dog. I'm like, all right.
Okay. I'm sorry. Which episode is that? Because that's every episode.
no, because sometimes the intros change.
Oh.
Sometimes he's singing with a bunch of old women. Sometimes he's singing with firefighters. Sometimes he's singing with that GD hot dog, man. I'm telling you, that's
crap. Raph, we could have got the actress who played Mimi to play Miss Blue.
Okay, enough. Move on. What did I tell you?
Fabulous.
She's too busy voicing a monkey in the future.
Speaking of a future monkey, I am drawing Roman. I've been doing that.
Okay, yeah. Since I'm doing the Photopia, you can send me previews and I can share it on screen. And yes,
when are you going to get to Win?
I am working on Win right now.
Oh, all right. Do you have my name up there?
Yes. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I put in there's a little yellow sign I put up. It says, "Yo, Raph is currently working on one of Brayton's art sketches. Capiche?
Thank
Good."
You. Thank you for your attention to detail.
Brayton, do you think you could give me an answer to this? Am I missing out by not watching the Beatles, The Yellow Submarine? And then I'll ask you, Raph.
dude.
Oh no. Like you can watch segments from it. It's really like it's really front loaded, I think, in the entertainment value, and it's not the hurt widely because it's not them voicing themselves, and they have a stupid little cheeky cameo at the end, and that's it. Yellow Submarine is a fine song, but the Blue Meanies are kind of ineffectual. The main Blue Meanie is fun, but no, it's really not that amazing. It kind of gets boring after the first 20 minutes.
Yeah,
You kind of get numb to it.
I feel like you guys would have given me an honest answer. That's why I'm like, I don't think I'm getting older, and I'm like, I haven't seen that yet, and I'm like, should I see it?
Have you seen the other big Beatles movies like Help and
No.
Hard Day's Night especially is one of the greatest musician films ever. So
yeah,
watch that's the first one.
Then that's definitely one that's going to be on my list then.
Yeah, Paul's got it's a fictional, very pervy, very creepy uncle in that one.
Well, now I really want to see it.
yeah.
I gotta go. Okay, so that's gonna be on
pictures
my
of
list.
Weather
then.
Woman Amber Lee on the wall. I don't get it.
No, mine have nothing but Dan Aykroyd. Okay,
Have you
I'll
ever
be
seen
honest,
Dr. Detroit, by the way?
I'm giving you my copy of Dr. Detroit.
Did you?
No, I've been meaning to. Okay, so
I would love it.
I'm trying to downsize in case I ever have to move.
Mhm.
Plus, like when it comes to like me and possessions and media and stuff like that, like most of what I want is preserved. So there's really like nothing I can really. There's nothing really like I feel like I would need to chase.
Mhm.
And if I do, I can always just like pirate it or find it online somewhere. You know, if I wanted to, which I clearly wouldn't, because I would.
You wouldn't steal a car.
Yeah.
You made
You
that,
know,
that British police officer sad.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't. You know, not in this universe, of course, because it's illegal.
Mhm.
But
Wink, wink,
no,
wink,
but as far as like, but as far as media goes, like I decided like to only keep like cartoon media,
Mhm.
mainly because of the commentaries.
Right.
I really like cartoon commentaries whenever you can get them for
Mhm.
anything.
Yeah, Doc, at this part, we filmed the scene and they blew my balls off. But, it wasn't a script, you see.
Is that the Joe Dante? Is that Looney Tunes back in action?
Oh, no, I was trying to do Bugs Bunny doing the audio
I
commentary.
know. So I'm like, well, I'm trying to think. Wouldn't it be in Space Jam? So it's just like, where would his balls be blown off? I guess in Looney Tunes, I can see Joe Dante blow Bugs Bunny's balls off.
Yeah, no, I just have this idea that even like Bugs Bunny suffers horribly during the filming of these things, despite the fact that he comes off okay on the show itself.
It worked perfectly for what's his face, the guy from Bucket of Blood, who's like in all of the Corman movies.
Dick Miller.
Yeah, it worked for Dick Miller. He's like, well, I mean, he did scratch you up pretty good.
Blew my balls Miller off.
He was in the Veron suit.
Oh man.
Yeah, but I understand you wanting the kind of make your collection smaller, and yes, I will be happy to have your Dr. Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, look, you could do whatever you want with it. You could keep whatever you want, sell off whatever you want. I just don't, like I said, right now I'm focusing my time on just working, finishing personal projects and finishing other projects off right now. That's just it just
you actually finish your personal projects. What the hell?
Well, look what I have to do in order to get there, though. I have to like give away possessions. I have to like downsize things. I have to not watch things. Like there's so many things I have not watched.
Yeah, can't do the sexy things that Mickey Rooney keeps.
Well, I mean, like the only thing doesn't sound weird, but like the only thing that I truly make time for, and this show, the series finally ended. I don't know, maybe a week or two ago, was the Connors. That was the only thing that I really said. I know it's a bizarre thing to put your time away for, but it was like I was like, okay, I was like really bummed out like with the whole Roseanne thing and her whole fiasco, but I actually enjoyed the show after she was gone. I was like, okay, it might suck. I mean, she's not there, but the writers are still there that she spearheaded for those couple seasons. It was a really good show. And I don't know if Bruce Helford was there before or after I know he was there after she left, but I don't know if he was there before. But after watching all of Drew Carey like over and over and over again on Pluto, like you really see a similarity of how Bruce Helford writes for everything that he's a part. He really like because even for the Oblongs, like because he produced that too, right? And what I've noticed about Bruce Helford is he's kind of like Mike Judge in that sense of like Mike Judge, Greg Daniels, you know, King of the Hill guy. They all really love their slices of life in a psychotic way. But like Mike Judge, I've noticed really likes it from like he too likes it psychotic, but he also likes telling it from like a grim reality perspective too, like a funny grim reality. It's like almost like people watching. Like Mike Judge is like a very like he has to be an overly observant person, just the way he makes characters. Like, but Bruce Helford's another one because like the same shit in Drew Carey is also in the Connors, and I'm like, it's so weird to see that type of tone come over.
I wasn't expecting Craig Ferguson and his gay robot to show up on the show so often that they did. Balls.
Like, I don't know. Sorry. Like, it's just very funny to see, like, again, like, Bruce Helford's really good at, like, if you look at Drew Carey, it's really weird to see how 90s that show is. It's like, dude, they, like, even towards the end where so many of those characters leave, like Craig Ferguson, like I think leaves because he was like trying to just pursue other things. The chick who played Kate leaves because she's married to what is it? Ted McGinley's brother that's on that show. Dr. Cox, like she's married to him in real life.
Oh wow.
I think they're actually married in real life if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So she left to go be on Scrubs.
How come every time Ted McGinley shows up a show ends?
Right, yeah.
He's the patron saint of shark jumping.
I know.
Is what I think that's an actual like nickname that he's been.
But you know what? I think he broke that curse of married children though, because that show like went on for a long time, well before like that show eventually did jump the shark like towards its like last 2 seasons. I think they get like really out there, you know. Even the ending wasn't very good for Married with Children. It kind of like didn't feel like an ending, but I think it's the kind of show that you don't really end, which is funny too, because like. When the original Married with Children writers left, I think it was Ron Levitt, which was the white guy, because Michael G. Moy, I think, is the black guy, because those are the two that created it. But Ron Levitt left Married with Children to work on Drew Carey's show, and you can really see how raunchy Drew Carey gets in the beginning seasons. And it kind of mellows out towards the middle, and just becomes like... It becomes borderline cliche sitcom towards the end, but it becomes that because everybody left. And now the writers are forced to write characters in a way that you would not want them. Like, again, I don't know if there's any big Drew Carey heads in this call right now, but you don't even have to be. But like for me personally, I can't stand when this happens to a show. Character is never portrayed as a piece of shit. But character dies, character leaves, whatever. Okay, now we're gonna write this character. The characters are now divorced. Like Mimi and her and Drew's brother, they're not together anymore because this actor left. I forget why he left too. But he left, and oh no, I think they just didn't want him to come back. I think the studio just didn't want to rehire him. I think that's what it was. But now they write this character like, oh, Mimi got a divorce because like Steve cheated. It's like those two characters were built so lovingly throughout that whole show that it's I have to now swallow that they got divorced because he cheated. It made no fucking sense, dude.
Yeah, that sucks when a character is completely written out just because there was some issues with the studio not wanting an actor.
It just blows, dude. Yeah. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because either just like let the character exist off screen, or if you don't like that actor, recast. It's no problem. It's
No, seriously, like I can definitely deal with the recast, especially in a comedy where it's like you're gonna get that moment. It's like you look different. Like in that 70s show, it's like, Lord, you look different today. It's like, yeah, they do it in Roseanne too when they have 2 Beckys. They bring that which again she ended up on Scrubs too.
Bel Air on the mother situation.
Oh yeah, well, dude, they
poor Dick Sargent.
Yeah,
recovered after that.
Oh yeah, and Rip Taylor as the original host of the Twilight Zone before Rod Serling returned.
You know, my
Shut up,
first-
is that real?
You know,
Yes,
no,
it is
no, no, no. Everybody knows that Desi Arnaz was actually the first host of the Twilight Zone, right?
Well, I mean, he did produce it, so I would
Yeah.
believe that
Yeah,
more.
well, and he introduced in a very similar Rod Serling-esque way, Rod Serling's television.
Hey, you want to see
hour-long
something
program.
creepy? Yeah.
The time element, I believe.
There's
is
this
what it was
guy on the
called.
plane. He's
And
going
he
to see some
introduced
kind
it
of
the very,
Bigfoot.
black and white suit and everything, and said it in. He was more morose in his introduction, as I recall.
fine. I like my version better. Welcome to the Bongo Zone. Ow, my fingers.
They call him Gremlin Pete. He's on the wing in my airplane seat. I go boom chickie boom. I'm so scared. Boom chickie boom. Something like that.
Next week, Burgess Meredith does something stupid and dies. Okay, go ahead.
With Vivian Vance as herself.
Okay, go on and continue. I won't ruin the trivia.
Yeah, stop too. Sorry.
Oh, I don't. He. Okay, I'll say again. He introduced in a very Rod Serling-esque style, because before Twilight Zone, of course, he was a teleplay writer. So he wrote a lot of television. One act play stories. He wrote Requiem for a Heavyweight, and he wrote this one called, I think, The Time Element or something to that extent.
Mm-hmm.
And that is sort of what landed him, eyes on him from CBS to spearhead the Twilight Zone.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, Desi Arnaz was the sort of narrator of that story and introduced it very much in the Rod Serling style, plain suit against sort of a spooky background, and did some narration for that. So there you have it.
He was good at that. He did. I mean, I guess this is a stretch, but I mean, I could. The reason why I could believe it, watching so much I Love Lucy, like he does that. Like he does those introductions. Like remember the episode where what was it like? They were doing. I hate to use this term, but savages. Like when they were doing that whole thematic thing at the club. And he does this like long, and he does that like for a lot of things throughout the show.
Yeah.
Like he'll do these like big, heavy introductions. So I could definitely believe that like he has done something like that for the Twilight Zone. That's crazy.
He's capable of.
Do we have audio of that at all?
No, it's
right?
it's on YouTube. It's on YouTube. I will look it up if you want to share it.
Yeah, I think we can risk that. So
Yeah, that one that one because it's edutainment, like because I didn't know such a thing existed.
Yeah, so it's not. Yeah, again, this is the time element, right? A pilot, a sort of a non-official Twilight Zone pilot in the sense that this is what got Rod Serling the job. But I'll share it with you, Raph.
okay,
On,
through
Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook.
We find out that Rod Serling wrote the episode where Fred and Ethel are the dragon.
Oh my! You know what? The famous chocolate eating job does kind of have a Twilight Zone-esque element. Of the
Oh my God,
conveyor belt
Rod
never
Serling.
ending.
He's just 55 cigarettes in. Chucks. We're done. How does he do it? He just does your
Brilliant. Okay.
Oh
I
wait, you
can't
sent me the
think
whole
of a
episode of
film.
Time Element.
I know, and I just because there's no isolated thing of him. Just show the first 3 minutes or 1 minute, whatever.
Okay.
Oh man.
Oh, okay.
very
Okay. Yeah. Let me set it up. All right. Hopefully,
Well, while
this
you
is.
set that up, I'm gonna reminisce about how I follow Cult of Bunny on Instagram, and recently they pulled out a clip of I think it was a Fatty Arbuckle clip where it's like, did I leave a $20 bill here? And the bartender was Shemp, and I was like, man, look at all these famous people
Oh yeah.
like in this clip alone. Just
Did Fatty Arbuckle actually crush that hooker under the weight of his enormous ass?
No, she died of. From what I understand, she died of other circumstances.
well,
but
I thought the whole story was that like he was the one that like shoved like a Coke bottle in her or whatever.
Oh God, it's gonna be one of those shows. No, she died of.
Well, that is the story, unfortunately.
I
mean,
know.
I'm
but
not
they
bragging
never
about
keep
it.
clean.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Well, I
what.
mean, it's Hollywood. You know how hard it is to keep it clean in Hollywood?
Yeah.
Like to tell a
Just
Colleen
ask
story.
Danny Thomas's glass table in his house. Yeah.
Also,
It's
they
like
fired all the
squeaky
janitors
memory.
over in Hollywood. So.
It's like you're asking for that like Mad TV sketch of the edited Sopranos where they just like every time they cut to a curse. Yeah, it's pretty much that. It's like that's how you tell a clean Hollywood story.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. I'm just setting up this clip for a moment. Okay, so give me
Will
some time.
Sasso were like, if he wasn't that bad as like as a James Gandolfini stand-in in that sketch. He had the right sort of look and
Yeah, he's a good impressionist. So
Will Sasso is somebody I would love to work with. Like I would love to make a cartoon with Will Sasso in mind, like as just like character actor.
Yes,
Easily.
does a wonderful Steven Seagal, does a wonderful Jesse Ventura. He's a
not to mention his Curly. That's
yeah,
iconic.
Curly, of course.
He has range. He has range. He has personality, and
He
his
has
voice.
the looks.
I mean, yeah, he's not a bad looking guy either.
Yeah.
He's in that new show with what is it? The weird the universe of fucking what's his face of the guy from the Big Bang Theory, the Bazinga guy.
Oh, Sheldon.
Yeah, it's like a Sheldon universe because this is because that Mike and Molly's or Mike and whatever the fuck, like it's called like something's like first year of married or what, or just married, and it's a spin-off of Young Sheldon from what I understand.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so I'm saying like literally we're in the Sheldon verse.
The Sheldon verse.
And it's funny
The Sheldon
too,
timeline.
it's funny about Young Sheldon, though I haven't seen it. I've seen reviews of it though because it just ended recently. Like how people are kind of split on it because it's tonally different from the Big Bang Theory, and it retcons a lot from the show.
I think it's a very loose spin-off. I think that's the healthiest way to look
Is
at it.
is that something we see often? I don't think I can.
Oh yeah, like the sequel spin-off to Mary Tyler Moore was a straight drama series with Ed Asner.
Oh really?
Yeah, that was like so separate.
Mr. Grant.
Ed Grant. No, not Ed Grant. Ted Grant. I'm in the middle of the ghetto.
I just remember
Ted
Mr.
Knight.
Ted Knight. Yeah. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, Mr. Grant, played by Ed Asner. Yeah. No, there was a sequel / spin-off to the Mary Tyler Moore show that was completely played serious, where his newspaper character is like dealing with inner city conflict. And yeah, it's like I think that's happened before. It's
James
like,
L. Brooks did Brooks produce that one too? Because I know he produced the first Mary Tyler Moore show.
probably. Yeah, knowing him, he probably did.
I'm pretty sure he attached his name just to carry it, but I'm pretty sure he had like no involvement in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but I guess you're right because I think what was it? Though I've never seen it, the MASH spinoff, which was
After MASH.
Was it
That's
After
what it's
MASH?
called, yeah.
Yeah. So it's
From
called
the 80s.
Dragnet.
No, because didn't Father Mulcahy have a show too? And like, or was that like after?
Well, that's with Klinger and Mulcahy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that was after MASH then. Okay.
Yeah, reuniting after the war.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, is that the one where there's like a monster living in the lake and Opie has to fish it out?
It's actually what's his face from the Munsters? Was it Fido? What did they name their dragon?
Spot.
Yeah.
Spot. Yeah, Spot. It's secretly Spot.
Okay.
I have been watching The Golden Palace recently, the one season Golden Girls spinoff on Hulu.
I didn't even know they
Was
had a
Cheech
spin-off.
Marin in Golden Palace?
I was who in Golden Palace?
Cheech Marin?
Yes, he's the one with his voice. He is in Golden Palace. Yeah, it's not that bad. I don't know.
Okay.
It is missing B. Arthur, which is she's the reason I watch Golden Girls because
Is there a reason she just did not come back?
she just wanted to do different things.
Yeah,
At
she
the end
went
of
to
that,
Tatooine.
That's right. And opens up a small business for herself and entertains the freaks and geeks that enter there.
Freaking Akmina, dude. Did you know that they do I don't know if it's in Northern California or where is it exactly? It might be different chapters all over the United States, but there's like the rope, like I don't know if it's called like the rope.
Yes, I know in Northern California they smoke a lot of pot and write Star Wars holiday specials, as I understand.
Don't forget drinking beer.
Not, but not only that, but I guess like a group of people dress up like Mr. Roper and Mrs. Roper, and they just like all like meet up at a bar, just like hang out. You get a couple furlies like rolling in there.
Oh my god, what an underground.
And they're just confused and assume everything is a sex act.
What?
What's going on over here?
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh, the sex god, Mr. Pika.
Mr. Peacock.
Okay, speaking of peacocks, I have Desi Arnaz ready to go.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Okay, then here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to risk it one more time, just one more time.
Risk it for a Trisket.
Yes, for Desi Arnaz because he was the man. Well, on screen at least. Okay. Here we go.
Presents the Westinghouse Desilu Playhouse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Here we go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another Westinghouse Desilu Playhouse, starring William Bendix. Our story begins in a doctor's office. A patient is sitting there. He walked into this office
I don't know
9
why I
minutes ago.
froze.
Senor Trapanista.
Another inferior file.
You get the flavor of it anyway.
They're just out to get you.
You know, now I know how you felt when I played those random music videos on 1% Weird. You need to screen these.
The time element, it is a wonderful. We should show that at some point on 100% Weird.
It's interesting.
It's about a guy who goes back and tries to warn people. He has this reoccurring dream that he is transported back to the day before Pearl Harbor, and he tries to warn people. And no
Can you
one
imagine how terrifying that must be for people during that time?
Yeah, you could. I mean, you could easily update that for name a disastrous event, and you can.
Yeah, you take
Elon
your
Musk's birth.
Yes.
I mean, take your pick and take your pick in anything in the last 5 years. Sensationalize. Yeah, you could definitely do it. Shoot.
No, really, you won't believe who we vote for again. What's gonna happen?
What?
Anyhow.
That is crazy though to see Desi Arnaz like come in and introduce that though. Like,
yeah. All right, everybody, this is gonna get freaky now.
Oh, Fred and Ethel.
Zip. Yeah.
It's
This
Lucy
is
the
airplane
potato
and
sack.
it's gonna be a brontosaur.
Jackie Coogan, what are you doing here?
I always had a thing for the Addams Family.
He's like, I'm just as confused as you are.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's actually William Frawley. I'm just as confused as you are, Rick.
You know, in Glue, whenever they watch The Twilight Zone, it should always be hosted by Desi Arnaz.
All right.
Oh my god.
Variety says Babaloo makes Baba Boo.
It's not just Bafo, it's Boofo.
Then he gets upset. Mira que tienen cosa que decir.
Okay. Oh darn.
Throws the paper on the ground.
Okay, I'm gonna have to leave for a little bit, so you guys take over the show because
Why? Why? Where are you going? Where are you running?
I'm going to get some cigarettes.
Oh no, that means he's never coming back.
That's what they told me.
No, it doesn't. I'll be back.
I was kidding. It was a lie.
Bye.
Oh, man.
Cowardice. Sheer act of cowardice. Okay, here's a fun game.
Lay it on me.
Ruin a movie by casting the lead as Steven Seagal.
Ooh, okay.
Worst case scenario.
With Steven Seagal.
Where his sheer presence of being there will tank the entire production.
You know what? I think it's possible to ruin. No, I won't go there.
No, go there.
Okay. Buckaroo Banzai. Right? Like you take Peter Weller out of it and you had Steven Seagal.
Yeah.
It would be a weird prediction of what he would become later.
It's true.
That's why I was like,
yeah, cult status is not following that. No.
No, I mean he's already like, I mean like he's he's done it. He did everything. Like, well, he did everything that he could, right? Like
You don't think there was any more range there to tap into?
I mean, like he was already done it in film. I'm astonished that he had the audacity to say, you know what? I'm gonna be a cop. I'm gonna go to Russia. I'm gonna just do a bunch of uniquely bizarre things as I just keep going. It just will not matter.
Well, in typical Brayton fashion, I have to say I would have absolutely in a heartbeat casted him in Paul Blart Mall Cop, but since that window has closed, I would cast it mainly because I have been on a kick of watching his more recent productions.
Oh,
and,
really? Like the Red Box stuff?
Yes, and being amused by his well, first off, his just absolute insistence on casting or choosing a stunt double for himself in any scene that requires him not sitting, but also him landing the most attractive supermodel bimbo women in every single one who throw themselves at him.
He's stuck. Like he's really. I think he's an Uncle Rico. He's stuck. I mean, look at. I think when Matt and Trey, like, I think when South Park really shits on a celebrity, I think they're telling us
coming back.
Well, not only that there's no coming, you're right, there is no coming back, but I think what also that I've picked up on, I think they're telling us stuff that they know behind the scenes, that they're like, this is so absurd that even you wouldn't believe how much of a wimp this guy probably is, you know? And again, you're describing somebody that's just kind of has Arrested Development.
Yeah.
Just like the same, like, yeah, this was your highlight. This was you when you were in your 20s. You did get hot women. You in your films, you were like
boggles the mind as well. I just have to say, because he was.
I don't know.
He was always kind of just a like he had that plumber kind of look to him. He wasn't like a Van Damme or something who was like, wow, you can see people going for that. I don't. He was just sort of a lanky kind of tall guy with a receding hairline who ran weird, didn't have a lot of star power, didn't really have that Gary Cooper quiet type that Tony Soprano would tell us about, the strong quiet type. He was just sort of. I think he was always. I like Under Siege. I think that's the one with it's the submarine movie.
That is Under Siege, yes.
Yeah. But like there are a lot of them that are just some of the worst things you'll ever see in your life that are enjoyable for how bad they are. I always point to. I think it's my other favorite. I think is Half Past Dead with him and Ja Rule.
That's a good one.
They go to Alcatraz, which is being reopened for the deadliest criminals in the world. And there's Steven Seagal wire martial arts fighting in the movie, as I recall, like actual wire work. He is suspended at points in the film, off the ground.
Are we post Matrix at this point with Half Past Dead?
Oh, that had to have been 2002, 2003.
So we're jumping on that like hype of like, oh, these like over elaborate stunts.
Yeah, post Matrix, post Crouching Tiger. Yeah, all that.
I'm pretty sure we got like Kung Fu Hustle in there at some point too. So
yeah,
we're reaching it at this point.
And I think we reached the pinnacle of filmmaking when we suspend Steven Seagal by Peter Pan as wires.
So
yeah.
So my bizarre Steven Spielberg. Oh, Steven Spielberg. Yeah.
You know what? Seagal needs a good Spielberg role, and that will save him.
He should have been the one kissing Carrie Fisher underneath on the bridge at Hook.
Exactly right. He should have played Steven Spielberg in The Fablemans, that new movie, as a young boy.
He could have been Steven Spielberg's dad, not Seth Rogen, but
yeah.
It's Seagal.
I do have a Seagal like a connection in that my father was a what do you call it, freelance photographer back in the day. He lived out on the coast where you're from, out of California, and this is back when Seagal had his Aikido dojo there before the big showbiz movie industry opened up for him. And downstairs of the house.
Sorry, just to interrupt you quickly. I thought you were going to say when Steven Seagal still had his IQ. I thought you were going to say that.
He just has Q now. He lost Q. Yeah.
Okay,
So
keep
he
going.
had-
But no, there's
we had the studio.
a framed black and white photo of Seagal and his svelte days at his dojo that my dad took.
Huh, neat.
Mm-hmm. Oh, if you think that's creepy, when you're done with the Seagal story, tell Brayton about a certain person who does murders in a building.
Who, me?
No. I'm talking to Brayton.
Oh,
What you want me to tell me?
No. When you're done talking about Steven Seagal, tell.
Where did you run to, Raph? Tell us about that adventure.
Hold on, real quick. My favorite Steven Seagal movie, Out for Justice.
Which one is that?
That has the infamous "Is this hot dog yours?" Like where he's just beating everybody up, and he puts the white cue ball in the shirt and just starts knocking everyone's head around with it. It just turns to dust. I think
that's an earlier one. I think. Yeah, I think there's a time frame between that and the early stuff above the law or whatever and Under Siege where they are. For what they are, they're done well and they're fun and whatever.
Yeah,
they're
definitely fun.
But when you get to his current state that the man is in, and now with the donut goatee era, nothing is.
I don't think that's a goatee. I think he literally has a donut stuck in his beard.
That's it. He just glued it to his face and no one has noticed, or everyone has noticed.
I'm gonna try to eat it.
Yeah. But he's always playing like a special ops person. I mean, stealth is not in his forte.
I play the Ghost of Christmas Present.
Yeah,
that's the fat one, right?
Yeah, that's the fat one. Yes, you got it right.
I'm playing the Ghost of Christmas. Aren't you playing it all the time then? Present, isn't it?
Raph, a couple questions. One, where did you run to? But also, what movie would you cast Steven Seagal in and ruin it?
Grumpy Old Men.
As both parts?
Yes, both parts.
Oh my god. It's like Smokey as the Bandit.
Yeah.
He plays both characters.
Smokey.
Oh my god, he plays Anne Margaret too?
Yeah, exactly. He tries it's like really terrible 90s digital effects and he's trying to his incredible acting skills he tries to work off one another.
He'd be a great Dirk Diggler in Boogie Nights too.
Let's not go too far. Okay. Also, where I go is none of your business.
I'm a star.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, where I go is none of your business. Hey, do you guys want some free merch from KCal's news desks?
Oh no! Did you find a Disney Afternoon pamphlet at all?
No, that was a long time ago. In a land far, far away. Orange County.
I think California people were the only privileged people to get those like Disney Afternoon pamphlets, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was it syndicated did you get the Disney Afternoon, Brayton?
I don't know what the hell you people are talking about.
Then that means you did it then. So like he keeps
when was this? I am a good 20 years younger than you fine gentlemen. I don't know anything about this. I know Disney Channel with and Playhouse Disney with the little lump of clay they used to have. That's as far back as my reference bank goes.
Mm-hmm.
I was not a member of the Mickey Mouse Club.
So because Raph keeps bringing up KCal. KCal for us is Channel 9, right?
Yeah.
But the reason why we have that channel at all is because Disney made KCal. Like he owns that station. Or I should say Disney now owns that. Well, Disney has always owned that station.
Yeah.
So Disney owning, I forget what the hell the reason even was, but
it was to have local programming from Orange. It was beamed in from Orange County, have local programming. A lot of their syndicated shows and movies were in the Disney Vault, or Disney happened to own them. Based,
like KCal would play Good Times.
Yeah. Or it's like
I was like always amazed by that.
Yeah, or sometimes KCal would play like the kind of non-Disney movies that Disney bought the programming package for their early days of the Disney Channel.
I remember catching Dick Tracy, the 1970s cartoon, the really really racist one with the Chinese dude.
Oh God, yeah.
Um,
Me and my brothers were so disappointed by that. It's like, oh right, a Dick Tracy cartoon. It's like, where's Dick Tracy? It's all these horrible cliche, racist cliches.
It's these cliches.
You should have seen me as a child when we bought the Batman 40s cereal on DVD, and I met Miss Dr. Daka for the first time. Batman calling people Japs. What the? That was an eye opener as a child. Well, he said it, not me.
Yeah,
man. Blame Batman.
The context of those times, man. I mean, little awareness. That
Yeah, thank God things have improved immensely in America today.
Yeah,
but
but no, like KCAL. But yeah, KCAL eventually made the Disney Afternoon to showcase. I think. Well, yeah, to make DuckTales, because DuckTales was originally on Fox, but I think Disney said, "Fuck it, we'll just put it on our own." I mean, we own this station. Why aren't we just putting it on here?
Yeah.
So that eventually happened, which then later blossomed into the Disney Afternoon. But I don't know if that was syndicated everywhere though, because again, like if you're, it's it's coming from California. Like I'm pretty sure actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, it did get syndicated because I'm thinking about it more now. It just didn't go through KCAL. It would, like, for example, I think in Arizona or in Arizona, because I would sometimes be able to. Okay, Raph, do you remember Channel 5 sometimes having like two? Do you remember having two Channel 5s?
No, I'm not that old.
Okay, then maybe
Would it be called Channel 10?
I don't know what it was, but
I thought that was a good joke.
Sometimes my antenna, if I was lucky, either Channel 5 turned into like a different Channel 5, like some other region's Channel 5 on my TV.
Oh, okay. I see what you're getting at now. Okay.
You know what I'm talking about now? Did that ever happen to your antenna? Where you would get a different?
No, we were never that
signal?
fortunate. I think we were too far near the ocean to really get like another
sometimes
county's Channel 5.
If I hit my antenna just right, I'm certain of this because I'm like, why am I getting Dragon Ball and Darkwing Duck? Like, I'm like, none of these things make any sense.
Yeah.
But they're on Channel 5, and I'm like, well, why is a Disney property on a then? Well, I don't know what KTLA was before Warner Brothers, but whoever owned it at the time. But it just didn't make any sense.
KTLA was its own station, and that was Channel 5.
And then Warner Brothers came in and I think took over, which became like the WB and now the CW.
Yeah, and Channel 5 was nothing but local programming and a lot of syndicated sitcoms like Small Wonder.
That was Fox. That was Fox.
Oh yeah, that was Fox. Yeah, they had what was that show about the alien girl and Doug McClure was like sort of the wacky neighbor.
Out of This World.
Out of This World, yeah, about a half.
That was on
girl.
Channel 5.
Yeah,
that was
on Channel 5.
That was like okay, so like
the Munsters, the new Munsters. So
yes,
yeah,
ew,
but.
All the 80s monsters. Where the
monsters?
Yeah. But yeah, no, I remember Channel 5 because they used to play movies till dawn every night.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, so from like 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. it's like that's how like the weirdest obscure movies, and of course occasionally Thunderbird TV movies.
Right?
And Godzilla vs. Gigan. So
Channel 5 really had like an odd plethora of films. Like I think I've seen movies that like lifetime tier movies, like they'll just end up on there like pregnant waitress, like left
Will Forte.
It's like, and it's just like super dramatic, and I'm like, it's 3 a.m. I'm 15. I'm like, there's just like nothing else left. Like Showtime at the Apollo's done. I don't feel like going to bed. I want to draw. I need noise. There's no internet yet, so it's like I guess I'm watching this. I'm lucky, maybe like some Mexican wrestling will come on at like 4 a.m. somewhere. Like something will, like hopefully something occurs because there's no cable yet for me either.
Yeah, late night television used to be awesome. So
that you know what? That's how I throttle. That's how I throttle with Pluto now. Like Pluto is essentially that for me. It's like it's kind of like channel flipping, but not really. But you kind of have to
Yeah, but I
simulated.
kind of miss the old days where it's like you can change from like TBS playing like a very heavily edited version of Tommy to like USA Up All Night with Gilbert Gottfried. It's like, we're gonna watch She, not the good one with the James Bond chick, but the bad one with the Conan the Barbarian chick.
Yeah, I definitely miss you watch like Duckman, and if you're really like into it, I guess you could watch La Femme Nikita or whatever. I'm like, fuck that, give me more cartoons. I'll watch boobs later.
Oh god, yeah.
Save these boobs for someone else. Give me the laughy.
Yes, yeah. Our local channel 56 would always play like the weirdest Italian horror and science fiction movies on Saturday.
Yes, dude. Our channel 56 would give us the honor of watching like the same continuous reruns of Get Smart. It's always the same two-parter with the spider, with the tarantula, like on his shoulder. I'm like, you know what? Even though I've seen this for the millionth time, I kind of want to see what happens. I'm gonna stick around.
Yeah, and that really weird talk show where it's just I don't know if he was like,
the Wally George. It was you're in the hot seat with Wally George.
Yeah, like his set was so cheesy. It was just a blue wall and a desk, and
he was a right wing. He was like a really right wing guy. Like cliche right wing guy, super uptight, like 80s right wing guy where it's like, you can't say those things on TV. Get out of here. Like that. It's like, who's this guy? A liberal? Get him out of here.
Yeah. He was like a poor man's version of Jerry Springer, always bringing in like weird, like
War was on there at one point.
Yeah.
He's like, and your name is Odorous Arungus. What kind of Christian name is that? Dude,
we're from hell. I don't care.
It's like, you're disgusting. You're what's wrong with America, and I think you need to apologize to the audience. And the audience is just like 23-year-olds that are probably super high out of their mind, going, "Yeah!"
It's obvious his audience.
The internet before the internet was a thing.
Yeah, it was obvious.
Chat room will look like in real life.
It was obvious his audience were just a bunch of random teenagers who were like walking the streets at night. It's like, hey, what's this big blue light in this big blue room?
If those kids leaned on anything, those kids were more left than anything. They were like smoking pot, listening to heavy. They didn't give a shit to be in this. To be there only to just be disruptive. And when Wally would catch on, he's like, hey, wait a minute, they're booing. He's like, they're booing me. It's like, hey, you don't boo me. You get really mad.
Yeah, and the guy looked like he had bright white hair, always wore like thick sunglasses. Yeah. I think he spent too much time in the
picture of John
bed.
Wayne on his wall next to either it was a picture of John Wayne with the Challenger going into space, or it was just a picture of John Wayne and a picture of a shuttle. But maybe my drug-addled brain at this point just pictures of them both fused together.
Yeah,
he was Mr. America guy though. That was his whole shtick.
Yeah.
Fun fact: Wally George appears in an episode of the X-Files in somebody's background. Which, funny enough, I hate to say it because I might be wrong, but I think Will Sasso is the character watching Wally George on TV in an episode of the X-Files. I could be wrong. It was either on an episode of the X-Files or on an episode of The Lone Gunman. But on one of those two shows, somebody is watching Wally George.
Yeah,
I distinctly remember that because I was like, because again, Raph, you're describing someone that nobody outside of California is going to know who the fuck that is.
Isn't that right, Brayton?
I'm googling him. I am taking the web.
This guy was not syndicated anywhere.
Yeah, if
no,
you want to send a picture, I'll share on screen.
He looks like a I don't know, like a character that modern day Fonzie, Henry Winkler would play as a bit.
Yeah, he would be channeling Trump in that type of disguise.
Yeah. So doesn't he kind of look like from Barry, Raph?
No, he definitely looks like a character from Barry or the Magic. Oh my God, he looks like one of the lead guys from the Wonderstones or the Magnificent Gemstones.
He does. He does look like somebody from the Righteous Gemstones.
Yeah, the Righteous Gemstones. Yeah,
right. But yeah, because Wally. Look, I'm sure he was a conservative guy, but this dude was doing the whole MAGA shtick before that was even a thing. Except it just wasn't as psychotic as it is now. This dude was just relegated to public access. I can't. Can you? No.
So he
this
was
dude-
like a public access Morton Downey Jr. of his
basically,
Yeah.
but he was like California's Morton Downey Jr.
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure Wally George is universally known if you're a Guar fan. I think outside of that, there's no reason to know of him if you're outside of California. Like,
This is the most play he has gotten.
yeah,
since his death.
basically, that's in his
we are the
highlight.
last surviving. No, two of us are the last surviving members of his fan club.
Yeah, the Wally George fan club. Oh man, I can only imagine if I wore that shirt today, if I would get a laugh or if I just get like a rock thrown at me. Because again, he's just such a polarizing conservative guy, right? Like, what would that say about me? It's like, do you?
Yeah, you have to explain to everybody that it's ironic.
Yeah, because they're gonna be like, "Who's this white guy in your shirt?" And why am I?
No,
why
first,
am I annoyed by it?
yeah, first off, you're gonna have to explain who the hell he is before you can say it's ironic.
and then watch the smile turn into a scowl as they say more and more about who he is, what he leans on, and how he treated his people. Like, no, because like he really would. I mean, he would bring on like Klansmen. He'd bring on like. I don't know if he ever brought on I'm pretty sure he brought on a Panther at one point. He brought on political people that he personally disagreed with, political people that he did obviously agree with. More often than not, people to disagree with, because that was the whole thing, to get the ire up, right?
Yeah.
So, and a lot of people I think he would bring on feminists, and they would call Wally out, and he'd say probably something about ruining traditionalism or something stupid. And again, the audience doesn't care; they're just there to be on, just to go watch it later.
Yeah,
you're getting high and drunk.
Yeah,
on a Friday night.
Again, his show feels like Bob Odenkirk's sketch he did for Conan O'Brien, where it's like Andy Richter is asleep on the couch in his underwear. And there it's I don't know, it's like there's like a sheet hanging with like really poorly painted words saying the Conan O'Brien show.
See, now I want to get really famous to go on Conan's podcast and bring up, do you remember Wally George? He's like, and he'll be like, no, I don't think so. Is that my congressman? Just to bring up that old gag. But no, like, like I'd be curious to like, no, I mean, you're never gonna get like something publicly negative out of Conan, but I would love to see a Conan take on such a character like Wally George.
Yeah, no, I'm just
what his reaction would be.
Yeah, I'm just comparing how weird his show was, and it's like, and I didn't understand a damn thing. I was just a kid waiting for the weird Italian post-apocalyptic movies to come on.
What could you possibly understand about like Reaganomics and like anything that was going on during that time? Like nothing. You're a kid, dude. Like you're not supposed to understand what this old man's yammering about.
Yeah.
My favorite thing about that show was the ads. No, the ads were the best, because Wally got to a point where it's like he would rerun a lot of those episodes. So you wouldn't, as a kid, I found out later, I'm like, oh, these are reruns, because he would still do ads like in present day. And I'm like, oh my God, this man is a fucking ghoul. Like he's like in his 80s, like when I want to go get my tire served, I go, and dumbass always looks to the left, looks to the audience, and then points down and goes to Automotive Plus. That's right. Tell him Wally sent you to get 20% off. And I'm like, oh my God, this dude's still shilling for, like, he still found people to shill for his shit. That's crazy.
Yeah, and it's sad too, because these were like
late 90s he was doing this, dude.
Yeah, and these
were already old in the 80s.
These weren't like the usual podcasts where you like take time to talk about a product. He was like literally trying to do these really shitty video commercials.
Seriously, like that's crazy. He was kind of like, he was like if Ben Shapiro had Goron with a stoner audience. That's no, or better yet, no. It's more like if Tucker Carlson had Goron with a stoner audience. That's really what it was, dude.
Guys,
like,
stop laughing. I'm trying to be serious.
My next guess is a giant talking penis, and then I'll tell you one that makes me very angry.
Yeah, giant talking penis. Whoa.
Right? Yeah, and the audience is just like, they're shotgunning beers. They don't give a shit. Just enjoying this fucking conservative dude get his fucking shit pushed in. Again, I mean that must have been a highlight for anybody during that time, I'm sure.
Yeah, I thought it was so weird too. So to be fair though, Channel 56 was also being beamed out of Orange County, so that says a lot too.
But I mean, like, Brayton, did you have anything like that growing up? Like any
weird public
TV guys?
access stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
I regale Raph with the tales of Zombo all the time, which was my horror host.
Excuse me?
Okay,
What?
I will play Zombo.
Zombo? That is such a badass name.
Zombo's House of Horror Movies. He's an old, I don't know how old at this point. He's got to be in his 80s, and I think he's retired. Sicilian guy out of Reno, Nevada, who got for a short period of my infancy, my childhood, and a short period of time, he got national broadcasting visibility on at like midnight on a Sunday, on like a CW affiliate, which I don't know if the CW exists out there, but it's basically.
It does. That's that's like CW is what the WB was for us.
Exactly right. And again, this is a period where we didn't have cable, and I would stay up late into the midnight hour and watch Zombo's House of Horror Movies, and it was a very, very low rent, low effort program about a guy who based his look, because there was a character on the Munsters called Zombu, who he's kind of based off of, who was like who was a horror host that the fucking kid Eddie Munster was really fixated on, kind of like the Munsters version of Krusty the Clown or whatever.
Neat.
Yeah, and so that's who this old Sicilian guy was kind of based off of, and he was a very campy, almost like macabre Benny Hill with this sort of stable of characters.
So Raph and Shoma, basically.
Sure, yes, and
are we sure you're not Zombo, Raph?
He had a character called the Rack Girl, who was just like a bimbo with a big rack who he had chained to the wall, who he'd visit occasionally. An officer not so friendly.
Raph, are you sure you're not Zombo? This is pretty much all your characters.
I will play it in a bit, but yeah, no. The Crimson Weirdo was heavily inspired by a lot of the old timey horror movie hosts. Although my main inspiration was Count Floyd from SCTV.
Oh my god,
it's going to be very scary, kids.
But anyway, go on with Zombo. Yeah, please.
No, and so for a period of my time, he was like my all-star when I was 7-8 years old. And
8 years old. Oh man.
Yeah, and this is where I saw a lot of these. And this is before kind of the time in my life where I could differentiate, good movies from bad movies, and I just liked all this stuff. And so that's where I would see things like the weird oddities, like Santa Claus Conquers the Martians and Teenagers from Outer Space, Robot Monster. All when I was a little kid on Zombo's House of Horror Movies. And he's luckily, in these past couple of years, he's started uploading full-length episodes to his YouTube channel. But for the longest time, this was just sort of lost media in my own mind because he was kicked off or lost his... Oh, no, he lost the right to keep airing programs because his program was not closed captioned. And so he couldn't do it nationally anymore.
That's
yeah, and he tried getting like a Kickstarter type of GoFundMe thing to do that, and where he appeared in makeup at his now age of 90 years old or whatever, was trying to, but that never happened.
It's crazy at 90 to still have that energy to want to do it.
Well, he's still, I mean, and he looks good because he's got the makeup on, it shaves the years off, like Paul
like
Stanley
Cassandra Peterson. Oh, I'm kidding.
And he's like another Uncle Forey then. Like this is just living the dream until he's dead.
But he seems sweet, and he's on like I said, on YouTube. He's on several internet like horror streaming things. There's one called the Monster Channel, which is basically just a streaming online thing for horror hosts from different parts of the world.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, so he's kind of got a second afterlife going on for himself, and I'm proud for him.
Yeah, I'm proud for him too. That's really good. Like in things of entertainment, like look, there's obviously the monolith of like you said, Gary Cooper. There's, Errol Flynn's. There's all these like greats, but it's like the people that don't get enough love, and I'm happy that because of technology, because of the internet. See, these are the positives of the internet. You can have Discords now to talk about these things. You can go on Reddit. You can go on Twitter. You can make groups that where you could find people that share this niche with you. And with that, like you could keep this media alive. You could keep the legacy of these people alive. And that's great. Because
Yeah.
again, they're like unsung heroes. They're just people that entertain you, but it's like, if they're not like preserved, they're just going to be forgotten.
Yeah,
And that art form might disappear.
This is very much the fringes of both society and entertainment. And for what I imagine, like Raph, admires Ernie Kovacs for, this is very much like an Ernie Kovacs horror show. Just a weird skit-based humor. He would interrupt and interject himself into the movies. Like he would recreate backgrounds and pretend like, oh, the camera cuts to me now and I'm doing something wacky. And
and that is a dying art form.
Yeah.
It really is. It really is a dying art form. Like
it enchanted me as a child, and I'm sure it's one of those things like with Reddit and stuff. You can find like Tip of My Tongue is a Reddit page I often frequent for people who kind of have like vague memories of stuff when they were a kid.
Oh, like the Lost Media Archive, they do that too.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, Raph, are you gonna play this farce?
Yes, I will play in a moment. Let me just adjust the screen a little more because I want to fit it. Oh, darn it! Yeah, I want to fit it correctly. Okay. Well, I guess it's okay. I guess we're ready to go. All right. So,
okay.
Yeah, go ahead and give an extra warm up, and I'll start playing it.
I mean, I don't know. You're gonna see some wacky shit. This is just the introduction that would play before each and every program, talking about him and his many cast rogues. Rated X.
For extra campy.
But this has got sort of a great mood to it that would always get you in the mood for late night.
What a great age to watch stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we're living in the best time.
Like scary movies? Well, do you? Because strange images are in the air tonight.
I'll say.
I've sent Quasi deep into the vault to pull out some of the scariest movies ever made.
Beast of Haunted Cave.
Turn out the lights.
That comes from.
Get close to someone you care for.
Oh
Because
my
it's
God,
time
that's
for
awesome.
Zombo's House of Horror movies. Come, let's go inside and meet Quasi.
This is so good.
Lewis, I know who you're playing.
Miss Transylvania. Werewolfy.
Kind of like a White Fang character from
The
Soupy
head
Sales.
nurse.
There.
Oh,
Who is Miss Transylvania?
Officer not so friendly. And Bianca, the rack girl.
And I'm hot.
Stoned.
Hello, everybody, boys and ghouls, mummies and daddies. It's your old pal.
This was my Jesus for a few years.
Dude. He's really he's really doing
He's
it.
decked out.
This week's movie is one of the scariest movies ever made.
Every movie's scary.
Exactly. You get the same exact
That does look
introduction
like
for
one
him.
very scary movie.
What is it with Svengoolie and Zombo and all these like dudes that love the top hat and their long hair?
It's a look. It's a throwback.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
He's supposed to look like, as I understand it, like the guy from the Munsters, and also Lon Chaney in London After Midnight.
Yeah. Oh yeah, damn! It didn't even occur to me. I'm like, these just really love top hats.
It's a motivated decision, a fashion, a fashion.
It's almost like a rite of passage.
Yeah, I was hoping there was more to
I
that,
would
but-
sport one if I could.
Yeah.
Nice top hat.
Hey, wind's coming along there, Raph. Good work.
I know. Okay, yeah, we'll bring her back in a
Time
moment.
to dust off this old Wonka that I have here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, which Doctor or Wonka? Which one do I go with? The Scrooge McDuck. I'll wear that one today. I'll wear the McDuck 3000.
Mm-hmm.
Pop quiz, Raph. What was the name of Willy Wonka's boat?
The Wonkatania.
Yes, good
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I was gonna
Scrooge-
say the McDuck 3000, but
Yeah,
clearly
yeah,
that
no,
was the wrong one.
Yeah, no, I'm glad to remember crap about Willy Wonka. Screw J.K. Rowling. I don't feel sorry for that anymore. So,
Wait, that's a whole different ballgame right there.
yeah.
Did you hit your button for that?
No, I was trying to put it away discreetly, and it was like, screw it.
Discreetly, and then Tex Avery's is way down with the button being very loud.
Yeah, but yeah, Wynn's coming along. I just got to do her arm and face now. So,
That's coming out really nice.
Yeah. This is the original character from our friend Win, who also does the voice of Boo and other characters for us, and she's been on some streams long ago. But yeah, we're going to be uploading our Glue podcast, but at the raw recording where it's just all three of us basically having Rocky and Bullwinkle style behind the scenes freakouts.
Dude.
And Brayton was kind enough. Oh wait, yeah. Let me make sure. No, hold on. God damn it, I can't multitask. Damn it. Yeah, Brayton was good enough to do the sketching of the character, because the original sketch I had, which I will share, because Brayton has a lot to say about it.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
okay, that's really nice.
Yes,
I keep seeing it, and I see again Ben 10 or Danny Phantom and Drag or something.
I do see a bit of the Butch Hartman, but it's really
Yeah.
nice. Well, I mean, look, I see a bit of that, but it's mainly it's your my art buddy just coined this recently. Well, he might not have coined it, but he told me it's like you draw from what you're influenced, but you do. Oh, I don't know. He said it much nicer than what I could say. It was add your own flavor to it, but he said it more like eloquent. I just don't know.
And it was one of my first times drawing a chick too, so I tried to be respectful.
Yeah. When
I think you did very well.
Thank you. Just fix the eyebrows for me.
I think it's very unique, despite the fact that, like I said, it's very referential to Butch Hartman style. But that's crazy. Again, not blowing smoke.
It's the jaw that does it, or the chin.
It's the eyebrows and it's the eyes, and it's definitely the chin. But what's amazing about it is that, like, because it's not just Butch Hartman. Like Steven Silver draws like this too, like the guy who does Kim Possible.
Yeah, of course, exactly. With the little, that's where the belly shirt
and Silver worked with Butch Hartman at one point too. I think Silver helped create Danny Phantom.
They're all a bunch of thieving thieves.
Well, and what's funny is
that better with the eyebrows?
Much better. And what's funny is, like, Steven Silver also did the character designs for Clerks. So, so again, you must have drawn some influence from all those Angular characters to come up with this. But not only that, you add your own flavor to it, though, which is pretty. Well, I think it's impressive, because to me, that style feels so hard to evolve.
Yeah.
Like, and when I say evolve, again, it's like you are doing your interpretation of it, but then adding your own personality to it, so to speak.
Yeah, I guess I like the Kim Possible thing. That didn't even cross my mind until you mentioned it. And it's such an obvious thing when I look at it.
I'm such a cartoon aficionado, or whatever you want to call it. Like, it's just so hard. It would be hard to not see it. You know what I mean? But again, that's influence, though. Like, there's nothing wrong with influence. It's how you get. I just learned recently that, like, with Batman Brave and the Bold, like, James Tucker was the character designer on that. And James Tucker is the one that's responsible for doing the Batman TAS episode, the anthology one where they're all having their interpretations of Batman. He does the one with the classic Joker, where it's like they look like the comic book.
So with Michael McKean as the Joker, the voice of the Joker in that.
So and that type of Batman is the Dick Sprang era. That's the goofy Batman era. That's pretty much what would then become Batman 66 Batman.
I always associate that with the pink suit, that era of Batman.
Yeah, that's the Dick Sprang. That I am pretty confident was Dick Sprang's era. So that's the guy who was pretty much working. What made to believe was Bob King was really just Dick Sprang during that time. Well, yeah, because that's when, like, Polka Dot Man and all these other wacky characters would come out of the woodwork. But it was James Tucker being a giant, because I guess in the 80s DC reprinted all the old Brave and the Bolds with, like, new stuff, like, in the books. So Tucker would read those as a kid, and I think it was like in the 70s they were reprinting those with, like, a Carmine Infantino Batman story.
They had new stories because
and the old ones were the Brave and the Bold ones.
Yes, because Brave and the Bold was an anthology series. Basically, Batman teams up with another character, sometimes a superhero, sometimes a not so bad supervillain, but mostly another superhero. And they would take some of the really old stories from the original run and mix it with the newer ones too. You're right.
Yeah, and so imagine, like, you're James Tucker you're at the right age, kind of like, I mean, it's exactly like you, Brayton. Like you get Zombo. Like you're at this is what I mean though, by being at the right age to have that kind of thing, because it builds an influence in you that's so rich with like anecdotes, with stories, with facts. It's like it's nonstop entertainment to listen to someone like you. Like it's if it's anything like what people react to when I talk about things, like, you know what I mean? Like I get the same way when I talk to you, because it's like your movie facts like surpass your old movie facts super surpass mine.
I have all this free floating knowledge that I just have nothing to do with it. So I bother people with it on the rare occasion that it's helpful.
I mean, you couldn't have said it better, because that's exactly my situation, but with cartoons though. That's why I'm like, that's why I like coming on here, because I'm always in awe. I'm like, I'm more than likely going to learn something new about classic Hollywood.
Or kaiju.
No, definitely with you, dude. Like I'll learn like tons of cool stuff about not just monsters, but just like how they're made, like what to use, like how this effect was made. Like there's so much knowledge that has come from you, so much great movies and shows. Like I would not have gotten into Doctor Who if not for Raph.
Well,
I just had no vessel for that back in the day. Like there's,
although
like,
with that said, I do have to publicly apologize to you. I like the Silver Nemesis, but it's not. It's like, why would I do that as the first classic Doctor Who I show you?
It's just what you were feeling, and I enjoyed it.
Okay, that's all that matters.
I mean, it's rare when we've watched a Doctor Who where I'm like, I didn't like it, or I found it boring. They're pretty entertaining.
Yeah,
like I've yet to find one that you've picked so far that's like, oh, this is dog shit. Like, why the fuck did we watch this? Like,
yeah, but no, go ahead and keep praising Brayton's.
No.
No, but
we're here to praise.
We are the keepers of the flames of our interests.
But that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I'm like I'm really enamored that like with the whole Zombo thing that people are like, just to go back to that, like I'm really happy that people preserve stuff like that, because I'm like I love stuff like that, and like, you know, I'll eventually pass like everybody else, and it's like it is kind of like, does anybody gonna care after us about this stuff? And I think with the way it, like right now, like Instagram now has like Three Stooges accounts and stuff, and I'm like who is this for, right? Because like nobody that's like 80 is like on Instagram, right? But I mean, I'm on Instagram, but I'm 40 though, right? Like I'm not a young demographic anymore, so it's like, but that's how it is though, right? Like somebody was 40 during the 80s when I was a kid, and the Three Stooges were on there. Like, are we gonna see another resurgence of popularity with these characters? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like the classics just are never gonna die, but now I'm even happier because of the internet. Like the obscurities won't die either.
Oh yeah, a lot of weird lost movies and television specials find their way to the Internet Archive or YouTube.
Yeah, like
I love the Craig Ferguson show. It's amazing that there's like there's a subculture of fans who've basically saved the whole series and uploaded it onto YouTube.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah, there's at least 2 channels dedicated to HD uploads that go back to years of the show.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, cause I don't even think there's that for Conan. Like for Conan, like back in the day,
Internet Archive, you'll find a bunch of full episodes of Conan.
Like I remember, like when like Kazaa and LimeWire were a thing. Like it was like the golden era of like, all right, like I don't need to tape Conan anymore. I just need to wait for somebody to like seed it online, in case I was like too bit. Like if I was working that day and I couldn't stay, like I couldn't like catch Conan or whatever. You know, like you can like download it. And I remember that was like, to me, that was so mind blowing at the time. I was like, you could download a whole episode of Conan O'Brien. Like, because to me, it's like, you don't watch an episode of Conan, like you're fucked. You're never going to know what's going to happen now, because there's no internet. I mean, there's no like, I can't, that I was aware of. I don't know about any message boards that were like, yeah, bro, I got to hear in 56K. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know anybody in IRC chat that was just like, yo, Coneheads, I got the new episode up. You know what I mean? Like, I'll watch it in 3 years as it downloads. You know what I mean? It's like you're gonna watch a really gritty Conan O'Brien on your real player.
Hey Andy, how you doing? I'm gonna keep going.
Okay, like Brain, were you old enough to like be on America Online? Like, were you still part of that or no?
No, I discovered the internet in 2008, I would say 2009. So I mean I was around for the fledgling days of the beginning of YouTube and all that. But
Oh wow,
I am
You guys had a
young.
great time.
I am young enough or old enough to remember the final maybe year or two of like LimeWire and stuff, and thinking it was absolutely magical that we can have any song that we want. Yes, and 50 types of computer aids. You can have that too. So yeah, I recall that. But no, I feel there's a small piece of me that does feel a little left out, that I wasn't there in the again in the Wild West years of chat boards and Yahoo groups and things of that nature. But I don't know. I've gotten into a fun kick also recently of just the gloriness that is the Wayback Machine. I think is a kind of invaluable resource for people who are curious
Of what it was back then.
Yes, the way we were, you know.
So wow, see, okay, Raph, do you remember 8 My Balls websites?
Whoa, I remember those websites.
Do you really?
I
No.
love those websites.
Yeah.
Okay, so 8 My Balls was
I'm joking. I have no idea what you're saying. Go.
Okay, so okay, I've yet to find somebody that knows what the fuck I'm talking about. I mean, oh no, not true. I met one person. One person knew what I was
In an
but that person
alley.
No, do you remember imockery.com?
Say that again?
You remember the website imockery.com?
Barely.
Well, I used to be friends with the owner of that website, and I think he was part of Old Internet, and he was the only one that knew about the 8 My Balls websites. So 8 My Balls were like the YTMND. Do you guys know what YTMND is?
No.
Oh wow. Okay. Anyway,
I know the annoying orange and Chad Vader.
I remember.
Well, those two were part of Internet Highlight as well.
I remember Channel Awesome.
So
do you remember Blip TV, Raph?
I remember. Oh, my brother Miguel used to post on Blip TV. He tried to
he used to do the shows.
Yeah. Understanding the Cosmos. He tried to start a channel.
God, I loved Understanding the Cosmos.
Yeah.
What is it like? It's like, do you ever wonder what's out there? I forgot how it started, but oh my god!
Join me.
Fuck
as
Mars.
We understand.
I remember that episode.
One day I'm gonna own those tapes and then get them on Adult Swim.
When are you going to show your home movies, Raph, that you unearthed? I think the audience would enjoy that.
No.
You gotta show them at least Understanding the Cosmos.
Yeah.
If they haven't seen that.
I'm going to talk to Miguel about maybe making a special edition compilation of all the Understanding the Cosmos and uploading them here. But as far as the kid movies go, I'm going to have to talk to Gabe and Miguel first. And if they're uncomfortable about it, no. But at the very least, the one where I'm a giant worm man on the
we'll
roof.
blur them out and distort the voices. Yeah, so you can pass me the ball now.
Oh yeah, we can just like creepily cover our faces.
Oh
with,
my god! That monster is stealing our juice box. We have to stop him. Our little 8-year-old baby. Hello, I am Jack Oxon. I am here to stop you. I am the mad scientist king.
Lewis, no, isn't that a great Dr. Claw Raph just did? I want him to voice Dr. Claw.
You would make me Dr. Claw.
Gadget. And your little dog too.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, technical balls.
Oh yeah, no. So like, no, but the 8 My Balls website was like ancient. It's an ancient meme, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So a popular thing back in the day was to make these websites with tacking on at the end, like it was the whole thing. The whole joke about it was like making reference to blank, either eating balls or something, saying something pertinent to eating balls. Like one of my favorite websites as a kid that was part of the 8 My Balls series was Sam and Max 8 My Balls, because it was just like shitty typed up edits of like characters just say like, oh, he ate my balls, and it was just, again, see, that was my Zombo. That was my Zombo, basically.
Wow. Okay.
Like, so you'd go to these. So they had like a Chewbacca ate my balls, and it was just like, yeah, Chewbacca ate my, and like I think it was like a Han Solo with a stupid word balloon. It says, "Oh, Chewie, you ate my balls." It was just that. It was a whole website dedicated to just ripping apart said thing by making it say balls or just talking about eating balls or something pertinent to it. The Sam Max one always made me laugh because in the game, like if you, because it's a point and click, right? So there's a part where you click on stuff and it goes like guns, liquor, baby needs. But in the Ate My Balls website, somebody edited it where it goes balls, baby, like balls, guns, baby needs. And I would click on that for hours. I thought that was the funniest fucking thing ever, dude. But then eventually, like, you'd get weirder websites like Albino Black Sheep. That was just like pure brain rot. That was like Flash animation, but like brain rot tier. It's funny too, because like, remember the Quiznos commercial with those like weird eyeball looking cutout animals?
Oh yeah.
We gonna get them Quiznos.
Yeah.
We're gonna go eat a sandwich.
Those like what was mind blowing to me seeing that, because I was like, I used to see those clips I used to see the like I guess the creator of those characters all the time on Albino Black Sheep. Like Albino like I said, they just always made like weird flash animations to things. I remember Fox talked about it once too, and they played that one. I'm pretty sure you've seen this like video. It's the Miku Miku Nurse. Have you guys ever seen that like little music video? And it's just like a bunch of weird things going on in the video to the like a hyper sped up song.
Kind of, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I know what our next 100% weird intermission is going to be.
But yeah, like that's what like pretty much if it wasn't for stuff like those Ate My Balls websites, like weird websites like that, like there was one like dedicated to barneyisevil.com. Dude, my favorite one was also birtisevil.com.
Oh, that's a fact.
Yeah, like Bird is Evil. Like birtisevil.com is like probably the one that's commonly known. Because it's a more popular one. Because I think it like won Webby Awards when like that was like a really big deal. So, but like yeah, like satire websites were just like a big thing back then. But like yeah, eventually like you'd get weirder things like You're the Man Now Dog, and You're the Man Now Dog is just, it's like somebody like through the HTML you just make the image repeat itself to death, and then like you use an effect of like typing something out and it kind of like lunges at you. It has like a 3D effect. Like I think you could do it in like Microsoft like Excel or something.
Oh, is it like those creepy websites like look at this picture for 4 minutes and then suddenly comes to life and there's like a scary ghost monster coming at you?
That's pretty much like its third evolution, because the evolution before that is just like silliness.
Right.
Like scary wasn't really a thing on the internet for like it was if you wanted to go to rotten.com. That's like the peak scary for you back then, right?
Yeah.
Like that's if you wanted to see like stuff that was even more edited from Weekly World News, and then like, actual like police images and stuff. That's where you went for that.
Yeah.
But
not
like
me in particular, but just people in general.
Yeah, I mean, like I glanced at it once. I was like, this is not really like my fancy, but I guess it's here. But no, but YTMND is like You're the Man Now Dog. I think it's like based off something that Sean Connery said in a film. But
the one where he takes over Alcatraz or something. You're the man now, dog.
Yeah, it's like so pretty much YTMND.com is You're the Man Now Dog.com. I think they even have that like on the web. I think they showcase it on. I don't even know if that website's still around, but that was your whole thing. If you wanted to go have a good laugh, you would go on YTMND and then look up what the new ones were and just like click on one and just have fun with it. Like these were your great grandparents' brain rot.
The internet's such a waste. Welcome to Night Owling.
It was just such a crazy I remember when Snopes was a big deal. I used to love going on Snopes back then. It's like, what's gonna kill me today?
Oh yeah, like learn
Reese's
dark.
peanut butter cups, flashing lights. Let's see here.
I know.
Bullets and hot dogs. What did Disney do here?
Much as the top 10 deadliest Disney rides to avoid.
Yeah, dude, I loved Snopes for that.
Mm-hmm.
I used to love. I remember reading all the urban legends late at. Oh my god, it's really good. I used to remember reading all the urban legends like late at night, and I'd get like chills, and I'm like, oh my god, I don't want to walk to the kitchen now because it's like dark.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Peanut butter will kill you.
Well, it was like that one story of the urban legend of the goat that like killed its owner because he abused it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just or like I hated reading because like I live near a fast food place, so like you read the urban legend of the
Ran by
needles in
goats.
the ball ran by goats that hate people, so you leave needles in the ball pits
Mm-hmm.
or snakes.
Meh.
Or like, or you know what my favorite ones are the debunking ones, like the Tootsie Roll one, where it's like apparently like people would mail away their Tootsie Roll wrappers to the Tootsie Company.
Mhm.
Because I guess like if you found the Native American with the star, like shooting the star, like that meant you got a free Tootsie Pop. That was like a huge thing at the time. And they'd get like endless letters
Mhm.
of people just trying to claim like free candy, and it's like, no, this was never a thing. We don't know where you got this from.
Screw you. We're not giving free candy.
Yeah.
We're like the Pepsi Corporation, so you want a jet? Well, tough ta-ta.
I want my damn elephant. Where's my elephant?
Play the song. Where's my
Where's
damn
my
elephant?
elephant?
Where's my damn elephant is the question of the year.
Where's my elephant?
Hey, Brayton.
What?
Yeah. What? Before we close down, I do want to show Lewis some of your other sketches. So I think.
Well, I want to show you my Roman, who I just finished.
Okay, yeah, send it to me on Facebook.
I've been working on this the last 3 hours.
Yeah, and then we'll end the night just by sharing some Brayton artwork, and then we'll call it quits.
Well, we did that last episode too.
Yeah, but Lewis hasn't seen them.
Yeah, I haven't seen them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, praise me some more. You asshole.
Yeah. Okay, Da Vinci. I don't want to see it.
Don't look at my helicopter design. It's stupid.
Hey, have we mentioned or gone on air since the Pope has died, Rev?
No, we haven't mentioned that one of the coolest popes who ever lived died.
Yeah, as far as popes are concerned, if you're on, I mean, I'm not Catholic. I don't do the whole religion.
Like, I'm
thing,
not a
but-
daredevil.
No, but he seemed like he at least had a basic, fundamental compassion for humanity. So
yeah,
He was,
progress.
he was a more open-minded pope, to say the least.
Yeah, and he kind of told Trump off on several occasions too.
And then J.D. Vance came and killed him.
Yeah. Okay, so after the Pope died, Vance and
I've
his
seen
family,
those memes.
Yeah, no, my favorite meme is the one where Vance and his family visits the Taj Mahal, and it reads Vance hides the murder weapon.
Oh my god!
Have you seen the one with George Bush and it's outside? He's outside the Twin Towers and it says like JD Vance and it says the Pope. Like, good lord!
Oh my god!
It's a bit of a stretch, but I'll take it.
Okay,
Yes.
give me like 3 minutes, and I will be back, and we can
take your time,
continue our
man.
escapades.
Yeah. We'll end it with some little art sharing here too. So,
Don't mind me. I'm just packing my Sherlock Holmes pipe for the night.
Hey, do you want to get late night dinner? Or are we good?
You know what?
It's too
What
late.
time? Yeah, it's actually 1 a.m.
Holy
crap.
shit! Yeah. Okay. Well,
You know what? I do want to get dinner. Let's talk about that off air though.
Okay. Yeah. If anything,
I
we'll
would like to get dinner. Something light though in the future, but yes, I would like to get dinner.
Okay. Yeah. I haven't eaten all day other than some crackers here, which I should. Oh.
You should be having dinner because I had dinner around like not to sound like a fancy type, but like I had dinner around like not like 7 or 8. So and I usually fast after I eat. So
Okay. All right,
that's what I'm saying. Like, yes, I would like dinner, but let's get into details like off air though.
Yeah, and plus this might be like the last time I see you for a whole month. Although I am more than happy. We'll talk more about it, but if you need assistance with your project, you know who to go to. So.
Well, you know what? So far, I've been doing really good because I've been switching up my rotation of things. See, I was doing the foolish thing of like one thing at a time. I don't know why I got that. I guess because in the rhythm of my head, I didn't think it would go faster if I inked everything first and then colored.
Yeah.
But because I already like finished about 6 or 7 pages right now out of 14. I decided, you know what? Screw it. I think I'm just going to ink everything. Once I'm done inking everything, I'll just because like really like me coloring digitally now is not as hard as me coloring traditionally.
Yeah.
It takes a lot. I mean, and plus like the good thing about the book that I'm working on is that I reuse a lot of I mean I'm not hiding this like to be ashamed or anything. But I reuse assets a lot.
Oh, it's everyone reuses assets a lot.
No, but you know how people feel about that. So that's why
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like me personally, I don't care. I don't
Mhm.
care. For the record, I'm sorry, not sorry, kind of thing. Like if you're upset that that I reuse assets, that's you come over here and give me another arm, and go do my day job. Because if I wasn't doing my day job, I would be happily doing everything. Hell, I'd be doing things traditional if I had time.
Yeah,
But
if Romita Jr. just takes pictures of old Godzilla toys and just inks over them for the
Yeah.
Godzilla versus Fantastic Four comic, fuck
Yeah,
it.
you
You can do whatever
yeah.
you want.
Yeah, no, seriously, like it's called references for a reason.
Yeah.
It's total.
Oh
There's
no,
no
he literally just took pictures of some old Godzilla toys and just traced over them.
look. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's my take on tracing. Like, here's my sincere, honest take on tracing.
Mm-hmm.
Tracing, look, tracing is a tool. It will only get you as far as your talents will allow it to get you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you think tracing is like some sort of like cop out of like you not being a good artist or whatever, it depends. Like tracing to me is like it's like a tool, dude. It's a time and place for it.
Yeah.
If you have no time to draw Godzilla, but you know damn well you can do it, why wouldn't you use tracing paper?
Mhm.
If you're using tracing paper because you know you can't draw this character and you stink, then you can make I guess you can make or the third person in this room can make that argument of like that they need to get better.
Yeah.
That's all upon you. I can agree depending on the context of why this person needs to get better, but because sometimes like you're just not meant to draw everything either, right? Like
Yeah.
not everybody's that versatile to begin with. So it's like if you can draw the Fantastic Four, like no problem, but you just suck at drawing Godzilla, I personally would not fault you for tracing that specific character all the time.
Exactly.
I would personally recommend you to still try to learn how to draw the character
Mhm.
because really like what's stopping you is yourself. Like you just don't want to do it because you have no interest in wanting to learn how to draw the character.
Yeah.
I can understand that. I personally don't agree with it because I've seen what that type of bad habit can do.
Mm-hmm.
But again, everybody's different though. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
why I can't really necessarily say if you're good or bad for it. It depends on the context.
Yeah, and my argument is if the big boys over at DC and Marvel can just, be lazy, as long as you
Yeah, I can too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as you give your laziness a bit of extra flair and effort, it's okay. So
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm doing the book in Illustrator for one.
Mhm.
Like it'd be different if I did the book in Photoshop. I would certainly draw everything by hand, but it's like I'm doing everything in Illustrator,
Mhm.
and like it's no secret in an animation you reuse assets.
Yeah.
You can't like why would you draw the same thing like 80 times? Like it's dumb.
Mhm.
Like you can draw the character. You've proved it to yourself. If you need to prove it, I mean, I could prove it at a convention that I could draw the characters, no problem. Like, well, I've never had an issue with my commissions.
Yes.
But long story short, though, like, I've been catching up on my inks, so been plowing through those. Thankfully, like all my, and it's funny when I say assets, I mean my scenes because like I'm doing this book like a storyboard. So there's scenes where like you go back to the characters where they previously were because they're just having an exchange of dialogue.
Right.
So that's actually saved me a lot because I can just copy and paste. Like, okay, here's the same image, but with a different character now in it. The
Mhm.
background's the same. So that also saves me on coloring because I pretty much cut that same color there, and I'll just like repaste it like 4 or 5 times wherever it needs to be. So I color one base like a color like you would a cartoon. Color the background that's going to be used like 80 million times, and then you color the character separate.
Yes.
Because like we're going to use that background like multiple times like throughout the book. I think it's coming out pretty good.
Yeah. No,
Recently I just really I really locked down perspective. Like I can really, I have a better grip on it now than I ever had.
Oh yeah, it is kind of difficult to get a
Perspective's overrated.
Perspective is overrated. I agree.
Yeah, that's my perspective anyway. Yeah.
Like the trick I've learned with perspective is like you throw your dot down and all the spaghetti comes out of that dot. I'm not kidding.
Let's put it on a shirt and sell it.
But that's literally like if somebody had to, like if anybody asked me like, well, how do you learn like what if you had to break perspective down in its simplest form? It's literally a dot that you put a line through, right? And once you put the line through there, all this like spaghetti that like spirals out like into like a koosh ball kind of thing, that's where your angle's coming from. It's all where you put the dot on that straight line across. So if you put it in a corner, the spaghetti comes out that way.
Yeah.
You put it in the other corner, if you put it on the other end of the line, the spaghetti comes out that way. If you put it slightly to the left, spaghetti comes out that way. Everything has to go back. Everything has to be drawn back to that dot. All the spaghetti has to go into the dot, basically. That's perspective. I don't know why the fuck they don't explain it like that in school, because if you explained it like that to me, I would have understood it faster.
Right.
Like, because when you see stuff like horizon lines and shit, I'm like, I'm lost. I don't know what you're talking about.
I am a purely spaghetti-based learner, sir. Thank you very much.
I too must be Sicilian of some sort. No, like it's
never
just...
bet on it against the Sicilian.
when art is on the line.
Well, it's because like I like to test myself with other artists to make sure like, okay, I'm that I learned this thing. So I self-taught, I taught myself perspective because I'm like, well, I don't have time to go to school, let alone pay for it. So I'm like, but I have to learn this because like this book is looking like crap, and it's because I don't know perspective very well. Like I can kind of like BS it, but I can't keep doing that forever. Again, that's my whole tracing paper argument. Like eventually you will have to learn what you're doing, or else it's not gonna look very good after a while. So unless that's what you're going for, unless that's your thing. But so no, I learned it myself and lost my mind doing it. And then I go up to my friend and I'm like, okay, let me explain to you how perspective works for me and tell me if it makes sense. And he's like, yeah, it's a bit juvenile, but it makes sense. I'm like, cool, that's all I need to know.
Yeah.
So yeah. So, if it's validated by somebody that's like of a higher caliber than me, then I've figured out how the flux capacitor works at this point, so to speak.
Yes. And also, yeah, it's like one thing, I'm terrible at drawing buildings. So what I do is I just take photos of buildings, but I do trace over them, but I do alter. Yeah, it's like just...
Yeah, but you make it your own now at that point. That's not the same building that was probably a reference. You know what I mean? And that's fine.
Yeah, exactly. No, it was way more complicated. I did simplify it, and these are the vile eyes, giant interdimensional eyeball monsters.
Like I don't know, like my perspectives are pretty relaxed on like what you can and can't do, as long as you're not stealing from people outright. You know what I mean? Like that's probably like where I would obviously draw, where most people probably should draw, like, because you don't want your stuff stolen.
Yeah.
But like,
or at least give credit where credit's due.
Sure, yeah. But if you're using like public assets and stuff like that, then yeah, why not? Like that's what they're there for.
Yeah.
It's still up to you as an artist to, like I said, to add your flavor to it, like which you clearly did. I mean, you've made it your own.
No, thank you. So, but no, let's talk.
It looks great.
Thank you. So this will be for the next art book I do, because the one for Pachi Shoma is almost done. So.
They look like
nice.
pair of balls. Ate my ball. Can that be the episode title? Ate my balls. Steven Seagal ate my balls.
I'm sure somebody made a website like a webpage.
Steven
like dedicated.
Seagal. Okay, I kind of like Steven Seagal eats my balls, but I'm gonna
ate my balls. Past tense.
I'm going to have like the balls part is the only thing I don't like. I don't want to be too.
Oh, fuck off!
I wonder if the Wayback Machine has any of those websites still preserved.
Steven Seagal ate my naughty orbs.
Fuck no! Steven Seagal ate my balls has like a good almost rhyme to it.
It kind of does.
Seagal ate my balls.
You're gonna have to do something, and okay, I'll call it that, but you got to do something big in return for me, Brayton.
You want to eat mine? What do you want? All right.
Okay. So, all right, but yeah, let's go. Ben, here's pretty much all the work I've done on Win.
She's looking fabulous. Thank you.
That's
You're
looking
welcome.
good.
Yes. So I think I'll be able to color.
God, it really is a shameless Kim Possible ripoff. Oh my lord!
I
I
wouldn't
can't
say
unsee it now.
I wouldn't call it a ripoff. It's definitely
It's unintentional, you know, and
Yeah.
the little Danny Phantom in there, a little, you know, a bunch of things.
I think it looks great. It has a flavor of that, but it's definitely yours.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
Because like Steven Silver doesn't do anything like what you have here at all. That's how you know that it's yours, and it still looks good.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I give credit to it is wins. Well, did she draw that original doodle that she sent you?
Yes. This was the reference she sent me for her character. That's her artwork. In fact, I gotta think of like inking and coloring her stuff just as a nice little gift, or at least doing my own original take on it.
And I gave her midriff. That was what I contributed.
Yes. But no, she's looking forward to this. She's excited to see what your fan art.
Yeah, I love it. I don't even know what this character is, and I love it.
Oh yeah,
so you must have done something well.
Yeah, no, it's her self-insert elf thief character, Win the Rogue.
It's her night elf mohawk. What it is.
She uses the magic moon blades of Abrulu to defeat the great beast of Garabadasi.
When come to dinner, honey.
No, I'm busy.
It looks great.
Yes.
Like and the funny thing is, like, I'm not an angular cartoon guy. Like, they drive me insane.
Mm-hmm.
Like my friend Andy loves angular cartoons, like Danny Phantom, Batman Beyond.
Mm-hmm.
Like the list goes on, right? Like Teen Titans, like that's his thing. Like he loves Steven Silver and all this stuff. So it's like, to me, not saying like to me this is a nightmare, but it's like, but if you got me to find this appealing, it's like you've done something incredibly well.
Thank you. I'm not typically like Raph knows. Raph, we did a big showcase last time of all my artwork, and I really have two modes of. I either try to attempt something approaching comic booky realism and spend way too much time on it and eventually get bored with it. So the flaws in my art pieces are, you can definitely tell the point where I stopped caring if you look at a lot of my drawings and
Right.
and more cartoon stuff like this. Are you going to show the one I did of you, Raph?
Yes, I'm going to show.
Is that the
soon.
week that you did that one?
Yeah, no.
The one he keeps flipping through?
If that's the same one, I've drawn Raph many a times. He's my
Wait,
muse.
pull it up.
Yes, I will. But I'm just going to say this. I think Kaiju Commander, he's still with us. We're going to end this relatively soon, 8 hours from now. He came up. It's like a good compromise is the call the episode Steven Seagal ate my eyeballs.
Okay, no, okay. Can there be a way where you can put eyes though in like parentheses?
Come on, at least give us that.
Okay,
that's not asking for a lot.
Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Send me the correct spelling of how you want it, Brayton, and we'll call the episode Steven Seagal ate my whatever.
All right.
I'll give you that. I'll give you this one, but yeah, you're gonna have to edit something for me.
Oh yeah,
You're such a weenie when it comes. You're such a weenie when it comes to that, Raph, because balls are your fucking favorite thing. If you go back to the Glue podcast, you and your own improv crap shout out like your balls like 12 times during that.
Yeah, but that's the secret sauce you find in the episode itself. We didn't call it the Glue Testicles podcast.
You call it secret sauce. I call it someone took a dump in the punch bowl. Is what I call it.
He called it secret sauce. Isn't that would make it better?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. We'll come up with a name, but yeah, I just don't want something too mature for the actual title of the episode itself.
I just call it Steven Seagal ate my nutsack.
Sure.
Can we do
Steven
that one?
Seagal gave me a fucking sloppy blowjob behind a dumpster of KFC. What do you want?
Wynn's gonna say goodbye now. Save yourself, Wynn.
How vivid do you want this picture painted for you?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, but no. The funny thing about, just a quick note, the funny thing about this is that Brayton insisted on redrawing the characters for the upcoming Glue Raw reading because the original sketch was not very flattering. And it was supposed to be like Wynn, Brayton's alien character, Conno Branzit, and the Crimson Weirdo doing a Three Stooges thing. But what did you say about...
The Crimson Weirdo looks like... He's like, it's gonna be his last Christmas. It looks like a sad sort of,
he's contracted several diseases and has lost his luster in life. I don't know.
Yeah. No, it's. I think I got Win okay, and Kano
Oh,
just
say it.
needs
He's got AIDS. Not just any old AIDS.
I didn't want to say it.
He's got Philadelphia AIDS.
No. I can imagine the Crimson Weirdo has like some like Borgitis, which is just a fancy way of saying he's wearing pants. Anyways, that's an old joke from the 70s. But yeah, he looks like he's like on like he's nearing death, but he's still attending conventions. Like, do you like my outfit, kids? I'm going to do the Crimson Weirdo. Oh yes. This is my assistant, Charlie. She's milking me for everything I got.
Just wheeling you around.
Exactly.
But it's not bad, Raph. I don't want you to feel like I bullied you into. No, we're gonna use my artwork. Because I offered that and you said okay.
No, I totally agree with it. But yeah, I didn't see how sickly the Crimson Weirdo was until you mentioned it. It's like, help me. I can't do this anymore. Help you. So
yeah.
Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and go to the Roman, or you want to see Raph?
Falls into something like Dr. Smith. Penny, I'm trapped in this hole. Who did this?
No, I did this. This is Raph.
You did this?
Yeah, you can tell I put a lot of effort into the cats because I just did one, and Dupin copied and flipped.
You did this?
Yeah.
Yes, this is hopefully going to be either our standby or our technical difficulty screen that appears during these shows.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have anybody to ink this, as soon as I'm done with the book, I will ink this for you.
Thank you. I mean,
I will happily ink this for you.
Yeah,
this is my love letter to Raph.
I'll make it vector 2 so you could resize it and it won't like lose any resolution either.
I know, but I love the fact that the cats are just one single design. And it's almost like a Canadian cartoon. It's like,
I just love that this exists. This is so good. This is like something for Married with Children when like Al, I drew you here, and it's like, it looks like this.
and you got nuts and bolts and gears flying out of the computer because of course that's what they're made of.
We should put like a little window here with Jack Hoxton doing a creepy Torgo look through the window face.
Yeah.
I just love this. This is amazing.
Thank you. So thank Brayton.
Thank you.
Can this be on a T-shirt?
Mm-hmm.
Raph, you're a star.
Oh my god! Thanks to you, Brayton.
You're gonna be featured in your own comic
No
strip.
joke. All I would want in exchange is just to be able to make a shirt that I could wear.
Oh, okay.
I will wear this to every convention.
This guy that I know who has 7 cats.
Oh no, I'll make sure to tag both of you guys every time I wear this shirt at a convention.
6, 7, 8. Yeah, I don't remember 8 cats.
How many are there? How many did I overestimate your number of cats?
I think you did. Yeah,
I think he has like 5.
Yeah,
4, maybe?
6. I think we have 6. No,
you should know how many cats you have.
There's Mohawk, Princess, Fluffy, Uno, Whiskers.
So you have 8. You have 8. You're missing 2. You have 8 at this point.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. But no, yeah, Brayton drew this. It's wonderful. But yeah, if you don't ink it first, I might, but I want to see what you do with it, Lewis.
I'll go Klaus Janson on it. Just make
Okay,
it all
but this one I am definitely inking once.
This I've seen. Who's done this?
Oh, this
is me as well.
Yeah.
This is
Shut the fuck up. This is also you.
This is me, and for once I got hands kind of okay.
Mm-hmm.
Shut the fuck. This is you. How do you just?
This is Raph, but this is me. This is my erotic vision of Raph.
Well, how do you switch it up like that?
I have 2 modes. I can do the cartoon stuff, which I crank that out a lot easier. This Raph, I don't know what art style this is inspired of. At least
it feels like Richard Corbin. Like Corbin
I don't know.
did like some Ninja Turtles. Like he did Hellboy Goes to Mexico.
This was my concept art for a new Raph Crimson Weirdo costume, a more casual wear, and you can just drape the cloak over a black T-shirt.
Raph, is there one of you that you made of yourself in like red with like a spiral background, or am I just like gaslighting myself in imagining that.
I think you're gaslighting yourself because all my Crimson Weirdos look horrible.
Really? Have you drawn one of of the Crimson Weirdo?
I like the chibi weirdo that you'd have, Rev, of the original.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, maybe that's. Oh, yeah, that's right. Laura did make a GIF of that. Maybe I shared that with you once, but no, this is way better. I am making once I'm done with the glue thumbnail, I am definitely doing this as like an epic picture, and I'm going to do an alternate version where he's like shooting lightning and lasers.
This is one that I spent like maybe 2 days on this, and a lot of it was just.
I love this too. By the way, this also needs to be on a shirt.
See, this feels like Raph and I have made mention. It looks like a rock and roll or heavy metal album cover.
It just looks like something like from a backstory.
Yes, this is his ancient wizard. And that's the thing. That's where I gave up on. I can do all of this, but I can't draw circles and spirals worth of crap. So his goggles are just sort of plain blind.
I don't know, but I mean, something about that just gives it a charm.
Yeah,
like it's like bright out that you can't see the spirals. You know,
it's reflecting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when he shoots the lightning, it's gonna reflect. So.
Exactly. So you do some underlighting effect there, and
you got a Tex Avery smeared eye.
Take that, Drew! I'm coming for you.
Steven Seagal smeared my eye with his lovely fluids. Can that be the title, Raph? Can that be?
Okay, moving on.
Maybe not. Okay, I put it in the private chat though.
Okay, thank you. All right, and who
Zach Chatter?
Oh. The rest ones are going to be
even the balls.
Yeah.
There's my Roman that I've been working on for the last 3 hours.
That's pretty good too.
Thank you. You know,
I mean,
I didn't make his tits large and pronounced enough, but there he is in his glory.
I don't know, man. I like your sketches. They feel like what a cartoon would sketch. Like when a cartoon draws something, it feels like that.
I am the walking blabbing cartoon.
In other words, like it has good spirit. I like it.
Thanks. Yeah, this is his sort of I don't know. I found one pose where he's sort of reaching out or is it because there's Roman, who's the main guy, and then there's the other Roman, which is the same suit that he's talking to, Controller 1 or whatever. You know this, Raph. You've seen
Controller.
This film?
Yes.
Yes, and he like reaches out his hand and shoots little finger lightning. That's what this is here.
You know what, Raph? Well, while you've never picked a bad Doctor Who, you have definitely picked a lot of bad MST3Ks. But to be fair, though, they're all iconic, so they're unfortunately ones that you have to watch because of how iconic. Like Robot Monster, I don't find that one very pleasant to watch.
Yeah.
No, well, now that's a season 1 episode, and
it's very fucking bad.
Yeah,
like they're not really trying.
I know.
But to be fair, I mean the movie's fine.
The movie's not either. I mean, it's not trying.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to shit on the movie, even though it can catch it. I don't know it because it's so iconic.
Raph and I have pitched the idea of a Robot Monster musical in the same vein as your Little Shop of Horror remakes and things of that nature.
That I could see. That I could see because people who hate musicals love musicals. They begrudgingly like them because they know eventually, like, okay, it's catchy. You like musicals. You're just too much of a bitch to say it. We get it. But Robot, like this can definitely
a Robot Monster rock musical. I've always thought that, and a way to bring Roman back is finally doing a movie off of his the SCP like character who's like this terrifying being that they've contained, but they show him nothing but bad movies because he sort of morphs into what he views, and they act afraid of him, so he's sort of permanently in the form of the Roman. And then he breaks out and doesn't understand why people aren't being afraid of him.
So he's Bub, but evil, basically from Day of the Living Dead.
Yes, friendly zombie or friendly monkey robot monster.
I mean, there's definitely. I mean, he's in the public domain. I'm surprised nobody's tackled that.
Yeah,
you've tackled Steamboat Willie being a horror film and Popeye or whatever.
Use actual horror characters for your
yeah, I know. God forbid, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a bad idea. I mean, who the fuck would be mad at the origin of how Roman comes to be? Please, who? Find
There's
me
a,
one.
there's a stop motion short film which shows the empire of the Romans. This guy that lone animator guy you showed me, Raph,
Yeah.
who did a wonderful little short film about their planet and their gladiatorial games that they have with each other. And
I mean, you're selling me. That sounds
Yeah.
pretty cool. I want to see a
Yeah.
bunch of robot like chimp bodied robot people.
Yeah, but will
fucking
they
doing-
die at the end? Because it needs to have the balls.
What you're describing is just Gladiator, but with Roman.
Oh, that can be an alternative title. The monkey should have died.
The monkey should have died.
anyway, I didn't make him fat enough, I feel too. But anyway, this is what I started
like
this at the beginning of the show and I finished it.
I like the
20 minutes ago.
hands.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I can see why you're disappointed with the pecs, but I like the hair. I like the way you did the hair.
A lot of scribbly lines.
but you know what though? But you put them in the right place.
Well,
That's
thank
what.
you.
Like, look at the way the hair. Look at the shoulder hair. How it like droops down. But then look how you somehow managed to make it almost like Alex Tothian, like with the arm that's going down here.
Mhm.
Like I'm
Yeah.
pointing, like you could see, but like that hair, it's like it's not a lot of lines, but it's the right amount of lines to give the idea and the illusion that he has this like just bags of hair like all over his body, basically.
Yeah, well, that's like a technique that I've tried to do for
I like
myself
it.
as of late when I drew people hair even, and it's a lot more time consuming if you try and draw each individual strand of hair,
yeah,
but it
no.
does make it at least a little more natural than just
But-
doing a big.
But like I said, you did well. Where it's like if somebody had to ink it, like not a lot would be lost. Like they'd
Well,
have a
thank
good idea on like what to do. So
Yeah,
I think it's pretty good
thanks.
for someone who I take it you don't draw a lot, right?
I'm kind of a Johnny come lately to having any discipline about it. I've always been artistically inclined, but always more so my interest has veered towards building stuff and set
Yeah.
building and prop building
Well,
and
I
editing.
will say your editing's amazing.
Well, thank you. That's like my first love. But I've always had like a I don't know, a fear of public rejection when showing my real art, my pencil sketches and everything.
I mean,
But,
you're gonna get critiqued for sure. People are just gonna not give a shit. Like that's bound to
Yeah.
happen. It's happened to me. I'm sure it's happened to Raph. Like I'd be surprised if it doesn't happen to an artist. Really.
But like showing it to my friends who I've shown everything have been very encouraging. And over the last I don't know 3 or 4 years, it's something that I've kind of been getting into doing every single day and just exercising that muscle.
Great.
I
That's
take my
awesome.
little notebook with me everywhere. So yeah,
That's awesome, dude. You're like a regular Captain America, just with a notebook out in the world.
but I try to live up to the standard.
I mean, he had an knack for the pencil and paper. That wasn't just like a thing to add in the film. Like that was
And
part of his
the
personality.
old people who live on the beach are my friends, to quote Reb Brown, Captain America. Yes.
No, but I mean, like anybody that wants to draw or like takes it up as a passion, a hobby, or a career, like I'll encourage it. Like
They
why
should
not?
do it.
Why
Even
not?
if you're not good,
fun.
engage your creative muscles.
Well,
into
look, I'll put it to you like this: like I envy you because like you're having fun with it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like you're having tons of fun with it. Like the stuff I'm doing right now, it's fun in the sense that like I'm learning things. But me personally, I would rather be working on my own personal projects. Like I'm working on a project right now, in the hopes that I think I could say it. I'm working on a Smiling Friends comic book right now. In order to possibly pitch, possibly sell. Who knows what'll come from it, but it's a big thing right now. I do a lot of fan art with Smiling Friends right now, so I figured it was only a matter of time to do a book to just see like if people would be interested in something like this, like a fanzine. So many comic book artists have done like Batman fanzines, and it has lucked them out to like work for DC and work for Marvel. Like so. I said, you know what, screw it. I'll just make a fan book, see if people like it. And so far the feedback's been great. This is the book that's been helping me with perspective.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, holy crap, I get it now. I'm like, it's like another stone for my gauntlet. Now I just have one stone left, and the next thing I want to tackle is anatomy. I want to do superheroes. Like I just not for anything specific, like just for myself to say, like, I could do this now too. I just want to have another diverse stone under my belt. Because I just love doing stuff like that. I love doing commission work, like, and especially at Comic-Con. My favorite thing is just like, give me whatever it is that you want, because I'll just draw it for you. Where other people draw a line like that. Again, like your Amita thing, Raph, where it's like, I'm gonna have to trace this Godzilla. I get it though. Like you just probably, I get, but in his case, I do believe he can draw it. I just don't think he really wanted to do all that extra work, where you could just trace it. So I totally understand that. But for me, I just get a kick out of learning like all sorts of styles. Like I just like my favorite thing to do is like when I learn like how to kind of like ape a Mignola style is just do everything on a hierarchy. Like you do the thing, you do the character, and then you add a bunch of skulls around it and like a castle or an octopus, like a tentacle, and you're done. You have a bona fide Mignola, because like it's not hard to ape that kind of style. Like I like making silly things out of it. Like I did an Adventure Time one, like one time, like Mignola style. It looked really cool. Like so, because you knew. I mean, but this was before like he was like on Instagram seriously. I think he would do one now. You know what I mean? But like that's just stuff you wouldn't see back then, like a Simpsons one.
Yeah,
a Simpsons Mignola style. You know, like that kind of thing. But that's the cool thing you can do with art, though. You could do all sorts of wacky stuff like that.
Yeah,
that's why,
that's what I think I find myself fitting into that slot a little more comfortably. Is I don't want to.
You're good at it. That Raph is really awesome, and the fact that you switched it up is really good.
Well, I'm just kind of like a person who, like, if someone notices, I get really self-conscious if I notice a trend or a through line in any of the stuff that I create or do, because I see that automatically in my own self-criticizing way as a flaw. But if someone calls that a style, that's fine. But I'm not really interested in developing, I draw this way and only this way. I like drawing and aping different styles and be able to do different things.
And that's totally fine.
Yeah. So I feel like if I can switch it up and, find a way to keep it fun. And the thing that I need to develop is like drawing non-humanoid looking things, like or non-living things like cars and automobiles and spaceships and all that stuff.
Yeah,
that's way over like my head. I can't.
Now it is right now. It could be. It possibly might be good at that stuff later if you really wanted to.
At the very least, practice drawing more animals. That might be a big help later on. So, but your favorite sci-fi monsters aren't a bad idea either.
I've been drawing nothing. I've been drawing nothing but in the animal realm, nothing but a cat, a very particular, specific cat that Raph, and this monkey man here.
But I think that's great because you're having fun with it, and if it's when you're not having fun with it, you ain't gonna learn shit. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Like, you're not gonna draw anything when you're not having fun. You're not gonna draw anything good when you're not having fun. Nothing good is gonna come out when you don't have fun with it. Yeah. And that's a tricky thing with art, especially when you make it a career. I mean, Raph, you know this too. It's like there's times where this isn't fun. It's just like, I don't want to do this right now. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm speaking for you. I'll speak for myself and say that. I'm assuming that's you too, but maybe it's not. But for me, like, there's times where I'm just like, I don't want to draw right now. I never thought I would have that.
Oh yeah.
But
if you're too depressed, there's no energy there unless you're a sick sadist. And if you try, and
or you have to meet a deadline.
Yes, deadlines that can really screw you up. Like I can no longer do 24-hour projects anymore. That just physically makes me sick. And then dealing with other artists, if you can find some really cool people like you two fellows, that's awesome. But then other people are either. We'll save the horror tales of the Elephant Man another day.
It really it really is synergy at the end of the day too. It's like you really like, especially if you're trying to build a crowd of artists. Like, they don't all have to draw the same. Like, synergy just really means that you guys just get along as people. Like, the art does not have to match at all. Like, three of my favorite artist friends, none of us draw the same.
Yeah.
Like, one's like a fine artist, the other one's like a Sergio Aragones type, the other one's like an anime, you know what I mean? Like a layout artist for TV. Like, none of them draw the same. Like, we all like the same things to an extent, but none of us draw the same. You know, and I think out of everybody, I'm the one that diversifies on the pop culture scale, meaning, like, if I had to draw like a Simpson character, I can do it, or like if a Flintstone, I could do that. that's why I eventually would like to do Heroes, because like I would love to see if I could tackle like a Space Ghost, like an Alex Toth designed Space Ghost, and then maybe do like a Brave and the Bold type, like that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I would just like, because like my goal right now is like to see like what I can do, much like what you did with that female character Brayton, even though like you had no intention to do something Danny Phantom like or whatever. I do have an intention to do something like that, but with that Dick Sprang style from that Batman the animated series episode. Because I really like how Batman is built. I just like smiling Batman. Like
Make
there's just
Batman smile again. I agree. Yeah.
I there's just something just so appealing about a man who's just like, what family? Like what parents? Like I'm too busy smiling over here that there's crime to be fought. Like, you know what I mean? And he's got there's shit happening, but like they can take it on the chin kind of thing. They're not broken by it yet. Like that era Batman is not there yet. Like they're still in there. Like it's still campy. It's still campy, and it's like still hopeful that like tomorrow might be a sunny day kind of thing. So it's like I really like that style. So yeah, and there's like so many cool things you could do with that.
Yeah, and quick comment from Kaiju Commander, who's still with us.
Yes.
God bless you, Kaiju Commander. Very cool romance sketch. Brayton, big thumbs up emoji.
Yeah, no.
Thank you.
I'm telling you, man, it's really good. It's really, really good.
Right. So yeah, I'm not even going to share the ones I wanted to share, but
share quickly.
Yeah, share them.
Okay,
Run.
yeah.
Oh.
So speaking of Warrior, go on. What do you want to say about your Roman?
I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
All right, a big shout out to Kaiju Commander. This was a commission I did recently of his giant monstrous turtle, aggressive turtle character Brutagon. Although I wanted to call him Brutagon Bloodbeak, just give him a surname.
That came out really nice.
Yes. And the rain was a little difficult, but I'm happy how the smoke effects and the glowing eye went. So
well, the rain's not too distracting, so that's good.
Yes, but yeah, no, it was kind of hard to get the rain just right. So yeah, that's a commission I recently did. I still got another one for him that I'm working on where it's going to be a full body picture of this guy. So. All right, now this is stupid. I just took old fan art of Kessler, a very minor human antagonist / horror victim from the giant spider invasion, and this is Brayton's biopic profile.
What?
Pic.
No, this is not my biopic. This is my
what?
This is a photo for the pseudonym that I've chosen as an editor for your art book.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes. This is Hermit K. Dick in his environment. And I created a little backstory for him, and you're going to put that in your acknowledgement section. And
I love backstories to fictional characters for stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's just a guy who, he was chased by a bear that was really just his shadow. And the edits that he made to Raph's book were dictated by a scared hiker who he held at gunpoint in his shack. And he never intends on reading it. And basically uses his art book, his little acknowledgement section in your book, Raph, to basically say that the government is a lie or whatever. And commerce is a lie.
Yeah, and this is reusing tons of elements. I did artwork of Kessler from Giant Spider Invasion for an unmade project that somebody wanted me to do artwork for. It was a review of Night of the Lepus, and we're gonna have Kessler in there, but that kind of went belly up. The background is just a local park near where Mark and Cammy are currently located, and there's like some really weird cabin there that I just had to use. So yeah, but this is going to be the profile pic for Hermit K. Dick, who ironically I think his middle initial should be Kessler.
That would be pretty funny, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Kaiju Commander quickly says about Brutagon. I love how Brutagon turned out, Raph. Can't wait to see the full body version. Sorry you still don't like the name I picked. Too many other monsters are named Bloodbeak. Yeah, that is true. I just thought he needed a surname. Okay. And this is another.
That was really cool too.
Boobs. Okay, another entry into the Pachishoma picture. I already drew somebody else's character, and he said I could reuse his Valkyrie character, and I just gave her a giant parrot head.
Came out really nice though.
No, thank you.
Raph, honest to God, like as soon as I'm done with this book, like, and I get closer to working on my. See, here's the thing. Like, I'm debating on whether I should just make a pilot for sale now at this point, or if I should just make the pilot myself and just distribute it on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I'm telling you, with the whole AI thing, like doing in betweens now, I'm like, well, I could just probably do that and just not even bother like pitching it anywhere. I'll just do it myself on YouTube.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. So,
but I want to pick your brain because you are very good with the history of monsters, specifically mythical creatures of different like locations and regions. Kind of like what we talked about last time with the whole Cyclops thing.
Oh yeah.
Like, and what's funny too is like I follow an account. I follow this artist, I should say, and he's been really getting into yokai, and he showed me a yokai. Like he showed a yokai that he just drew recently, and it was cyclopean, exactly kind of like what I had, except his wasn't. Well, I mean, because it's Japanese, he's not Chinese in any way, but the character is one of the few yokais that's not meddling or like troublesome or like, you know, horrific in some way. He's like one of the more lighthearted, like jovial yokais, if there is any.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of them. Yeah, no, we can definitely talk about mythical monsters.
But but the because I look at this Valkyrie, for example, I'm like, this is something I would definitely want in my fantasy cartoon that I'm working on right now.
Oh yeah, no, I don't mind letting you borrow the design because originally I drew. This was kind of a long time coming gift art for a fellow artist.
Like that one looks cool too, but that bird one really like.
Yeah. No, this was
stands out.
Yeah, somebody named Blaker Oates online. He created a giant golem girl named the Valkyrie, who's basically an opera singing giant monster.
That's so cool.
Yeah, no, I always liked the design, and he did a lot of work for me. So this was a long time coming.
How cool is that though? It's a golem Valkyrie.
Yeah,
like
well, she's more of a stone
never see
giant.
Hollywood put those two things together. You're like, they don't even know what a golem is.
Yes, exactly. So, but yeah, but he gave me permission to reuse it, and I repurposed it for the Pachimon book. So
that's so cool, though.
Yeah, so from Valkyrie, the stone giantess, to Valkyrie Val, the bird monster.
Boobs.
So-
Yeah, there's that too. So
I made a golem character who looks like Larry Fine. And my golem specifically, like you have to put like this giant like token in its back in order for. He's basically kind of like a parking meter. Instead of like you still have to put the scroll and everything in him, but like he won't function unless you put a giant token in him.
Oh, I'm a rock. I'm so uncomfortable. Put a penny in my back. Hey.
I realize that now as I make him like it is. I mean, it is that. Even though I didn't mean for it to be that, but it was because I just love. Again, you bring up one of my favorite type of monsters, which is golems. So it's like that. It just. I'm like, well, who's my favorite stooge? I'm like, well, Larry Fine's pretty funny. He never got enough credit.
Larry Fine was the glue that held it together.
Yeah.
Yes.
He really was.
Yeah. But no, this is pretty much the last things I want to share. But yeah, I think we're gonna wrap it up. Is there any last things you guys want to say or advertise?
I'll go first if nobody else does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Okay.
And this is art related. The guy who did all the Simpson comics, whose name escapes me at the moment. I don't know if it's Phil Ortiz or whoever it is. That guy has been doing, even though Simpson comics is no longer a thing. He was doing the comic books forever. And he's a really amazing artist. And what's even crazier is this guy to this day, despite all the accolade that he has, not just being like a comic book artist, but just an artist in general, because like he can do Batman, he can do like so many other characters. He still deals with imposter syndrome. Like he's constant. He's a huge advocate on just like, hey, be aware of it. Like, don't let it consume you, kind of thing. But it's like, a guy of that caliber, like to know that guy, feels the same jitters that like you would or Brayton would, or it's like, it's crazy. Like it just, if you ever feel like you have imposter syndrome, like you feel like you're just like it's not you, like you're just not worth it, like or you don't think you're good, just know like there's big people out there that feel that too, and you know you're not alone, basically, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and you know, there are people out there that know what you feel like, and you know, don't let it consume you, kind of thing. Like it's really all in your head, and you know, if you feel like you're not doing good, just take a break from it.
Yeah. I had a similar situation where my friend Adam, our mutual friend Adam, wonderful kid,
okay, yeah.
He had me sell some comic panels from professional artists for him on eBay when he needed some money. Well, no, he just wanted to sell them and get some money.
Sure.
But no, the funny thing was seeing these like actual published pages from like inks from like Marvel and DC, and then seeing like all the little imperfections and all the things that I do.
Right, all the whiteout.
Yeah,
like
that gave me more.
That you never see.
Yeah, that gave me confidence. It's like you don't need to overthink this. It's, as long as you're doing it and getting out there, that's the important thing.
Well, yeah, I mean that's like comic books. I mean, in animation, film. I mean, they're all different. Like they're the same in that they're all entertainment media, but they're different as far as like the journeys on how to get there. And comic books is one where it's like the journey is so rough because of the time constraint and you know your talent pool. Sometimes you don't get to choose your talent pool. You know what I mean? Like you have to start all over. Like again, I talk about synergy. You might deal with the guy that you don't like, how he inks your stuff, and you probably don't even like the guy himself or the gal, whoever it is, right? Like you know,
right, Grayson.
it's a tough journey, but again, like you know, if you feel like you know you're not there or whatever, you know, take a step away. But if it's and again, like you have peers, like it's good to have it's very good to have peers that you feel comfortable with to show your stuff with, and it's not a cop, you know, that qualifies as you getting better, even if it's people you know, because you know they'll tell you like, hey, this stinks or this doesn't work or whatever, and you'll know too. You'll know too if it's good or not, and you know that's going to be up to you whether you want to put the work in to make it better or not. It's up to you. Yeah, it's not a race. I should say that too. Art's not a race. As much as we want it to be, if it was, it's the worst race possible.
Yeah, and the synergy thing you said.
Race.
Yeah, the last thing I'm going to say, the synergy you mentioned when you're around like-minded artists who can help you out as much as you can help them. I've had good experiences with you, Lewis. I've had great experiences with Brayton.
Yeah.
It's like, so I'm happy, and I'm glad we were able to share this. Next time, though, we have you, Lewis, you definitely got to bring some of your artwork on board. So
yeah, I'd be happy to.
Okay.
I'd be happy to.
Yeah, and by then, Brayton will probably have a billion sketches, and I'll probably have maybe just one more
I'll curate
on.
something together. Yeah.
Yes.
No, definitely.
Okay.
I'm happy with my art journey. I hope you guys are happy with your guys' journey too.
Ever since they got the Filipino guy.
I'm enjoying my art journey, but for some reason there's a skeleton with a rowboat and he wants to get paid. I hope that's not a dark sign.
Something about twigs, sticks. She and what?
Okay, so we're gonna end the night with this beautiful little remix that Brayton did, or just yeah.
I didn't do it. I cut it down from like a minute and put our voices on there.
I mean, that sounds like an edit to me.
Yeah. I'm not Grandmaster Flash over here, okay? I didn't put a lot of effort into it.
I don't know, man. I mean,
you're not
I've
the
seen what you can
Mixmaster?
do.
The Renegade Mixmaster?
No.
Okay. But yeah, thank you, Kaiju Commander. A big thanks to everybody else. Okay, what we're going to call this one again?
Steven Seagal ate my eye. Balls.
Okay, I see. Okay, with that spelling, we can get away with that a little bit. Okay, that's the name of the episode. Steven Seagal ate my eye. Balls.
Yeah. Weed can.
Yes, okay. All right, but yeah, thank you so much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. And a big thanks to anybody in the future who'll be visiting this. Kaiju Commander Shay, thank you for joining us. Sorry it's so late, but that's why it's called Night Owling. So we leave you with one of my personal favorite songs. It's so beautiful, yet ironically, it's from Aquabats. You have something to say, Lewis?
Try to get some sleep out there.
All right. Good night. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
Good night.
Yeah, we can talk through this
Good
song.
night, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
Take care, and thank you for everything.
I just said that.
Here's something to think about when things go wrong all the time. That luck can change like that high tide. Bad things can soon turn out alright. And with each passing day, so goes another life. Everybody wants to live, some people wanna die. So close your eyes, 'cause it's alright to say hello. Good night. A good night. A good night. A good night. So if this is to be our time, just think of what we left behind. Will they say good of you to last, or lose the memory of you fast? Forever and ever, a wonderful thing. Will someone be grateful for what we tried to bring? It's late, but just remember then, this day will never come again.
Oh, you're not saying a damn thing, are you? And I offered them a peep show. That fell on deaf ears.
Everybody wants to live, some people wait to die. So close your eyes, 'cause it's alright to say hello.
Good night, folks.
Good night. A good night. A good night. Hello, good night. Hello, good night. Good night. Good night. Hello, good night. Goodbye.
Ate my balls!